11 months ago, we were here for our first 24-hour ping pong-a-thon, but it's 2025 and it's time to reset and go again. Welcome to Adelaide, South Australia, and welcome to Hope Valley Church. Last year, the Hope Valley Pong raised $8,425. What will the total be this year? Hello everyone, my name is Timothy George, and it's a pleasure to have your company from wherever in the world you are joining us. We're glad you're joining in on Thon. We look forward to bringing you the action over the next 24 hours. It is my pleasure to be joined by quite an elaborate crew of people here on the couch with me. We've got Kynan, we've got Joe, myself, Ben, Tasia, crew. Good morning. Welcome to the Pong.
Good morning.
Good morning, Timmy.
What a fantastic 24 hours we've got ahead of us.
Wow, it is good to be here.
Unbelievable.
It is going to be awesome.
It's going to be great. Hope everyone's ready.
I didn't even sleep good last night. I was so nervous.
I didn't sleep either.
Yeah.
I slept great. I had a good sleep.
I'm glad you slept well, but man, I'm so excited. I've already drank like half my water bottles because last year I wasn't hydrated. And so this year I've fixed that problem with this hat. But I've already drank half of it.
Are you going to end up getting your banana this year?
I don't know. I've told a few people that last year all I was asking for the whole live stream was for someone to bring me a banana.
I packed two. You can have one.
Sweet. There we go. I've already got.
You can pinch the one for my milkshake if you really want.
We're so set.
Is that your hydration plan, Tim?
The milkshake? No. No, I've got tons of water.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Washing everything together.
That is good. That is good.
Well, team, we're getting ready for what will be another 24 hours. Are we ready? Are we going to survive this year?
Oh, I'm doing the full 20 hours. You are?
I'll be in and out, to be honest with you, just because of my responsibilities.
Ben?
I'm going to attempt to do the 24 hours. Like last year, really struggled. This year, I'm going to go a bit harder and try. But we'll see how we go.
I feel pretty keen. I remember last year I was like, I'm still ready to stay, but I felt like, okay, I should probably go home with Ben. But I reckon, I don't know. I'm not going to say that I'm going to be great at it, but I feel pretty excited and pretty keen to do the whole 24 hours. Even if I have to sleep here, I'll do it.
Well, we've done this once before. We did it last year. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights of the 2024 edition of the Pong. It is 5 seconds away, so we better get hit the table.
Wow.
And let's
start that
get
24-hour
this one
timer.
underway. And time starts now. We're going to have all tables. Wow. That's the first time that has happened today. KB, you beat your son earlier today, now playing Alana. How's she shaping up?
Yeah, I mean, Josiah it was a challenge, but, you know, you knew that you're going to go over the top. Alana's quite a different story, though. Very good, extremely fast, stamina, and so I'm a bit concerned that, you know, I think she could beat Josiah. I think I'm under threat here as well.
In the space of 18 hours, we were able to raise $4,000. Over the last 24 hours, we've had roughly 1,000 views.
Well, we are going to finish off strong, right? We're going to pong it out. We hope we can crack $7,000.
It means lives changed. It means, as David spoke so beautifully on, long-term positive impact on the lives of children, of adults who have been affected by trafficking, exploitation, and human slavery. Genuine FOMO from missing out this week. I was talking to someone, you know, it's been one of those weeks in my personal life where it's felt really busy, and just the taste that I've gotten this morning, I'm like, yeah, sign me up, I'm ready. Bigger and better for next year.
We're at $7,000.
We're at $7,000.
$7,000.
Amazing.
That is awesome.
7 Gs.
Thank you so much, everyone who's donating. That's so exciting.
3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it. Here at Hope Valley Church.
Wow.
24 hours of ping pong. Karis, we've made it.
You've made it. Well
Very
done,
sorry,
lads.
we've
I'm
done
so proud of you.
An awesome effort.
Well
by
done.
The entire
Joe's
team.
feeling it. There's some
Joe,
emotions here.
Thank you everyone for your donations. We're going to sign it off here so we can reset for Sunday. And thank you so much for the company, and we will see you guys a little bit later.
Wow, doesn't that just make you more excited for what's to come in these next 24 hours? You may have heard in that video, we passed the $6,000 mark. I think it was probably like in the middle of the night, maybe like 1, 2 a.m. We are at $6,195 now. That's incredible. Thank you to everyone that's already donated. If you are watching or you're going to get involved at any point, or you're watching this at a different time, there are many ways you can get involved. You can either watch this stream, which you're watching right now. You can donate online, or if you come in person, you can donate in cash. And you can always come and play. There's no limit on how much or how little you can play. Come play. We're here for the full 24 hours. It's going to be awesome. If you do donate, there's a link below where you can donate, and all donations over $2 are tax deductible. So hello, that's pretty good. Yeah, we partner with Ping Pongathon to do this, and Ping Pongathon have a bunch of partners that they then support all around the world and in Australia. And we love that we get to partner with them, and we got to hear from Christy last week, which was awesome here at church. But we just love the way that we can impact these organizations, and one of these organizations is Tim, who
Hard Places Community.
Hard Places Community, yeah. And so we thank you for the work that Hard Places Community do, and we're going to cross to a video from them just to give you guys a bit of a snapshot of what they do, and then we will be very close to getting to playing some table tennis soon. So we're going to cross to that video, and we'll be back soon.
Well, indeed.
My name is Nathan Haas, and I work at Hard Places Community. My wife and I are the directors at Pull Up to My Men. Pull Up to My Men is an outreach center that works with men that are exploited and in massage brothels. We offer English classes, coaching, mentoring, and job skills training that brings these guys out of dark places and into a life that has hope and a future. One of the main ways that we provide job skills trainings is through our Barber Academy. Our Barber Academy is led by 2 guys, Dine and Bora, who have gone through our program. They are now teaching our clients how to become fully trained barbers.
Hi everyone, I'm Bora. I'm the part of Phone Up My Men.
Chumriap Su, my name is Dan. I'm one of the leader at Phone Up My Man. And I'm so excited for a new Barber Academy because it can bring more guys to give more opportunity.
We have already seen 100 guys come through our program, and some of the transformations has truly been amazing. This impact is your impact.
So this is Pearl. He gone to our program. So now he's an internship.
ជំរាបសួរ ខ្ញុំឈ្មោះពៅ ខ្ញុំរៀននៅទីនេះរយៈពេល 5 ខែ នៅថ្ងៃមុខ ខ្ញុំនឹងមានបំណងចង់រកការងារបែប barber នេះធ្វើជាយកជាបទពិសោធន៍សម្រាប់ខ្លួនឯង
ជំរាបសួរ ខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះសេងតូច ខ្ញុំបាទធ្វើការនៅ PTM ហើយនឹងរៀនផងធ្វើការផងហើយខ្ញុំរីករាយណាស់ដែលបានមករៀននៅទីនេះខ្ញុំបានសប្បាយចិត្តជាមួយនឹងមានសិស្សថ្មីហើយខ្ញុំជាបុគ្គលិកចាស់ផងខ្ញុំរៀនរយៈពេលយូរផងអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំអាចចែករំលែកបទពិសោធន៍ខ្លះៗទៅកាន់គាត់សម្រាប់បង្ហាញគាត់ឲ្យពីដើមអញ្ចឹង
Plain and simple, without Ping Pongathon, we would not be able to run these programs. You guys picking up a bat and choosing to play ping pong is you choosing to do something. Without you guys, these guys would not have the opportunity to come out of these dark places and be able to have a life filled with hope and dream for a future. So from the bottom of our hearts, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for choosing to make a difference. Thank you for picking up a bat and choosing to do something about it. We are seeing guys' lives changed to have hope and dignity. This impact is your impact, and we just want to say thank you, and we love you guys.
The Hard Places community is an international group of like-minded believers in Jesus Christ whose mission is to see justice prevail, pain redeemed, hope reborn, and lives restored in the hearts of those who the world deems to be broken. Hard Places community strives to bring an end to sexual exploitation as well through children, through prevention, intervention and restoration. You can find out more information about them via www.thehardplaces.org. And of course, you can donate. All donations over $2 are tax deductible in Australia and the US. Well, team, we are getting closer. We are about 3 minutes away from beginning. Any final thoughts as we head into this one?
Man, I'm just really excited for great time. There's going to be a lot of ping pong played. Kudos to Timmy and Joe for setting it all up. It's going to be great. Really excited.
Last year, everyone got behind it, and I know the word's out, and so people can come through and have a play anytime and also donate. I think that we're already almost at 7,000 before we've officially started is remarkable.
No, I'm just really excited, and I can't believe the work you guys have put into us. It's incredible for an incredible cause, so I'm excited.
Great stuff. Well, Kynan, would you mind praying for us as we head into this one and we prepare for 24 hours of action?
Absolutely, let's pray. Lord, we just give this whole event over to you. We know that you are empowering it really to raise funds, which goes to these incredible causes which release people from oppressive regimes and lives and to set people free. And so, Lord, we pray that this whole event will be in the name of freedom. And so we dedicate it to you. May your Holy Spirit keep everyone safe. May the donations come from generous hearts of people committed to this freedom cause. And we just thank you for all those who have put their hands to work to make this event happen and for all this to take place. We know it's going to go so well, and we give you all the glory in it. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Well, we've got 1 minute and 45 seconds. So, yes, we've just discovered that one. Thank you, Rachel. Yes, a few technical issues, but I think that was expected.
That's okay. We actually haven't officially started yet, have we?
It's fine. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Woo.
But $6,745.
That's crazy. That's amazing.
Is ridiculous. And, you know, we were talking during the week, Ben and Kynan, because we came up with a great list of donation goals
There are a
for
few.
this year. And to think that we've had to kind of change them around a little bit just because of how much money we've raised so early. And so have a look at this, guys. There's quite a few donation goals. Is there any that stand out to anyone in particular?
Look, I think the bottom one stands out. Scotty Button with the bleach hair for 20 grand. That would be unbelievable.
That would be fantastic.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, a fantastic goal on both parts. Seeing him with bleached hair and $20,000, that's a double win right there.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping we hit the 12.5 personally while we're here at Ping Pongathon. Kynan, you've
Yeah.
agreed to wear a Port Guernsey and scarf.
That'd be awesome.
I have, and yeah, that would be a challenge, but all for a good cause, right? Yeah, you
great.
know that I love my Crowies.
Yep.
Been a tough week for him, but certainly would wear a Port Guernsey for this cause at $12,500.
Well, we'll see if we can get there. And the quicker we get there, the longer you have to wear it because it's for the full 24 hours of the Pong once we hit
is
that.
Right?
That's what we agreed upon.
Okay, wow.
I honestly would have thought you wear it to a Sunday church service and you wear it on stage.
Well, I think I would have to get clarity as to what it
Oh.
is.
Here
Well,
we go.
2, 1.
It is 10 o'clock.
Here we
Time
go.
has
Let's
officially
get
started.
to begin.
Now it's started playing.
Let's get to work.
Let's smash
and,
it out.
we
Tim,
look.
How many more? What's the setup we got here? This
Well,
year?
there's quite a bit going on, as you
Alright.
can kind of see behind us. Let's see if I can get my camera, which has decided to disconnect. But what's happening here? There we go. But yeah, we've got quite a bit of a setup going, as you can see, kind of behind us. It's a little bit difficult. We've got a pickleball court. We've got about 10 ping pong tables set up. We've even got a pool table this year as well.
Awesome.
So yeah, lots to come and do, lots to come and join in on. And currently we have 2 ping pong tables occupied.
So
Fantastic, great start.
plenty of room for people to join in.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way in which you have really just pulled all this together, Tim. I mean, last year it was a technical challenge, but you got after it straight away, and this live stream here, which just brings everyone in to connect with what we're doing. It's been, to what I can see here, it's an incredible setup. Well done.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and Joe and I have been in for the last couple of days, trying to make sure that everything's ready to go, and there's always going to be issues that are going to arise, and it's 24 hours of live production, which is probably the most difficult challenge that can be undertaken from a technical aspect. But I think it adds on top of everything that we're already doing. I mean, ultimately, it is about the Pong.
That's right. Yeah, and I think that's an opportunity that's what the live stream does. It allows us just to be able to keep talking about it and bringing it back to the big purpose, and then knowing the clarity of the why is absolutely critical. And I think this live stream is a fantastic way in which people can discuss and talk, have a bit of fun, of course, but also encourage people to really get behind, and people can connect in if they can't get down here themselves to actually play.
Yeah, 100%. And it's so good that we've already got 11 people online with us. Good morning to Izzy, to David, and also to Chris as well. It was a pleasure to have your company. And 24 hours of action's already started. In fact, I forgot to start the timer. Oopsies.
Better get into that.
Uh-oh.
Can you wind it back?
I can indeed. Let's see what we got. 20. Got so excited in everything that's going on. Hold
There's
up.
a fair bit happening here.
It is. So we got 23 hours and 57 minutes. And let's go 30 seconds. Oh, let's pause that for a second because it's not quite right. We'll just wait for time to catch up.
So what's been some of the challenges this year, Tim, in getting things going and set up?
Some of the biggest challenges have been the fact that we're doing motion graphics this year. And so from a technical aspect, from the live streaming side, that's been a little bit challenging. But I think the bulk of it has actually been trying to get people on board. And the fact that we're already someone's just said that we're at 7,000 now, which is ridiculous. Let's update that figure.
That? Oh my goodness,
$7,055.
And we are how many minutes? We're 3 minutes in.
3 minutes in. And if I remember correctly to last year, when we finished the 24 hours, we were at $7,005. We've already surpassed that, and we're 3 minutes into the Pong for 2025.
This could be setting a record. What is the record in Australia?
I don't actually know. I know that
someone got 18 grand once.
So Golden Grove Lutheran this year, they had their Pong last weekend.
Yes.
They managed to raise just over $20,000.
Okay.
So that amount of money sets 10 slaves free from slavery, which is just
that's fantastic.
To see 10 lives restored through their work and through the way that they've partnered with the Pong is incredible. So I think if we could surpass that, that'd be.
I mean, freedom is what it's about, and every life is important, and no life should be under oppression from someone else, or people can't. Not every life deserves its dignity, and every person matters, and that's what the gospel is about. God's great love for all people and setting people free. That's what Jesus came for. And this is a very practical way in which it literally, these dollars sets people free.
And I love the way that Matt put it on Sunday as well when him and Christy were here, is we have an opportunity now to stand in the gap.
Yeah, that's right.
So there is obviously this issue of modern day slavery, and it's really easy to feel disconnected from it, the fact that it's, happening thousands of kilometres away. But this is a way that we can stand in the gap and say, hey, this isn't okay. This is what we're going to do about it.
Yeah.
And,
Well, this is a very visible way, and I think one of the things around slavery is it happens in the shadows. It happens in the places where people don't see it, in the undercurrents of societies and so on. And in that's where people get, caught in these levels of abuse and so on. And this is a very visible, and it brings the subject out into the light and say, no, we will do about it. And we're very grateful that there are unbelievable organisations who are working in those spaces with people, setting them free.
Yeah. And there's 7 partners organisations this year. Not only the Hard Places community, but we've also got Offspring. We've got
it was great to hear from Christy on Sunday.
It was incredible. She had a really good story, and the way that started. Do you want to touch on that? And just
just the way in which she got a conviction about making a difference, and the way in which she was led to starting this Offspring movement, and the way in which the scriptures spoke to her, which I just love. I just love how God speaks. calls people out and calls them to action. And she was someone who said, yeah, well, here I am. I'm a young woman, but I can make a difference. And she found a way and is literally working, in developing countries and particularly in that area of setting young people free from being enslaved in sex trafficking. And yeah, incredible story of God's voice speaking to her and her doing something about it. I love that as a pastor. I love people hearing what God has for them and then them stepping out in obedience and making a difference. And as much as people can do that, that's what makes the world a better place, when people respond to the word of God in that way.
100% agree. And, it's not just them, and not just Christy, and the fact that these organisations are willing to put themselves, the people who are behind these are putting themselves in some of the most dangerous situations that you could, where it is life and death for them, with some of the people that they're coming up against. And there's such a bravery and boldness in doing that. I couldn't imagine trying to go into a space where,
Well, it's so confronting, right? If
Yeah.
you get in those places, it's very confronting. You're really trusting who God is in those moments. You're not necessarily sure about what it is that you have to do. You see people in real pain and trauma. You see systemic evil in some ways. And so to have that courage to go in there and say, I'm going to bring light and hope and freedom in Christ's name is incredible. But it requires some courage. But that's where God equips us for the task according to his call.
yeah, it's beautiful.
Even this, what you're doing here, what I can see here, it's taken a lot of effort and it requires diligence. Hey, let's just go for it. Let's make a difference. And it's what's going to happen.
And it's been great comparing already this year to last year, and the fact that we get to add on to what we've already done last year. And so, we've done this for 5 years now, I believe, when Jordan stepped in and started it with the youth ministry. And so actually we're about $2,100 away from, over the course of us running a ping pongathon, raising 20 grand all up.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's fantastic. And I just like how people are getting behind it, being a part of it. It's actually a great community event. It's a lot of fun to come and join in and connect with others and all go into a worthy cause. That's a great way to connect in with things. And if you can, come on down and be a part of it over these next 24 hours in some way. We've got breakfast tomorrow morning.
We do.
That's from 8 until 10, community breakfast, just $10. And come and have a feed, play some ping pong, join in the fun. And what else is happening over these 24 hours?
There's a bit happening. We've got Kids Club and Youth who are coming in from 5 till 10 as well. We're going to be joined by Matt at 5 p.m. tonight.
Oh, good.
And we're also going to be joined by David at about 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Excellent.
We're going to chat to them live video call from Victoria to SA, so that'll be great. Karis and Zoe are running Theology and Tea. They've got two sessions, one just after 4 p.m. This afternoon, and another one at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Oh, is that right? Do you know what themes they're looking at?
No idea. No idea.
Not the theology of tea.
No, I imagine not, but I'm sure.
So talk about what is Theology and Tea. It's a group that Karis has begun.
Yeah.
With Zoe
So it's really started out of our young adult ministry.
Yeah.
So the Hope Valley young adult women in particular gather every month or so, and it's an opportunity for them to drink some tea. But whilst doing it, have a look at some deep and meaningful content, particularly to do with the Bible and reading passages and gaining a bit more of an understanding of the context of which the scriptures are written, which is really important.
Yeah.
We went across to a conference in 2023, and the whole idea was context is so critical because it's so easy to take a passage out of context and it will completely change the meaning of it.
Yeah. And it just strengthens that, right? And good theology is important. And allows people to grow spiritually. It's great that our young adult women are really grabbing a hold of theology and tea. And of course, tea is Karis's thing a little bit.
Well, she does hail from the UK, as we know, her beautiful UK and US accent.
She's got quite the range of tea.
She does. It's like we were going shopping and they had yesterday for the Pong. I said to Joe, do you reckon we need more tea? And he's like, nah, Karis has got enough. Fine. It's just a whole array of tea bags.
Yeah, that's right.
Does she still have that tea cupboard or whole drawer thingy that's...
Well, I think she's got the full range that T2 has. And out it opens and take your pick.
That's impressive. I've been in that store. It ain't small. There's a lot of good options.
Yeah, that's right. No, so it's great that they'll be able to do those couple of sessions here, Theology and Tea, and engage around some good subjects and open it up a little bit. I mean, the scriptures are so rich. There's so much in them, and they keep speaking to us today. Always there's a word in season, and so that'll be good to add to the live stream, a little bit of theology.
It'll be great. And if you are keen on joining them as Hope Valley Young Adult Women, you can find out more information on the website www.hopevalleychurch.com.au, and you can also chat to Karis if you see her in person. I'm sure she'd be happy to share about what they do.
So what time's the Theology and Tea again?
Just after 4 p.m. this afternoon,
Yep.
and just after 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, okay. Now, there might be some people tuning into the live stream here who don't know much about Hope Valley Church, where we are called to be in ministry here, a local church out here in the northeastern suburbs of Adelaide. How would you describe Hope Valley?
Hope Valley is much a community church. And, you know, through my time here being not only a member of the congregation, but also now on the staff team, it is such a welcoming community, and we look forward to doing things together. We've got the camps that we run, we've got the multiple ministries, whether it's kids, whether it's youth, whether it's young adults, men's, women's ministry. There's plenty of avenues and ways to connect in.
Yeah.
And so you can easily find your people here.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see more of an intercultural
Yeah, true.
people, like,
Yeah, we're
can't think
coming
of the language
into,
now.
The whole church is becoming more intercultural, which
Yeah.
means we have people from various countries, people recently immigrated. I think a fair proportion of our congregation now, English is their second language. And so the diversity is so beautiful. It's a beautiful picture of the kingdom of God. All people, all different nations coming together. And we just love the richness that is bringing into who we are as a church.
And I think the great thing as well is our people are so willing to be involved. Even as we were prepping for this event, we've had Miller Coffee & Co., the owners
Yeah.
of that company, here at Hope Valley, and they'll say, hey, how can we be involved? Can we donate 5 kilos of coffee? And so they've donated coffee. We've had 50 litres of... We will. We've had 50 litres of milk donated. We've got chips being donated from the local chicken and seafood, Hope Valley Chicken and Seafood. Shout out to you guys. But the way that our people are so willing to get involved, even if it's not a financial but also a resource way of helping support us as running this event.
Yeah, and that does emphasise community, isn't it? Everyone bringing what they can to be a part of it, and that's what helps communities be healthy and thriving, based around some core values about who we are. It's fantastic. We're also multi-generational.
We are indeed.
It's got middle-aged people like myself, people older than me, all the way down to very young children,
Not that young.
newborns around. Well, you're not quite new. How old are you now?
20.
You're 20, so
Yep.
out of the teen years,
Yep.
young adult.
Could be considered as a quarter of my life lived already, which is a scary thought, but we won't get into that one, will we?
We have a basketball club here.
We do indeed. Hope Valley Heat.
Hope Valley Heat, 24 teams.
Yep.
I think there might be a couple more into the summer season.
That's
so,
been good.
It's been a fantastic
Successful
ministry.
season so far this year for you guys?
It has been. I mean, it's been all played in good spirit is what we're about.
Yeah. And so, they're playing in the ACVA competition
That's
on
right.
Saturday mornings currently. And, I as a ref get to ref these guys. And I'm going to be a little bit biased here in saying that you guys carry yourselves in such a manner, and the way you play as a team and the way you go about the game is beautiful to see.
Well, like we said, if we are representing something far more than just, basketball or just even our friends, we represent, our church and God, and so live by those values. And it's good that that's coming through in the competition.
It'd be great. There is ping pong being played behind us. It might be a little bit difficult to see. One of our cameras keeps disconnecting annoyingly, so we'll show you some footage of that when we can get that back online. But
So can people start coming down any time?
100% they can. We're open 24 hours.
We've got 10 tables.
Yep.
Pickleball. Pool table.
Pool table.
Fantastic.
It's going to be good.
Excellent. Well, I've got to get onto a few other things.
Yes,
I'll
indeed.
be checking in and out throughout the 24 hours.
I'm going to go start playing some ping pong, I reckon.
Okay, good stuff. Good luck with the tech.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
gonna keep it low now. If you wanna go, let's go. Let's wrap it up and hit the road. I just got an awesome vibe, striking the winner post now. Liberty's on my mind. We've taken off, we've left the ground. You gotta understand that we get one chance, one chance. You will never regret the things that we'll do. 'Cause I hurt you like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go, rip it apart. We're letting go, rip it apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go, rip it apart. We're letting go, rip it We're letting go, rip it I can hurt you like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go, rip it apart. We're letting go, rip it apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go, rip it apart. We're letting go, rip it apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go, rip it apart. We're letting go, rip it We're letting go, rip it apart. I can hurt you like you hurt me too. Me too. We're letting go.
and 10 minutes into the ping pongathon for 2025. And there is so much going on. And you guys have been unbelievably generous. We are already at $8,100, which is incredible to think. And Ben, you join us on the desk. Yeah, I'll fix that one in a sec.
What a moment this is.
Wow.
Wow.
Guys, I'm honestly speechless because we are, as we said, we're an hour 10 in, now an hour 11, and we are already $325 away from what we raised last year.
Yeah, that's amazing. We were here, last year? And what was it at? About $3,000 or something like that?
Something like that,
time?
yeah.
And then over the night, it just kept getting bigger and bigger. Now, $8,100 is just absolutely amazing.
It is ludicrous. Tasia, you know what this means though. $8,000.
I was the one that donated more to make sure it was $8,000.
That is true. That was
got it
your
over the mark.
I was partly contributing to Ben shaving his head, which
That's the buzz cut.
I'm nervous. I think this time last year I was pretty hesitant about Ben shaving his head, so it wasn't one of his forfeits. But now he's already got it shorter, so between last year and now it's quite obviously a different haircut. And now, I don't know, maybe he'll look even better.
The buzz cut, the old... I reckon we're going to start off with like a 5.
I'm excited.
Not like crazy.
How short are we going?
Oh, I don't know.
But you'll be doing it alongside.
Bold. That would be
we're not
gnarly.
doing a team. We don't need to do
Nah, we'll just do the buzz. We'll just do the buzz.
Nah.
No, we're not
Go
doing.
from
I
there.
don't need to see my reflection in his head every morning. That's.
Wow. How do you think my dad felt?
He didn't wake up next to you.
That's true. Very true.
But you'll be doing it alongside your brother-in-law Costas.
Yeah.
Who
Be unreal.
Costas, you could see his forfeit's $1, so you could see how much he really wanted to do it.
That's just his normal haircut, so that's why.
I know. It was, I guess, a great excuse to do it for a great cause.
Yeah. That's it. How are you feeling, Timmy?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm looking at chat at the minute, and Dad's commenting about the hot corn chip, which he's doing at $10,000.
Is he doing it now?
He's doing it now.
He's the one.
So the world's hottest corn chip.
Wow.
So it's the equivalent to the hotness of a pepper spray.
Yuck.
And he's not a chili guy, is he?
No, he is.
doesn't.
No,
he loves it.
he did the chilies last year.
He did it last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's pretty good with hot food, but
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not sure how he's going to
This
handle
could
this
be
one.
What's
interesting.
what do they measure heat in?
Scoville.
Yeah, what is the difference between what he normally is used to this?
I couldn't tell you. I think the chili that he had last year may have been in the 100,000s, like low 100,000s. I'd have to fact check this, and I will a little bit later. But
What's this one?
2 million plus.
2 million.
Stop!
Dave
Yeah.
George.
Oh!
Yeah.
We're going to need a gallon. Thank God we've got gallons of milk on
We do.
standby.
We do.
got millions.
Thank you so much to the team that donated 50 litres.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, someone's
That's so
donated.
good.
Yeah.
Is that for the breakfast?
Yeah, partially. Mainly for the coffees that we're doing.
Unreal.
How many coffees
So
do you reckon
excited.
you're going to have over this
At
time?
least 3.
I reckon we have a little coffee count going, I reckon. I'm going 10.
10.
Yeah, I reckon
He's
by
going to need it.
in the night, like, I'm going to be having a...
You're going to be
How many?
drinking one every 2 hours.
Almost, I could. Probably not. Like,
He's going to be like twitchy.
but I will need, to get through the night, I will need something.
Because if you were to do one every 2 hours to drink 10, it gives you 4 hours of leeway. So you could go till 4 p.m. Sorry,
Yeah, I reckon.
2 p.m. and then drink.
Maybe just like an espresso sort of
Yeah,
setup.
just like a
just
black
a
shot.
little shot.
Yeah.
And then that could get me going through, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We're also trying to sort out Joe's donation
Yeah.
goal of face paint. We're
Goal of
slowly
face
working away on that one. So every $500, new face painting for Joe Brooks, and
Like a drawing,
so that
like the size of your fist or something.
Yeah.
So
You should have got like little tattoos.
Nah, we'll go the face paint. Yeah.
Yeah.
keep forgetting that he hasn't got a mic currently,
I think
and he's not in camera shot.
The first one
that
surely
one.
should be a dedication to Sydney, a little American flag.
Yeah, maybe.
We could do that.
Do that. Draw the American flag.
It's ready to go. Oh, hello. Oh.
Ooh.
Food for Thought have come in clutch with some food donations.
Yeah, well done.
That's huge. That is huge. I think I'm looking at some chocolate croissants there and some normal croissants. Huge.
That's amazing.
Wow.
My
It's
world just
all
got so
happening.
much better.
All right.
Yeah.
It'll be great. I'm going to widen this camera.
Oh.
Egg and bacon mix. Yeah,
Wow.
that's breakfast.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, have one. Joe, eat one.
This is it's
There
all
we go.
happening.
Now we're all in shot.
There he is. This is amazing. You know, one thing I've realised once again, and I remember this happening last year, is the heat in here.
Yes.
I remember that last year. I remember specifically saying that conditions are hot.
Yep.
And it's the same again. And now that we've got, things like the pickleball, bit more running around.
I was not prepared.
That's going to be a challenge, I reckon.
Yeah.
But I remember last year that Joe got really cold, didn't you, at one point? Yeah. So that's going to be interesting. I
Yeah, well,
reckon.
the ice bath equivalent this year is Caris with the ice bucket.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Which we've already hit that. Joe's tucking away. What's in there?
Well, you guys can have one.
What's in
Oh,
there?
thank you. It looks to be spinach, cheese, bacon, and egg. I think. I'm going to very carefully eat this without putting stuff everywhere. Oh, have you?
Nah. It was fine.
Okay.
Do you need me to ring it? Oh.
Pinging it from his Apple
Yeah,
Watch.
yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Shout out to Find My iPhone. Great invention. I don't know what I'm doing now.
Oh, it once helped me find my watch. I took my watch off, but I held it and I put it on top of some books from church. I had a meeting with Kynan and I came out and I just got in my car. I went home. I was getting ready for the next day for work and I went to put my Apple Watch on charge and I was like, oh my goodness, where it is? Where is it? And I looked at Find My Watch and then I'll find my on my phone. And thank God I found it. It was in the it was in the car park.
Oh, really?
But the thing that was also concerning was there was a church meeting that night, and I'm like, I don't know how no one. It was in the little car park, and I don't know how no one drove over it or crushed it. So God is good, and He protected it.
It's been a great thing. I've got a MacBook now, but because it disconnects from internet, it keeps saying that I've left it places, and so I'll get a notification. And it will say, you've left it in the middle of the road. And I've driven 5 minutes away. And
You don't want that.
it scared me on Wednesday because I got the notification as I was leaving uni and went, I've left it in the classroom. Gone to ring my mate and gone, mate, I've left my laptop in the uni room.
In the middle of the road.
Turns out it was in my bag and it just disconnected from internet and it sent a ping to my phone to say you've left your laptop in the middle of the road.
You don't want that.
About 5 minutes away from uni.
I would have. Oh, that made me have a panic attack. I also had a similar situation where I'd just finished work and I'd got in my car and I was going to my next job and I was like, I needed to go because I was going to be late to pick up my client. And so I'd left and normally my phone automatically connects to my car. And as I'm driving, I've just done a U-turn ready to go. Joe, it's here. I heard it.
We heard Joe's phone.
Is that it?
That's it.
That's it.
I found it.
We found Joe's phone.
It's right next to us.
And so I've gone back to school. I've run in to go find it. And I'm like, it's not there. And so I've just gone back to my car and realised it was in my bag. It just didn't connect to my car. And so I wasted 5 minutes of my time. Anyway, that's a quick story. based on losing things that weren't lost.
By the way, there are still people playing ping pong.
Yes, there are indeed. In fact, we can cut to a camera which shows it. We promise we're still playing.
There wasn't a moment last year where people stopped. Like, was there?
During youth,
During
yes.
youth. Ah, yeah, okay. Is that the goal this year? Like, never to stop?
That's the plan, at least. But and we did stop periodically last year when we had the power outage as well.
Yeah,
Wait,
true.
what?
Power went out.
Oh, did the power go out?
Everyone stopped for about 10 seconds. Like, it wasn't
Where did the
long,
power go?
but
I didn't realise the power went out.
yeah, I tripped the circuit and
I mean, if everyone could really see the setup going on here, you'd understand why.
you'll have to look at the Hope Valley Church Instagram story. You'll see what we've got in front of us.
I can literally count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 monitors.
Yep. Yeah, there's a couple. We do. Unfortunately, he's off camera on this angle, but I mean, there's that one, and then we've got Willie. There he is. Do you want to grab that mic, Willie? It should be now.
I was, yes, and I played last year, and I'll be at the breakfast tomorrow morning.
Oh, he's going to be at the breakfast. What a fun.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. So does that mean he's doing the full 24 hours?
You going overnight?
Oh, well. Tonight, no, we have a life group meeting tonight. So that doesn't finish till about 9:30 or so. Yep.
Love that.
Wow.
Have you...
That is incredible.
And so what needs to happen? Every $500, I have to get something painted on it. So you want to choose something to paint on? Like this big kind of.
It could be a butterfly, could be a dinosaur.
Oh, you can paint yourself a rainbow.
A rainbow.
Aw.
Yes.
God's promise.
Yes, that would be very biblical.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
What mic have you got there? Mic 4. You can turn that one up.
If anyone is on watching the screen.
How many
Is your
people
mic
are calling?
on? No, it's not a. That'll be why I can't hear. Right.
What number is it?
Well, I'll come
Is
back
that better?
and play before
There we go, now we can hear you.
I go home.
All right, Willie's going to come back and play before he goes.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right, if anyone on the stream has anything that they want for me to have painted on myself, then put it in the comments and we'll do it. Are we going to start with the US flag, are we?
I mean, I think just
It's fitting. I'm wearing my Lake Michigan shirt. I've got some food or something on my shirt. But hopefully you
I don't
can't
think
see
anyone
that
can
on the
see
screen.
it. You
No.
probably...
And then on the back,
Yeah.
wait, let me show the back. It's pretty sweet. Lake Michigan, no sharks, no salt, no problems. That's
Wow. Is that
it. That's
the
the
saying?
That's the motto.
Love that.
All right, well, let's see what we got here.
Are you going to self-paint or are you...
Someone else can paint. I'm not great. You guys can keep talking, by the way.
We will, because it's a great way to get involved in the conversation. Use the hashtags, hashtag HVPong 2025, or sorry, 25, sorry, apologies, that's HVPong 25. And there's the hashtag pingpongathon and hashtag the pong. And you can also contribute in chat as well.
I love that you know them all.
I've been staring at graphics for the last 2 months, building up in anticipation for this
Well,
event.
you've done an incredible job, Tim. So, yeah, wow. When I remember seeing it yesterday, Joe showed me, I was like, so.
Still got 22 and a half hours to go.
More to go.
We barely started.
It feels like, well, I guess because we've been here since like 8:30, so it does add a different element to it.
That's unreal. How is that bacon and egg? Big
It was good.
Muffin gun. It's pretty good.
Yes, it's good.
It's pretty good.
Just
So
don't
who
wanna talk.
donated that? Food for thought.
Yeah, food for thought.
Unreal.
What else is there for thought for food?
There's some croissants.
That's
Some plain
amazing.
and some with chocolate.
Can I give a shout out? Can you hear me?
Go for it, yeah.
I just want to shout out, I don't know if he's watching at all, but my mate Cade in Michigan, today he graduated police academy. So
Wait, come
Cade, congratulations. This
Well
flag,
done.
this one's for you, mate.
Not Sydney?
Beautiful. Not Sydney. It's
It's also for Sydney, the whole Bowl family, the whole Power family, anyone in Michigan who's watching. It's for you.
Good save.
That's unreal.
Yes.
All right. Well, American flag, we know that one for certain. Chat, if you want to jump in, give us some ideas of what Joe should be painting.
Has he got 3?
A magpie.
He's got, so it's for every
Wait.
$500, so he's actually got 16 to do.
16, like already.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, do it there. Yeah, that's good.
Yep. Yeah, 16 already.
Oh, wait. I don't know what I was thinking. Take it
Well,
back.
shall we have a look at them while we've got some time?
Yeah, let's
We've
have a
got
look.
plenty of time to chat about these, but here's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Buzz cut for cost us at $1. I don't know who.
How many cartwheels is Izzy Brooks doing?
So currently, if my maths is correct, if we're $8,000,
Oh, this is
8
too
times
much for
by
me to
5
think.
is 40, so that's 400. 40 cartwheels,
Oh my
not
gosh, I
400.
thought you said
40. I thought it was
40,
400.
not
yeah,
400.
40.
Oh my goodness.
40, ladies and gentlemen, that one. Face painting, which is going to end up being body painting as well, I think, for Joe. So he's going to be covered with lots of little art.
Yes.
My milkshake is looking worse and worse as we've now hit the lemon juice portion. So
Yeah,
all the
okay.
ingredients up to lemon juice are going to be in the milkshake at the very end of the 24 hours. Jordan's eating a chili. Karis.
Do we know what level of, what's it called? Is
It's the birds something.
How is that? How hot is that?
Don't know. Couldn't tell you. We'll find out after.
Okay.
Karis is doing an ice bucket. The kids ministry team, that is Rachel, Nicole, and Jane, stuck with a toast mashup. I'm not exactly sure what
What's
that
a
entails.
toast mashup?
okay.
Other than I think it's just they're going to make some toast and then put random toppings on it that they can find in our kitchen here at church.
Right.
So that might have some.
Well, that's good because that can actually be done now at kids.
It will be. Yeah.
Ministry time.
Yeah,
Kids Club.
which
Yes.
will be on tonight. Ben, you've got a buzz cut to
Yeah,
do.
it's happening.
We have cruised through
I'm
these.
so nervous. I don't know.
But now
I don't know.
I feel like now we get into the more interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Because $9,000, it says eat a whole lemon, and I will specify Mitch is eating the skin included.
Wow.
So the whole lemon.
But do we know for a fact if he likes lemons or not?
No idea. He might. Maybe it's a reward. Well, I could say not a reward. A treat for him is what I was trying to say. World's hottest corn chip. We are only $1,900 away from that. Kynan, we're at Port Guernsey and Port Scarf for the rest of the Pong.
Yeah.
Zoe, fully painted green with green body paint at 15, and Scotty B with his
I think that's
$20,000
the-
20,000.
That's the one
bleach,
everyone
yeah.
wants. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. Could you
Because
imagine?
it's like, how long is he going to have that for?
Well, if it's bleached, who knows?
That would be amazing.
Oh,
Just him
That'd be
preaching on a
something.
Sunday morning, blonde.
We want to
bleached
see
hair.
that.
That'd
We
be,
do want
I
to see
want to
that.
see that so bad.
That would be unbelievable.
It'll be interesting, actually, because you know how we do the YouTube thumbnails currently with
Yeah.
the person on them? If he's
Yeah.
preaching with bleached hair and we've only got
We've
photos
only
of
got-
him with his natural
Yeah,
hair colour,
true.
Yeah, that would be good.
might throw a few people off.
It might.
Oh, I want to just try to picture it. What would he look like? Oh, that'd be unreal. It gives me like the Slim Shady moment.
The funny thing is, as well, is one of Scott's daughters-in-law put it in the family group chat to say, "Hey, let's get it to 20,000." So the whole Button family,
Oh, they're getting behind it.
they're getting behind it.
That's
Yeah.
good.
They want it to
Yeah, we
get to
like
20.
that.
Well, we are
They
just,
get-
Who wouldn't want it to get to 20?
just
Yeah.
under halfway.
That's
How's
pretty
your,
good.
That's not looking too bad,
That
Joe.
looks good.
Is there 50
The stars
on
are
it?
I just want to apologise, there's not 50 stars.
That's all right.
That's
There's
okay.
not going to be 50 stars. That is tough to do.
That's all right. We'll forgive you. Well, the other thing to note as well is the fact that we're all, as Ping Pongathon is happening all around the country, their goal for this year was 500,000 and they're at 144,000.
Wow, okay. So, yeah.
Which is incredible.
Oh,
We're getting there.
wow.
So, $2,000 for each slave to be restored from
Yep.
slavery. And so that means that they're at 72 already.
Wow, amazing.
Which is incredible.
Yeah.
Rachel's in the chat as well. Rachel, have you got any ideas of what Joe should paint on him with face paint?
Look at that. It's quite big.
Yeah.
It's quite big, but it's hard to make it small.
How are we going to fit another
leg room.
15? Yeah.
Face.
Might have to do one
hands.
on the in the hair, like the back of the back section.
Maybe.
Hair. I kind of just want to watch this for a minute and just see what he's doing.
Should we zoom in so people can... That looks really good.
It's gonna look very legit, I reckon.
I'm impressed.
I think people understand that it's me face painting it, so
You've done very well so far. Sydney's already watching.
Oh wait.
Oh well. A family portrait.
Wow, that would be amazing.
That'd be stick figures. Or how artsy are we going with this one, Rachel?
Wow.
I think that's good. Family portrait.
Well, what if you painted each family member and that's each
Yeah, that's 6. Yeah.
What?
and then you paint Sydney, that's 7.
Wow, guys.
As best as you can.
I'm gonna need someone to help me with that because I cannot draw people.
Happy to help out. I'm not an artist by any choice but that gets down to, that's 8 then.
Yep.
Including that, there'll be 8.
And then he's got 8 more.
8 more. If that doesn't get...
I think that's reasonable. Does that sound fair?
That does.
If each person is a okay.
They got to be like good,
Hey, my
decent
sister's
size.
at school and just said you're an artist.
Me?
My sister.
You?
Kelsey,
Oh, you?
she said I'm an artist.
You are?
Are they watching at school?
They're watching at school.
They're not allowed to do that.
They did this last year too.
But don't
Yeah.
tell anyone.
I remember last year I was working and during my lunch break I was also live streaming and I was watching it. Not in my class, just on my phone.
We encourage sharing of the stream. We encourage more people to join us.
It's for a great cause. It's one day, you know. It's not the end
This
of
is
the
as
world.
popular as Daniel Bowen stuck in a box.
Don't think the mic's picked that up.
That's good.
No, that's good.
Stick family is fine, says Rach. There you go.
Oh, and she put little stick figures. I love that.
Very, very, very cute. Well, if you,
That's pretty good.
well, very well done to you, Joe.
I like
done.
that.
I'm pretty
I rate that.
Do we need like a plus and then maybe one of them should be an Australian flag? So it's US plus Australia.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
Yep.
It's an idea.
Yeah, you could
Merging.
do that.
Yeah.
That could be another one.
merging
You could, what
of
I reckon,
cultures.
Joe, is if you've done the American flag there, if you do the Australian one here, and then you can do an equals and then the 7 people, like your seven family.
Oh, wow.
I like that.
Wait, are we doing it on the same side?
So on the same arm. So I'm saying on the
Or we
bicep.
could just do the Australian right here.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I thought.
No, because well,
And then you can have
then you
every
just have them right
fan
next-
member on
Because
that
it's going
arm.
to take too much space. Then we
You
just
reckon?
do stick people all up this arm.
Yeah.
all right, we'll do that
Yeah.
instead. All right.
And we can do the
But
whole,
you can
we
write
do
their
the whole
name.
bowl thing.
Yeah. The
You
whole
write
oh
their
gosh.
name. Why?
How many?
Wait, how many do I need?
You need another 15.
Another 15.
So you need so the American flag's
You're
one.
going to be here for 24 hours just doing
Just
this.
painting them.
Just painting.
By the time you do the 7, how many family members in the Ball family?
There's 6 of them.
6 of them. So 6 plus 6 is 12. So that means that's 13. So then you need 3 more. So the Australian flag is,
But is Joe
one.
drawing himself?
but he wouldn't do himself twice, would he?
No, I'm saying like because his family is 6.
Yep.
But if he's not doing himself, then that's 5, isn't it?
But isn't he
Am I-
doing himself? Isn't he doing
Is
the
he?
whole
That's
family?
what my question is. Is he doing himself?
I think so.
Are you doing yourself, Joe?
I think it's both the.
You should do the Bowl family, the Brooks family, but then you and Sydney together. Because you're making your own family.
Yeah. Yeah. So that brings it to, with the Australian flag, the American flag, that's 14 with family members. So you need another 2.
You can do a love heart and a wedding ring.
Wow, guys. We can do other things. It doesn't just have to be my life story. It doesn't have to be my life
Just
story.
do like, I don't know,
Mom.
like a wave or a tree. That's pretty simple.
Mum said that she thinks I need help. Mum, that is pretty good. You asked me.
He's done a very good job with the American flag.
love the
But
honesty.
No, very good.
if we're
He's
being-
well hydrated for it as well.
might not be the hardest thing to paint in the world.
What?
American flag.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he should know what the American flag looks like.
I honestly think the Australian flag's a little bit harder to
I
paint.
think so too. I agree with that. Because you got to do the red and the white lines. Like, have you got a
But then
strategy?
there's a specific way that the white and the red
Yep.
sit, and you can't.
Yeah. He's even got an Australian flag up on his phone.
But you can do it simple. The American flags are not like spot on.
No, there's not even 50 stars.
Exactly. So, you know.
Yeah, but like you can
People know
you
what
get
it
the
is.
gist of what it is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You're going to get the gist of what this is too. It's going to be good.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
It'd be great.
Unbelievable. How's that?
Not too bad.
You're just holding that. back
Yeah,
in
I've been hosting, so I haven't had
there? Just holding
Alright, take a bite. So,
it. Look at him.
audience.
Here it goes. Oh,
yum.
yum.
That's mighty.
How many viewers have we had so far? 143 people
Actual?
have viewed.
Bro, we're famous.
8 viewers currently. It's been good. Shout out to those that are viewing right now. Let us know where you're viewing from. If it's school, maybe don't say
What
say
school?
that. But that's all right. We've still got people playing, which is
Yep.
great.
And about 10 metres in front of us is Coffee and Chat,
Yeah.
who are hanging out. Ben, do you want to tell us a little bit more about what Coffee and Chat do and who they are?
Coffee and Chat are a lovely bunch of people who every Friday, it's within the name, they drink coffee, they chat, and then after that they go play lawn bowls, which is pretty cool. They've got their own little mat out and they put it out in the hub, and they do that. They're very good. They're very good at it. I haven't attempted to try because I don't want to embarrass myself. But they're pretty good. I think they've honed in on the size of the mat and getting that right sort of length of bowl. They're very good. But it's just a great way for them to connect in, talk life together, do life together. So yeah, good on them.
It's great.
Wow.
That's looking
okay.
pretty good.
Hello, Master. Not
Wow.
bad. There we go, ladies
That's
and gentlemen.
impressive.
That's 2 done.
You've done very well, Joe. Very, very well indeed.
How long does it take to dry?
Well, I think they're pretty much dry. I just need
Yeah.
a brain break. That was tough.
See, this was my question as well, not particularly for Joe though, but for Zoe.
Mm.
When we go to paint her green, how long is she going to have to stand up until that paint dries?
Yeah, true.
I feel like it obviously depends on how thick of a coat we're doing. But if it's kind of like that sponge blotchy, I feel like it could dry relatively quickly.
I think we'll have to sponge it to get it
Yeah.
done as quickly as possible.
It will
'cause
be
take-
one on the arm, one on the other arm, one each leg, like,
and the face too.
and the face.
Yep.
And like are we doing like her back and like, I don't know,
I think we'll just do the
arms?
visible bit. Yeah, so arms, face, neck, legs.
Yeah.
I think.
Feet?
I mean, we've only got a jar of 200 millilitres of paint, so I'm not too sure. Matt is joining as well as Deb.
Amazing.
Trying to read that. Hey, watching from sunny Modbury North, and to be honest, here for some footage of the snack hub. Well, that is technically open. No one's currently at the register, so to speak, but
I
it
don't
is
think
open.
anyone's snackish yet.
Not yet. Well, still having breakfast at 11 o'clock, but Snack Hub is open, and I will swing a camera around a little bit later so you can have a look at it. But Matt as well, Hope Valley, setting lives free from slavery. Wonderful.
Amen.
It is what we're here for.
That is.
today.
Yep.
And it's awesome that such a fun thing as ping pong
Yeah.
can have an incredible impact
Absolutely.
and is, as Matt said on Sunday, is the sound of freedom.
Yeah.
A ping pong ball bouncing
Yeah.
is the sound of freedom.
And I love that, like, literally spoke about the literal work that is happening right now. The money that is literally getting donated is going straight into the work. That it's not like there's no lag time. It's money comes in and bang, straight. It goes straight into the places that it needs to go, and straight into the difference that it's going to make.
Well, Matt's joining us from the beautiful Yarra Valley. In fact, Matt was here on Sunday with Christy from Offspring. And good timing, because Offspring's up on the screen right now. Offspring Project. Incredible work that they do. And it was beautiful hearing from Christy about the way that they operate in India in particular. And just the way that her heart for it, and the way that she heard a whisper from God, ended up becoming a little bit more of a shout over time. But the way that they are having such an impact on the ground in India is so beautiful to see.
But also, like, giving them the skills as well to do things like some of the things that they were making is like
they were so beautiful.
Incredible stuff that they, making high quality stuff that they can, use those skills for amazing things.
Sure.
Like some of those blankets and pencil cases and
bags, key rings.
And
it was unbelievable.
It was awesome to hear from just Sunday, from their little setup that they had out in the hub. They sold about $2,000 worth of merchandise.
Great.
Just from that, which was
amazing.
Just awesome. So just another way that we can get involved and supporting not only the Pong, but the partners who are associated with the Pong.
Yeah.
And Offspring has a beautiful, beautiful story and beautiful message.
Yeah.
So we'll cut to that now, and a beautiful video from Christy herself. Check this one out as we continue here at Hope Valley Church. 22 hours to go.
Human trafficking is the fastest and largest growing crime in the world today. A crime that is in the trade of human beings, exploiting lives for money. Human trafficking is prevalent right across the globe, existing on principles of supply and demand. Where there is a demand, they create the supply. All too often, men, women, and children are being stripped of their basic human rights, forced to endure things that no one should have to endure. We want to show you what could happen, well, in actual fact, what does happen. It is how and what happens when a girl is taken from one place to the next. We are talking about real people, real lives that have fallen victim to this lucrative business called human trafficking. Here we are in the beautiful Sundarbans National Park, one of the most rural areas of India. Densely covered by mangrove forests, rice fields and home to the Bengali tiger, we are on the east of India. And only a few kilometres to my left, you'll hit the Bangladeshi border. The only way in or out is by boat. It is still subsistence farming where the local currency is more about the crop that you produce rather than a coin or paper note. People living in rural areas like this are vulnerable to the prey of traffickers due to poverty, the lack of education and employment opportunities, and unfortunately, the low status of women in this society.
My name is Rajesh, and I keep coming to Sundarbans since last 10 years. I bring people here to see Sundarbans, but definitely it has got different elements to it. Like one of them being the trafficking of girls from here to the city, and are being lured into the pretense of getting married to well-off families, which happens on most of the time, but many a times there are agents who brings them and tell them, okay, you'll get married and this, that. The family gets a bit of money from the boys' side, but many of the times those girls do not reach those families and they are trafficked into the brothels. And girls are vulnerable because of the social strata of these areas, and the biggest one is poverty. When you don't have enough to eat, anything is alluring.
Where we are right now is a source destination for trafficking. Not only are girls taken from these rural areas, but they're also trafficked across the border from Bangladesh into India. And too many fall into the trap of these traffickers. And their journey goes from here to here. Kolkata is home to the largest red light area in South Asia, where there is an estimated 15,000 sex workers. Every day, thousands of men come here to purchase sex. And scattered around Kolkata are another 30 red light areas in which young women and children are subjected to sexual abuse. It is here that traffickers bring those vulnerable, and it is here that they stay until help arrives. Working with sex traffic survivors, we know that there's not one definitive way in which a girl is trafficked. A girl from Bangladesh thinks that she's got a job in Kolkata as a waitress. She ends up in a brothel. A girl is tricked into falling in love with someone and goes all the way to Mumbai to marry him. She ends up in a brothel. A girl at a young age is sold by her family because of just desperate poverty. She ends up in a brothel. Unfortunately, all these stories are true and they're all so different, but the girls end up in the same place. According to the Global Slavery Index, an estimated 40.3 million people around the world are engaged in modern slavery, 30.4 million of which are in the Asia-Pacific region. So while many think of slavery as something of the past, the unfortunate truth is that it still exists. Today you have heard that the risk is real, and if we don't take a stand together and put an end to modern slavery, precious lives will continue to be destroyed and girls will continue to be trafficked from one place to the next. So join us on our journey and mission, believing that every life is worth fighting for.
Well, the Offspring Project do an incredible work. The Geelong-based Australian non-for-profit organisation, and well, they're dedicated supporting survivors of sex trafficking in Kolkata, India, providing restorative care. And its core mission is to break the cycle of re-trafficking by empowering survivors through education, vocational training, emotional support and safe housing, believing that every life is worth fighting for. And you can find out more information about Offspring via their website. That is www.offspringproject.org, or you can scan the QR code on screen now. And of course, we do encourage you that to look after yourselves as well. We are covering some pretty heavy topics throughout the 24 hours, and there are some videos that we will show that may bring up some strong emotion. And so in the description below, you will see that there are some resources that we've linked to do with modern slavery. And of course, you can contact Beyond Blue or Lifeline if there is anything that you want to discuss. Please look after yourselves. We are tackling some pretty heavy topics this year. Well, Joe's run off after his... he's playing pickleball now, but how many paintings did you get done, Joe? How many paintings did you get done? 2 down. 16 to go. Well, 14 to go. Goodness gracious.
We've got a long time.
We do.
So
We do indeed.
We've actually got 22 hours and 10 minutes left.
I reckon in the AM we could probably have
Kinda
some
crazy.
great inspiration for some other paintings.
Yeah.
In our delirium, which is bound to come, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Already
I'm
feeling it.
excited.
We're just...
And I'm tired at like 6:30 nowadays.
We are just under 2 hours in. How are we feeling?
I feel fine.
I'm feeling good. Feeling 22 hours and 10 minutes is a lot of time. But you know, in the end, it's one day, and it's for a great cause, and so you know what? We're gonna push through. We're gonna do it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. How are you feeling, Timmy?
Feeling pretty good. Woke up a little bit tired this morning. I've been here since about 7:30, just past.
Yeah, wow.
Woke up at 6:30 this morning, so by the time we're done, it'll be like 30 hours awake. Which,
And then you said you got to go to work straight after.
yeah, I'm supervising basketball after, so I might get a nap in potentially now instead of staying up for the full 24. But we'll just wait and see.
Yeah, nice.
But
that's crazy.
It'll be great. And there's lots to come still. We'll try and jump on the couch at about every hour and talk about some stuff. Obviously, with the amount of people that we currently have in the auditorium, it's a little bit hard. We kind of have to help participate as well.
Bit, yeah.
Which means that there is plenty of room for you guys watching from home to join in.
Yeah.
Come down here, have a hit with us.
Absolutely.
It'll be great. And I'm sure it'll get busy by about 4 p.m. probably.
Yeah, people start filtering in. It'll be awesome.
And then we'll have kids coming
will.
in. That will be very hectic, very chaotic. From 5 till 10, it will be the most people I think we'll have.
Yeah, there's
With youth and kids.
There is quite a troop coming in for the late and early hours,
Yeah,
like
okay.
10 p.m. to 2 a.m. We've
Yeah,
got
nice.
quite an army, I would say,
Yeah,
coming
that's
to
good.
Good.
to
I think
fight.
we're going to need it.
We will. And I'm actually really looking forward to seeing who comes, because I think last year we found when, Gib and Matt came in at 2 a.m., 4 a.m., there was an energy lift.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, it's a new person. Like,
Yeah.
like, it's great to see you guys. And we just had to keep bringing energy.
Keep bringing. Yeah.
There's obviously only so much so much energy we can bring. So we're definitely going to be relying on other people, I think, throughout the 24. But
I think it really brings out who are extroverts and introverts, who really get their energy from other people and who need to retreat. So, but also, I don't have
I'll be
coffee.
retreating after this. I'll be retreating.
24 hours of hibernation.
Yeah,
probably
probably.
hitting a ball in the corner like that.
Yeah, 24 hours of
Plenty
sleep.
of coffees. Although I actually don't have coffee, so I will be just me, myself, and I pushing through, and the Lord. The Lord will help me.
Yeah.
But I feel like
He
it's such a
guides us all.
small sacrifice for such a big cause.
Yes, absolutely.
We can't sit there and complain when there's so much
Yeah.
worse out there, especially what we're raising money for. So
Yeah.
you got to kind of it's the mindset of get over it and just
We're pushing
do
through.
it for something else. Like, it's not for you, it's for other people to help.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's my mindset.
I'm glad you mentioned coffee, though, because I kind of forgot that existed. So I might go get myself.
You might go get a coffee.
And in fact,
You signing off?
It's nearly lunchtime.
Yeah.
So
Is that actual?
it's nearly 12 o'clock. We're
Stop.
yeah,
Actual?
yeah.
Oh, time's flying.
Yep. Time's there
Easy.
on the clock there.
Oh,
in front of
I
the
didn't really.
in front of the many screens that we have in front
8
of us.
in
1,
total.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it if you were watching the live
No.
stream, but
Maybe I'll take it behind the
yeah.
screens and share it.
Yes.
We've already had that, haven't we?
BTS.
Yeah, we'll do a BTS on the Instagram story a little bit later. Make sure to follow us, follow Ping Pongathon, at Ping Pongathon and at church.hopevalley.
Yeah.
Feel free to send us a message if you've got any questions about what we're tackling. I'm sure I'll be able to respond, or one of our social media team will be able to respond to you pretty promptly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yes.
it's great stuff. 22 hours to go.
Woo!
Amazing.
I'm actually pumped.
Good.
I'm excited. I do think I need to eat though.
Yes.
I might dig into one of those things that
Croissants, yeah.
Croissants.
That'd be good.
Croissants. Oh,
But
that's close to my heart. I love croissant.
food for thought.
He's
It really is.
quite his food for thought.
All right. Well,
Signing off.
we'll be back a little bit later to talk about more random topics.
Yeah.
And,
Can't
of course,
wait.
talk about the reason that we are here. Ping Pongathon 2025 is well underway. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you may be able to see on camera, we currently have a game of Around the World happening here at Hope Valley Pong 2025. Currently, Kynan is set to serve. Who we still got in? Dave, Kynan, the whole crew's still in. And make sure I stand out the way. That'll be Mikey out, unfortunately. Ben, Sam, Joe, Dave, Toby, and Kynan left. Joe, what's happened, mate? Just come this way with me. We'll stay out the way of the camera. What's happened, mate?
I hit it straight off the end of the table. That was not good. I did not like that. But, you know, that is, you win some, you lose some.
Around the World's a challenging game when you get down to the final few.
It's really, it's mentally demanding. Psychological. Is that psychological? Psychological. Yeah, especially when you're playing your dad and he's like staring down the barrel, wants to like hit it really hard. Oh no, Sam's out. Oh.
So we're left with Kynan and Ben. Before this one unravels, Ben, thoughts?
I reckon I've got him.
Okay, that's confident words, Kynan.
Because it requires spins, I get dizzy easy. So I'll be playing in a fuzzy head, but still, you've got to focus at the right time. When you come out of your spin, you've got to get that ball back. That's the main goal.
All I'm hearing is excuses from the lead pastor here, but let's have a look. Lead pastor versus the worship director. Kynan didn't spin on his serve. Oh, Ben. Thrown it away, Kynan. Congratulations, very well done.
Thank you. I just want to say that's 2 in a row by the lead pastor. No excuses, that's what I'm saying.
I'm going to get a taste of my own medicine there, but we are having fun. Going again. Wonder if I can play and commentate at the same time. I'll try it. We'll see how we go.
I believe in you. You can do this because you're a ponger.
There you go. Bit of encouragement as well. Here we go. Sam's clipped the table. That's so rude. Pong headbands on from KB. Dave, do you want one? Do you want a Pong headband? All right, I'll go grab you one. Well, we still have 21 hours and 40 minutes to go for this one, and somehow already at $8,150. If you remember back to 2024, we actually raised $8,425. So to be only a handful of $100 away from beating last year's record for Hope Valley Church is incredible. So thank you so much for all who have donated. Is it once again the worship director and the lead pastor? Well, see if this one unfolds any differently. And it has. The commentator's curse has come out in full effect there, I think. And very well done to Ben. That's your first win, mate. Second win. 2 2s. So there got to be a tiebreaker here, or what's?
Yeah, maybe we'll play another, but we'll see how we go. Yeah.
And good win, or?
It was a very good win. After the first loss that I had with him, I now know his strengths, know his weaknesses. So yeah.
I was feeling quite confident until that ball came in. I was still dealing with the dizziness out of the last spin. And as I came out of that, I was just still really aware that that ball was looking quite fuzzy and my stomach was feeling quite nauseous. So the dizziness really and the spins is really what did me in.
Would you like to use the pickleball next?
A bigger bat.
that bigger bat.
That might be helpful. I think I need to work out how to do a different kind of, rather than a spin move, something else in that gap if you get to the final, and what you need to do.
Clap your hands 3 times or something like that, yeah.
Something which doesn't require me going in around circles.
Right. All right. I can hear myself.
Yep, there you go. That's good. And then you'll need to click see where the red row buttons are?
I just want to get my mic. All right. Yeah, that works. Brilliant. Back on the couch. And then which one do I need to press to change the camera?
Press. Is it you and Thon?
Yeah.
Press 4 on the red row.
All right. I hope you guys can hear me. I suppose you can. That one might not be on. Alrighty, we just played some table tennis, but we're gonna paint some more things because I've already got the US and Australian flag. But I have to paint another 15 things on me.
You guys going to do flags?
I'm not going to just do country flags. That wasn't the plan. That would be kind of funny.
Yeah, you should just do flags, different countries. Get some suggestions.
The
on
whole
what kind
time.
of
Well,
flags you got. Why'd you start off with those two?
Because I think the viewers know they've been watching, but that was what was requested the US, and I'm engaged to Sydney. She lives in America, and I'm obviously Australian. Okay, Sydney's
What
giving
time
me.
is it over there?
It's 11 p.m.
Oh, okay.
She's still up. She's just requested these things.
Is she watching live online?
I'm not actually sure, but she's requested a Vegemite, a koala, her, a football, a unibrow.
I think you probably do a Harbour Bridge for that.
Yeah, we could do a Harbour Bridge or an Opera House, a unibrow and a hot air balloon. I like those suggestions. I'm going to screenshot that snap, and we're going to get cracking on those things.
It's a good idea. She's got some good ideas.
Yeah, that is very good. I like that. All right, and if anyone who's listening has any other suggestions, then feel free to.
I've got a suggestion. Each one you get has to increase in size.
That's diabolical. They won't fit on me by the time you get to. It's not like I'm gonna take off my shirt or anything. Gee. Dad, can you just move this mouse? See this mouse? See, it's up. Oh, it's down on that bottom screen there. You can move it right and refresh that screen that you're on. Refresh that screen. Go up to the top, refresh it. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit $8,450. Now, for those of you who don't know, last year we totaled $8,450 over the full 24 hours.
That's what you totaled last year?
We have. Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit $8,450. We have exceeded last year's goal, and we are 3.5 hours into a 24-hour.
Yeah, so Willie, our finance director, you'll like these figures. We're at $8,450, which was actually last year's goal, and we've still got 20 hours to go. So we're on it, brother. Hallelujah. Yeah, it's incredible. Incredible generosity. So Josiah, it is at every how much that you have to get another painting on you?
Every $500, I need a new painting. So I can't even do that maths. Can you do that maths for me, Dad?
Well,
for those of you who don't know, this is my dad. I doubt many people listening wouldn't know that, but.
Well, at 8, so 10,000 at every 500. That's 20
things.
Paintings. So you're at 18.
Wow. All right, I'm gonna sit here for a while, and I'm just gonna get cracking on some things. We're gonna start with a thing of Vegemite. Do you mind just putting them somewhere else?
Okay, so you're gonna do a Vegemite. He's gonna do a jar. Or
yeah, I reckon a jar of Vegemite. That'll work. Vegemite. All right, let's start like this. We're gonna need some yellow.
It's good to have various people tuning in online to watch this, Josiah.
Yeah,
and,
I don't know. We don't really know who is watching, but it's good.
Well, I think my brother Nathan is.
Really?
Yeah, he just messaged me.
Dookie. Welcome
Duke.
to the stream, mate. Welcome to the stream. Do you reckon this is close enough to yellow, Dad?
Oh, yeah, that's... What are you having? Oh, this is a Vegemite one?
Vegemite.
Yeah, okay.
I might also take my hydration system off my head because I just refilled it with water. It's really heavy, actually. My neck is getting a full...
You got a litre of
Look
water
at this.
on your
Ready,
head.
guys?
getting some interaction here from some of the online viewers. And this is just fun watching people like my brother and Dave George give great suggestions to me about what you can do, Josiah. That's my friends believing in me and able to get things through to you. That's how the mateship works.
What do they want?
So you got to start painting, Joe, because you have to put so many
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
images on you.
But yes, welcome to Joe's art. We will be beginning with. Also, I've got incredibly bad hat hair.
So also, Josiah, my brother Nathan says you need to paint text that says "I Pong more than my dad."
All right. That is actually a very good suggestion.
That's a good suggestion. If you got any other suggestions about what I could make for my son to do, that'd be fun to do.
All right, I'm scared this isn't. It might not be yellow enough, but let's give it a shot. Oh no, that's yellow.
Oh, here you go. Might be another one coming through.
This is electric stuff here.
This is what.
Tim, am I coming through front of house now? Wow. We're coming through the big speakers here at church too at the same time. This is the start of my Vegemite jar. I think it's actually coming along okay so far, although I have only just started.
Yeah, feel free. If you do have any suggestions that you want a dad to make for his son, just send them through to me. I'm happy to pass them on.
Could be some unfair bias in some
Gen X's
some motivation as to why
That's what it will be.
I have to paint some weird things on me.
Yep.
Dad, do you reckon it's possible to mathematically equate the total number of table tennis hits over the full 24 hours?
I think it would be possible to get close to it. I think that'd be a great question for David George to do some sums on. I reckon he'd enjoy that challenge. Dave George, if you're listening in, if you can have a think about how many times that ping pong ball is going to be bounced over 24 hours and give a bit of an idea, then I think you'd be the one who'd be able to do the figures on that.
That would be, it would be a lot.
Oh,
what are you looking at?
Dave's just interacting with me. Dave coming in at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
5 a.m.
That is fantastic. And you're right, Josiah is going to be very multicoloured. There's going to be all sorts of signs and pictures and images and writing all over his body. And it's going to be interesting to see how he is looking by that time.
I'm
Might be
hoping
that
it
others
comes
out
off.
there want to come in at 5 a.m. That's a great time to come in. Come in as reinforcements for those who have been going hard. Okay. Here's another suggestion. Josiah, for you to paint a guitar on your body.
Not bad.
That's a good suggestion.
Not bad. Who wrote that one?
Maybe a G-string.
Wow.
On that guitar.
Wow, I can't believe that just...
On the guitar.
That is the E
What?
string, A string, D, G, B, and E strings. Yes,
Right.
they're all strings of the guitar.
Oh, the strings of the guitar.
Yes. I can draw a guitar. I can paint a guitar. That was... Wow.
What? Did I
That
say
was
something
crazy.
wrong?
No, nothing wrong at all. All right. So this is the start of my Vegemite jar. Honestly, not too shabby. I do say so myself.
Oh, that's...
We're going to get
As
going.
long as you write Vegemite on it, people know what you...
Yeah, exactly. I think people would know right now, honestly. If you looked at that.
Yeah, absolutely. That is well on the way to being Vegemite. I think you should actually use Vegemite.
To paint on my body.
Yeah, you paint the Vegemite on
That's not my favourite idea.
with Vegemite.
It's a good idea, not my favourite idea.
Okay, Dave George has come back quick with a bit of an idea on how many hits it will be. It'll be between 250,000 and 500,000 hits, depending on how many tables are used. 250,000 to 500,000 hits. That's
That's a lot of
fantastic.
hits. A quarter, Tim, a $250,000 to a $500,000.
That is a lot of hits.
To be honest, I just get this vibe that you'd be able to almost get to $1 million, but that's a lot because
It would be interesting to know then how many of those hits are winners.
winning hits.
Winning hits.
Winning
Would it be
hits.
like how would the average rally go for? 3 or 4 hits?
My rally is like 2.
Yeah, so I mean it depends on how you're playing. I mean, if you're just going for glory all the time, you might be having one winner after the next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that my Vegemite is coming along very nicely. I've never thought of myself as an artist, but if I do say so myself, that looks like a jar of Vegemite.
Let's have a look. You're actually doing okay there. Are you working off anything?
Yeah, this
Oh,
photo.
yeah, you got that one.
I got a little photo here.
Yep. You're a man of many talents, Josiah.
Thank you very much. I did not think painting Vegemite onto my arm was one of them, but
Your mother was a very good painter.
I don't know if I believe that, but
Hey? Make sure you spell it right.
yeah, wow.
Hey?
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna spell it right. Also, it's hard to paint in fine detail, and with white on a red base.
I feel like I'm interacting with you more as your dad rather than your pastor here today. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how to gauge that really.
So what's your next
Okay,
image
guys.
going to be after that?
I'm not sure, but the problem is that there is not much room to write Vegemite on this. That was the
not too
best I
bad.
could get. It's not.
People will
great,
know what you're seeking to
but
do,
People
though.
are going to know that's Vegemite, exactly.
Right.
I could
It's just a
give
bit
like
pixelated.
Yes, exactly. Also, weirdly, my arm hairs kind of affect how detailed I can get.
Yeah.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is my Vegemite. I've got the US flag, the Australian flag, and Vegemite. Okay, continuing on.
Why don't you also, maybe here's another suggestion, a Qantas kangaroo, like the fly.
It's not bad. Not bad.
Where are you recording all the suggestions?
I've got a
particularly my
screenshot.
suggestions.
I've got a screenshot. I've got a text from my uncle saying paint text that says I pong more than my dad. So I think we should get cracking on that. Where should I put that I pong more than my dad?
Did you have to paint on? Do you want to just use a permanent marker?
No, we're not going to use a permanent marker. That would be just annoying. I pong more than my dad.
Why don't you do it on like the hands, like I pong more than dad?
It doesn't fit. Or like just write it on my hand, like on top, like here.
Yeah, so on the right hand say I pong, then on the other hand
More
than
than
my dad.
dad.
More than dad.
I pong more than my dad.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to go I pong more than my dad.
It'd be visible to see for everyone for the rest of the event.
Yep. That is true. All right. I might need you to help me, Dad, because I can't
Okay. Do you have
paint on my own hands.
Yeah, sure. I got you. You sure you don't want to just use a Sharpie?
Yeah. Okay, so I want to
Yep.
pong more. It's kind of looking like a very cool writing. It's quite impressive. Pong. Pong more. For those of you who don't know, may your Pong be strong is one of the ping pongathon sayings. So that's kind of where the Pong comes from, I guess. That it says more on this hand. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a blunder. I pong more. My hands say I pong more.
I think do you want me to wash that off or do we keep it as is?
Yeah, I would love a wipe.
Because it's true that you do pong more.
This is for you, Duke. It says I pong more than my dad. Wow, that is a... Oh, man.
That's funny.
That is a stitch up. That's all right. All right, let's get rid of that. It's going to say I pong more than my dad. But that's that's okay. Start again. Start afresh. Try that off.
Here we go. This is thanks to Josiah's uncle, Uncle Nathan, for the suggestion. Put it together.
I pong more than my dad.
There we go.
So, for those of you who have just joined, every $500 I'm painting something on my body, essentially, which is like roughly this size. Yeah, not too big. But...
Do you want me to do something else while I'm here?
Yeah, we can do something else. But I obviously hadn't started until now. And I have to do like 18 things, 15, how many things? 15.
No, it's a lot. It's like 18.
Yeah, it's a lot.
17.
So I've got the USA flag, an Australian flag, a tin of Vegemite. And what does this count as? Is this one? Or is it per word? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6?
You know what? I'm happy for you to make that decision.
I don't know. I'm happy to go with 2. I think 2 is...
Yeah, okay, yeah. Different parts of the body. Yep.
I pong more than my dad.
So thanks for that suggestion, Duke, because that...
Nathan Duke says that's a strong pong. I suppose he can smell it from his work. Alrighty. Continuing on, we have been suggested by my fiance.
What have you got there?
Yeah, come on. Let's hear it up. Vegemite, or a koala, a football.
I'll do a football.
Yeah, Dad can do a football. All right, you're going to need some red here.
Bit of red. Do a Sharon. Where would you like your Sharon? On your thumb there? How about on there? Like that section there?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Lace out. Do a few laces on there with the black.
Yeah, we can do some laces. With white or black? Are they black or white
The black
laces?
laces. Yeah.
All right.
Greatest game in the world. It's a bit like lips, but that's okay.
It's a football. I hope all this comes off my skin after the 24 hours.
We're hosing you off out in the backyard.
The pressure washer, that might do it.
Just laces across here, I reckon. How's that?
Not bad, actually.
You want a line through there?
Yeah, you can put a line there.
There you go. Famous Sharon right there. Looks like a bit like a face as well, actually.
Should we outline it?
You could link.
Oh, yeah.
Across the top.
Yeah. Hold on, we just got to...
Or you could just do an outline around the whole lot. That would probably help as well.
Oh, yeah, that looks like a footy.
That looks like a footy, yeah.
Sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, there is my football.
It's good. So now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6. Let's keep cracking. We're on a roll. We're on
Okay,
a
I'm
roll.
not drawing a koala.
No, that's fine.
Sorry, Sydney.
We'll get to that when there's someone that's good at art is here. We've had a bike suggested. Let's do a bike. I like bikes. That's a good one.
You can paint that yourself? A bike?
Yeah, I can do a bike.
Like an e-bike? Like a cruiser e-bike?
We should just do a ping pong ball at some point, I feel like. All right, a bike. This, I'm not going to lie, sounds kind of hard.
Yeah.
Just because...
I mean, you're good at biking, Josiah. Where's some of your favourite places to ride?
Yeah, my favourite place is probably Fox Creek.
Yeah.
It's unreal there.
And for those who don't know Fox Creek, where's the Fox Creek Trail?
Fox Creek is a...
primarily downhill though, isn't it? I mean, there are some trails, but...
Yep, it's near Lobethal.
Yeah, it'd be the leading mountain bike
Destination in the
destination.
state. Yeah,
Yep.
it's pretty unreal. You haven't
And
been
you've got-
there?
What are your favourite downhill runs?
There's a trail there called B Rad.
Yep.
That one's pretty spectacular. Alan's Orange Whip is good. I'm a big fan of Fox Fast.
Yeah, what makes that so good?
It's fast, believe it or not. But it's reasonably technical at the same time.
Right.
Lots of rock drops, a few jumps and stuff. It's good fun. If you ever want to go mountain biking, send me a message or something. We can.
And
go mountain biking one time.
you kind of do that any time of the day or night?
Day or night. Yeah, we've been night riding before. That's good fun.
And what's the deal with night riding then? I mean, is that pretty freaky? What's it like the first time you do night riding?
To be honest, I thought it was going to be freakier than what it was.
What's your setup for that?
So we ride with full face helmets on, and then we put head torches on underneath that. And wow, sorry, I'm just really concentrated on this.
Well, I've seen you have then the huge lights on the front of your bike.
Yeah, so we have big.
So why do you need to have two light sources? Why do you have one for the bike and then one on your head as well? Why don't you just have the one on the bike?
I'm not gonna lie, this bike is coming along very nicely. Because you need like a big floodlight on the front of your bike to just give you a big spread of light, and then you wear like a spotlight head torch on that, because you need to be able to turn your head to see exactly where you're going and stuff.
All right. So it's actually pretty important to be able to have those two light sources going. And then when say like Johnny's riding behind you, does his light also add to the light that you've got, or are you kind of
and then you
leaving him
get
in your
weird
dust?
shadows going around and stuff. It is pretty odd. Yeah, that's right.
And did you encounter more animals at night?
Yeah, definitely more animals, kangaroos, rabbits. Yeah, it's actually pretty wild. I was riding with Jordan, You guys will see Jordan up here a bit later on, and a kangaroo literally almost jumped into him. It was probably like centimeters from his face.
And he's seen koalas, echidnas.
I've seen koalas and echidnas night riding actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's busy, it's fun. There's always lots going on, lots of action.
I guess the good thing is there's no crowds to deal with.
No crowds yet.
This one?
I'm actually going to draw some dirt underneath my bike. Really just add some.
And so you can, how would you do that? You kind of, I mean, I've shuttled for you. So we have the bike rack on and however many riders. You can do a few if you get up there at 7:30 daylight saving, you can get 4 runs in the daylight and then another 4 when it's dark. So it's not bad going, 8 runs. Oh, look at that.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. That's come along quite nicely. Myself on the bike.
Would that be another image?
That's gonna ruin it. Somebody.
That's a bike which is I've been riding. I've come off it, and there it is.
Yeah. Okay. A stick man riding. It has to be a stick man because I can't draw anything else.
So Josiah, 2 Thursdays ago, we were up at Melrose, and we had a pretty good day out on the trails, and you hired e-mountain bikes, which is good for Melrose because of how steep Mount Remarkable is.
Mm-hmm.
And you had a bit of a... Do you want to tell the story about what happened out the back of the mountain? Because you're on an epic ride.
Yeah, so there's this trail called the Melrose Epic, and it's 39 kilometers long, and it goes to the summit of Mount Remarkable and then back down the other side. And then, like, it's remote, it's far away. Anyway, we'd hired e-bikes, me, my brother, and my fiance, and we'd ridden one trail, and then we decided that we wanted to do this epic trail. So we started it, and Sydney had chosen to do like a shorter route just because she didn't want to go too far. So she left and she went to meet Mum and Dad down at a different trail where they were riding. So she left, but I wanted to be as protectful as I can, so I gave her like my phone and my map and all my tools and stuff. And then my brother had a few things. So then we rode all the way to the rest of the summit, and then we went all the way down the other side. And when we got down the other side,
at that time, you're pretty much kind of pushing well into the national park. I mean, how many k's away from Melrose were you at that point? Do you think?
Well, it's probably 20 k's away because you have to go over the mountain to get to where we were. So we were there, and then I got a serious flat tire, like completely done. Anyways,
you called us.
I hiked to the top of a hill to call.
We didn't know we were going to have to get a rescue.
I called the bike shop. I called the bike shop, and they said, "Wow, it's going to be like an hour and a half to get you guys there because you're so far away." And I was like, "Oh man!" And I started getting cold because all I was wearing was a t-shirt and shorts, and the sun started setting a little bit. And then they said, "Oh, just start walking down this trail." So me and my brother, we started running down this trail. Well, I did. He was riding because his bike was still good. And then it was getting cold. I debated on whether I needed to light a fire or something. And then
how would you have done that?
I don't know, just like friction sticks or something.
You watched a lot of Bear Grylls.
Yeah, I watched a lot of Bear Grylls. So I was confident in my abilities. And then I climbed another mountain to just try and get some reception again because we didn't know if we were going to get picked up or not. And then we saw the guy coming to rescue us, and he fixed our bike. So then we fixed the bike, and we rode another 10 minutes to where his car was. Then we loaded 3 bikes in the car, and we full drove for like another half an hour to get back out of there. So from the time my tire went flat till we got rescued, it was probably about an hour and a half.
Oh, I think it was longer than that.
Maybe 2.
Oh, before you actually got back to Melrose?
Yeah.
Oh, you're pushing 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. And I was cold.
Wasn't it about 1 o'clock? I reckon you maybe got back even at 4 or something.
Yeah, it was a while. Anyways, it was a blunder. Thought I was going to die. And but here I am to tell the story. And now I'm drawing bikes on my Okay, does anybody on the live stream have any suggestions? We've got 12 viewers right now. It's going crazy. Anyone want to suggest anything for me to draw on or paint on myself? I don't mind the hot air balloon. I like the hot air balloon. I'm going to do a
How
hot air
about a
balloon.
wave?
I could also do a wave.
Do we do a wave?
Yep.
Like a rip curl wave?
Yeah, let's do a wave. All right, you're going to need some blue. Yo. My car. All right, we've also been suggested to draw my car, who goes by the name of Clifford.
With a big subwoofer?
It's got a big subwoofer. It's a Honda CR-V, 2005, Sport Edition. It's very nice. All right, we're going to draw a wave. And like I said, if anyone has any ideas of what they'd like me to...
Do I try and do a wave which is barreling and kind of... Or do you want me to just do like a simple...
Can you make it
rip curl?
spit?
Oh,
With some
alright,
white?
a bit of white.
I'm going to get some hydration in while I get some...
Remember that barrel I got over there at Air Peninsula, Josiah? You were able to watch me get that barrel?
Yeah, it was a pretty good one. Yeah, as you can see behind me, everyone in the room can see us painting and they can actually hear us as well. Is that right, Tim? Yep, they can hear us talking. The mics are not only going to the live stream, they're also going to
there you go.
To the room, which is kind of cool.
Alright, get a bit of blue along here and we'll start shaping it. Be a left-hander.
You're going to refresh the total, Ben. What are we at? What are we at, ladies and gentlemen? 8-5. We have surpassed last year's total.
Oh,
well done, everybody. Congratulations. We are absolutely blitzing it. We're going for 10 grand. That's only $1,500 away. $1,500. That's it. Oh, that's crazy.
It's fantastic. Well done, everybody. Thanks for your contribution. Incredible.
And we're only 3 hours in.
I need a bit of white here.
So if anyone's watching and is thinking, man.
Can I spray another brush there, Joe?
You want a white brush?
Yeah, is there white one there?
So if anyone's sitting and wondering, wow, these guys look like they're having so much fun at the church, playing table tennis, painting, playing pickleball, playing pool, eating food, having fun, listening to music, better believe it, we are having fun. And you know what? You can come join us. So at whatever time, come join us. Come play table tennis, join in the fight against slavery. It's going to be great. We got a community breakfast tomorrow morning, 8 till 10 a.m. And tonight we have kids club and youth. Kids club from 5 to 7. Wow, that's hype. Kids club 5 to 7, youth 7 till 10. Yes, that's right. The youth are staying an extra hour just so they can keep ponging if they want. But yes, we expect a big turnout then. It's going to be fun. But so outside of those hours, come and join us whenever you want. Deb has suggested that we put a sun near the wave. Deb, I love that idea. I love that idea. So what I'm thinking now is we've got like icons on this arm. I'm thinking maybe like outdoor on this arm. We put the footy on this hand, but I don't think that'll matter. We could do wave, bike, sun, hot air balloon. If anyone's got any other suggestions, we could put a car over there. That can work. That can work.
Right, it's a bit rough. Maybe just getting the sun might help turn this into something. Sun over the back of the wave.
Whoa, a red sun?
Sunset.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it gets low in the sky. You're surfing. Bit sharky at that time of night, but often you get some good waves.
We've got yellow too. You can do a yellowy sunset kind of thing. So is this going to count as 1 or 2? I'm not sure. Wow, that's actually... That looks
along?
pretty good, actually.
Coming along?
Kind of a fan. Pardon?
We can do a little bit of...
Which one what?
That's brown.
The wave counts as 1. What about the sun with it?
Need a little bit of...
It's connected, so I think we'll count it as 1. We need
bit of yellow.
Yellow. Wow, I just cannot believe we're at 8,500 already.
Good.
That's incredible. Paige just got on the chat, said, what is going on? Obviously, Paige, nope, to be fair, it'd be very confusing if you just tuned in and this is what you saw. So for your information, for everyone's information who's watching, every $500 donated, I have to, wow, look at that, that's abstract. Every $500 donated.
It's a 70s drawing.
70s drawing. Every $500 donated, I have to paint something on my arms or face or neck or legs. So far, I have a bike. I have a wave with a sunset. On my hands, it says, I pong more than my dad. I have a football and Vegemite and the US and Australian flag.
You got that little black there. We'll just do a little bodyboard on there, do we? We'll just let it be sitting there as a wave. Or just something like that. It's a bit rough, but...
Paige, your question that you have there, how many people are you asking that? Are you asking that to the room or just me? Because I have tried it and it's spectacularly good. It's what then?
Trying to get the spit. All right, that will do.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a wave with the sunset. Lovely. All right, Paige, there's 9 in the room right now. But say we could roll with 5 and we could just split them.
How about a lollipop painting?
We could do a lollipop. Well, I'm just interacting with Paige.
Oh,
I'm just
sorry.
No, that's okay. Paige, what do you reckon? 5? Well, it's up to you really, Paige. Yo. All right, Paige is bringing us Donut of the Month, ladies and gentlemen. Donut of the Month, I believe it's caramel banana. I loved it when I had it. I had it a few weeks ago.
The Port Elliot Bakery one.
Port Elliot Bakery Donut of the Month. It's on the way, ladies
man.
and gentlemen. 2 hours. We're going to have to wait a bit, but...
Is it coming here?
Yeah.
Is Paige there now?
Paige is there now.
Can you get me a custard Berliner, Paige?
There you go.
I love those. They're the best from Port Elliot Bakery.
Let's see what she says in the chat. You've been reading the chat, Dad, over there? She can...
A bit far away. I have my glasses on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Paige, if you can get me a custard Berliner from the Port Elliot Bakery...
He might cry happy
tears. That would be
tears.
fantastic. Well, Josiah, I'm going to leave you to it. Good work.
No worries. Thank you very much for joining me here. It's been fun.
I think you probably have to leave this out because you've got that many images that you've got to put on there. That
Paige is going to bring you a custard Berliner.
Oh, Paige, thank you very much. That is
All right.
fantastic. I look forward to having that.
I'm going to draw a hot air balloon, ladies and gentlemen. Hot air balloon drawing. This is going to be sweet. All right, thanks for joining me, Dad. All right, hot air balloon. I'm thinking a base of... Oh, we got more colors here. Let's see, we got purple. And we've got green and blue and... As you guys can see, I've got this awesome hat, but the problem is that the straws don't reach all the way to the bottom because it's meant for like soft drink cans. So I keep running out of water. Anyways, let's paint a hot air balloon. If anyone in the chat has any specific colors they want the hot air balloon to be, let me know. And we can try and accommodate that. Oh, it's leaking. Alrighty. Hot air balloon. Let's start with... Hey, people in the room, what color do you want the hot air balloon to be? The whole thing red? The whole thing? Okay. Yep, okay. A red hot air balloon. It's gonna go a little something like this. All right, that's gonna work. That's gonna work. If anyone in the room here wants to come join me up here, you can do that for sure. If Toby wants to join, Toby, what's he watching? Oh, we have people in the room watching uni lectures. That's incredible. I should so be doing that. Hot air balloon. I'ma take it for a ride. I'm a hot air balloon. Hey? There's stairs on the other side, but I've blocked this. Yeah, there's also a pickleball in the ceiling. Yeah. All right. Welcome, Tasia. Welcome, Timmy. Welcome to the couch. It's been
Oh, there we go. Hello. How are you?
Oh yeah, I'm doing good, except I've been so locked in on my drawings.
Let's actually get a close up of these.
There you go, Tasia.
Unreal.
Look at the footy.
Sorry.
Look, and I Pong more than my dad.
I actually like the writing
It
looks sick.
It does look sick.
And let's
I
see
feel
the Vegemite.
really cool. It's a Vegemite.
Yeah, love.
It's not
Wow,
woeful.
that actually looks pretty good.
You've done well.
I'm impressed.
Dave wants to see me paint my hat. Honestly, not a bad idea. If the paint would stick on this, that'd be cool.
Wait, paint
sorry,
on
can
your
we
hat?
can we specify? Do you mean paint the hat on his arm or paint the hat as in put a painting on the hat?
I think he meant paint the hat on his arm.
That's what I think.
Did you read that wrong?
That was how I read it.
I'm taking it off also because it's so heavy and it hurts my neck a little. And I've got 24 hours of that, so I need to...
You're going to have a really buff neck after this.
Oh,
aren't you?
yeah. It's going to be just like veins. I want it like an F1.
Have you seen the recent photos of Daniel Ricciardo?
I have not.
With the full beard?
I have. I actually have. Now that you say that, I have seen that.
What do you think of it?
What do I think of it?
I think it suits him all right.
Yeah, it's all right. Guys, we had some really kind of...
Really stale, but great. The
There you go.
flavour's there, the texture's not.
Paint the hat on the arm.
Oh, he wants to paint the hat on my arm.
Yeah.
We can do that.
I definitely think we need a ping pong paddle and a ping pong bowl. Well, the ping pong's the cross. You know how you got the
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm halfway through a hot air balloon.
ping
Or should I just leave it
pong
like that?
logo.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's just the black paddle and the white ball, like, doesn't have to be the text.
Yeah, Raj, which was? You want one?
Yeah, stale-wise, but good.
Good catch. Well done. You couldn't see that. It was off camera.
I wasn't joking.
They're rock solid. Those
We weren't.
These were when I went to school. These were my absolute favourite things.
Really? Probably not, but you know.
You know what? We'll see how we go in 24 hours.
So here's something as well. So
Hey.
now that we are at
There you go.
$8,550, we are now the 5th highest ping pong-a-thon donation-wise in Australia.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go,
Guys,
ladies and
we've got to
gentlemen.
beat 20,000.
But we're third in SA because the top two are Seeds and Golden Grove. Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Hello. Welcome.
The wonderful Sarah Kirsch
Wow.
from GLS, GLN, I can't speak. Global Leadership Network Australia New Zealand has joined us and she's
Welcome.
bought food.
I was about to say on the stream, if anyone brings us lollies,
Well,
I'll
we
be
have
grateful.
a high schooler that is not in high school. You're not at school. I
He's
had
got
it
a free.
We've
had it
also
free.
we've got Nate here.
Is Nate here already?
No. Nate. I'm not
Oh,
going to say
yes,
last
yeah,
names.
yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
going to say
Yes,
last
we
names,
do.
but he
Yes,
took
we
the
do.
day off school to be here.
Nate's watching from home.
What's he doing at home?
Why is he not here? Oh, okay, fair enough. He's studying. Shout out to all of our students, whether you be school or uni. We'd love to have you here. Unfortunately, you have more things. Oh, hello. You have important things to do. Study is
Jesus.
important.
Lifesaver sticks mixed with sherbet, fizz.
Sarah, were these for my milkshake or are they just for snacking on?
Snakes.
Okay. No. Have you
what? I
seen
think
the
we should-
ingredients list though?
I might slip one in.
Have you seen the ingredients list? Nah. Brutal.
Wow.
That would be a waste of cheeses.
It would be.
These are good.
We
How's
are
the
aware
hot
there is a
balloon?
spelling
Are you-
mistake in
are
the
you now
bottom
drawing-
thing. We're working on fixing that too.
Yeah.
Guys,
Drawing
can we just
left-handed.
note that anything on this arm of Joe's, that Joe's painting is left-handed?
Thank you for the appreciation.
Apart from one that Kynan painted, but
Yes,
he's
obviously.
done well. He's done
I
well.
did say that Joe has painted.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
making sure we specify.
I did. So I think the bike was left-handed, and now this hot air balloon is left-handed.
That
It's
was not good.
It's good. It's good. You're doing it. It looks great.
Thank you for the support. Tim, when was the last time you refreshed the amount, mate?
I haven't done it in a minute, actually. So let's have a look, see if it's moved. We're at 8,500. We're now at 8,550.
Woo!
Which is surpassing our original goal, which was 8,500. Now we've upped it to 10. We're hoping for 20.
I believe. You know what? And how many hours? We've got 13 hours left. Is that no?
Are we
I was
happy with
looking at
that?
20. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing.
There's a lot of clocks here, I will admit.
Are we happy with that hot air balloon, ladies and gentlemen?
You've done well. Very well done.
Maybe add some texture on the
On the basket.
Yeah, maybe like a ribbing around. But if we've already obviously people started donating before the 24 hours started.
Yes.
But if we're already at, or only just at 4 hours in, roughly, 3 hours and a bit, and we're already surpassed what we got last year, just imagine how much more we can still raise.
The crazy thing to me as well is the fact that we...
Hey.
That looks good. I like that. I like that.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's some detail on the...
Like, we're obviously based in Hope Valley, and so a lot of the viewership that would be happening right now is in Australia. But there is a good chance that overnight we will have people tuning in from the US and from all over the world. And to me, that's super exciting because although the Pong is most prominent in Australia and the US, anyone can be involved in it. Anyone can start one, anyone can get it going. It is something that everyone can get involved in.
Yeah. No, I'm seriously moved by this whole thing. And I remember years ago we started at youth, and dare I say, was it Costas that brought the idea?
I think that's
Costas
the word.
and Jordan.
Yep.
Yeah, brought the idea, and we just did it for obviously 2 hours at youth. And then you guys brought the incredible idea of making it 24 hours, which honestly, the ability you guys have to imagine such things like that is incredible. And then I can only imagine how much further we can go. What if we did like a week-long thing?
Well,
Dare I say it?
Definitely won't be staying up for the whole thing if we're doing it for a week.
Obviously not one person is going to, you physically can't. But, I mean, what if at some point there is someone here at every point?
There would be a lot of people required for that, but
That'd be crazy.
It would be possible.
I think that would be unreal.
The other thing as well...
The thing is that you need 2 people to play.
Yeah, you do.
That's
Yeah.
the problem. That's not a problem. That's not a problem.
You could sign up with a partner and schedule a time, and you have to be there for that time.
The other thing I will say as well, and I meant to mention this earlier as well, is if you've donated, great. If you can't donate and if you can't be here, there is another way that you can get involved, and that's by praying. And so prayer is such an important weapon and tool that we have at our disposal because we believe that God answers prayers. And praying into this as well is another space. Like all week we've been praying that this would be something that God would just use to be able to, reach far and wide, and to be at 8,550 within 4 hours. I can only really see God in that, to be honest with you.
And the generosity that I think God has put on people's hearts as well to donate, I think that plays a big part. But yeah, I'm overwhelmed by that already, considering that we were so stoked about that last year.
Yep.
And it's already been reached. And I think the influx overnight is also, I think that we can see what will happen as well, because that's when I think we got heaps more as well overnight.
Yeah, we did.
Into the next morning. But I'm excited. Joe, what's next?
I'm going to paint. Dave George has requested my hat.
Come on.
And if for those of you who don't know or may not have seen, this is my hat. I've been wearing it throughout the day. On the back it says, "May your Pong be strong." I've been staying very hydrated actually, which has been a benefit. When I first started drinking out of it, there's a technique to it. and it was leaking everywhere because I didn't quite know the technique.
It was quite funny
and I
to
couldn't
watch.
stop it. I suppose it's like a bit like a siphon or something. I couldn't stop the water coming out, and I thought I was going to drown, or just have water go everywhere. But there's a technique to it.
I was wondering why you stopped talking. It explains a lot now.
There we go. Staying hydrated. That's brilliant.
Have you got any other drinks apart from water that you're going to put in there, do you reckon?
I think I got some Gatorades at one point I might put in. I might get through a canned drink or two at some point. We have mango solos in the fridge here at Snack Hub.
Yep.
And they are
Mango Solo.
the best
I've
drink
never
of
heard
all time.
that.
So I'm probably going to delete 8 of those.
I don't even think I've actually tried them.
Oh my!
Like, are they
I've never
actually
heard of
that
it.
good?
Unreal.
I've
They
never
are
heard of it.
Unreal.
Well, who
They're
makes them?
Solo. They're solo. Yeah. They're solo.
Are they just
Wow.
mango or are they lemon
No,
and
it's
mango?
lemon mango.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
See, I know the orange and mango combination is pretty popular, but lemon and mango, like, is there a difference?
No, lemon
in the
and mango.
kind of?
Don't know. I've
Would
as of today never heard of that.
There you go.
All right. Well, does somebody want to paint my hat? Because that's too technical for me to do with my left hand. Unless I want to do it here.
Tasia, do you want to do it?
I'm happy to try my best.
I also
I'm nervous.
think it'd be pretty hard, but
I can give it a shot.
All
Happy
right.
to give it a shot.
This is all at your disposal. All
Wow,
this stuff
this
here.
is going to be interesting. All right, let's go.
Wow.
Well, while they're doing that, there is, of course, many ways that you can be involved. Donations, join us here on site as people are starting to come in and join us. You can, as I said, donate. You can share this on social media. There are plenty of ways to be involved. I'm actually kind of excited to see what this looks like, Tasia. No pressure. There is no need to be nervous on this one.
All right. We're going to start with some blue coming in. We've got people playing table tennis, people playing pickleball. It's electric. If you've never played pickleball, come down and play pickleball. I reckon it's probably top 10 sports of all time. It's pretty fun. It's easy to play. Tim, can you put back up the live stream so we can see who's viewing? There we go. We're up to 235 views, everyone.
That's
a
pretty
lot of
impressive.
views. That's a lot of views, considering everyone's been at work, so or school.
What do you reckon the highest will be tonight as we stream?
The highest at the one time?
Yep.
I reckon we'll hit 30.
30? Okay.
What do you reckon?
I reckon that's probably a fair guess. I was actually going to go a little bit lower. I was going to say something like 25, potentially, but...
It's going to be tough drawing this hat. Yeah.
Maybe you should do the yellow cans of the lemon mango. Make them yellow. I think that's the way to go.
The thing is that when there's already one that is yellow, this one was already yellow.
Is it?
That's fine. The thing is what hours do you reckon will be the most busy, Tim?
Definitely the 5 to probably 10 p.m. will be busy. I'm actually expecting there to be quite a few people even after that time. 4 p.m. might even be the busiest because we've got that kind of ebb and flow of after school traffic coming in too.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
other than that, I'm not too sure. I think this will probably be the quietest time though. Now's the time
This
to
is definitely the
relax.
quietest. This is definitely the quietest,
Trying-
which is nice. You just kind of cruise through the
Yeah.
day. You got to get through it, eh? What happened to the music in here?
I don't know. I think I pulled it out of mix, which I can put it back. Well, it stopped even. But what I can do actually is I'll bring in this music, which we've turned down for viewership benefit. But I actually don't know how loud that is.
Bit of a shout out to we've got a couple sponsors for the ping pongathon this year.
We do indeed.
We have Miller Coffee Co. They've supplied all our coffee throughout the full 24 hours. So come in and grab a coffee if you really want, because we got a lot of coffee to go through. Also, a shout out to Hope Valley Chicken and Seafood, just down the road. They make some of the best hot chips around.
It is great stuff.
It's great stuff. Really good. They're supporting us. They're bringing in some hot chips. A batch at 2:30 and a batch at 7:30.
2:30 was
Yeah,
it?
so I'm looking forward to that.
So they're only an hour away.
Only an hour away.
Come on.
For some hot chips. And so we've had food coming in throughout the day. So big thanks to people who have done that. Big especially thanks to Hope Valley Chicken and Seafood. Go give them a try, just down the road here at Hope Valley Shopping Centre. They're brilliant. And they have good hot chips. We go there weekly almost.
Weekly?
Well, youth are regular customers down there.
That is, yeah, that's fair.
It's not looking bad at all, Tasia. That is good. Ben, you gonna play some table tennis? You've got two people standing right next to you. Look at that. I don't know what kind of... Wow, they're raring to go. The people, they're lining up out the door here.
Sounds like
Not
Sarah
really.
needs a game of pickleball. She's that energetic.
Wow, pickleball. You ever played pickleball? No, pickleball's over there. That is great fun. But we have more, what do we call them? Contestants, competitors? Participants. They're coming in. They're really
competitors.
getting around it. Unfortunately, you can't see them playing from this camera angle. Tim, do you want to just cross to a couple camera angles, show them playing table tennis?
Why not? We've got Ben and his partner Alana
Yes.
playing. Yep, Alana and Ben are playing together. Yeah, sorry, Tasia.
His table tennis partner.
Table tennis partners. They're playing there. Mikey and Michael are playing together. And looks like KB's starting to... He's made his way back in. Still at 8,550 at this stage.
8,550.
And $145,000 raised for the Pong this year across Australia, which is incredible. So congratulations to them. I know the target is 500,000, but
it looks good.
Yeah. Glad the music volume's good, Dad. Appreciate that and appreciate your support in this one. You've done a very, very good job, Tasia. That is very impressive.
We're trying to get a replication of what it looks like, so Tasia can just draw it. I'm waiting for the time in which we have every table filled.
Well, it was 18 hours and 37 minutes to go last year, if my memory serves me correct. It was in the highlights video we showed a little bit earlier.
That's crazy, actually, that you remember that. Nah, don't draw my face. That's weird. But yeah, we're at 20 hours, 27 minutes to go now, and we have 3 tables full. Yep.
We have 10 tables. That's the other thing, is we have more tables this year.
We do have a doubles game happening just behind us.
Oh, really?
Appears to be. I'm surprised that Rachel and Kynan haven't teamed up here. They've decided to pick the opposite ends. You're surprised that you'll find teammates.
Okay, so some people have asked me, how are you doing 24 hours? Why are you doing 24 hours? You know what my answer is? There are people out there who are slaves, 50 million of them, in fact. That looks great. There are 50 million slaves out there, and you think the least we can do is just play some table tennis for 24 hours. That's not hard in comparison to what some other people are doing, eh?
And even for people that are here, even just supporting the cause and just spending some time in community is a way you can be involved. You don't necessarily have to be hitting a ball every single second, but you know, it's one of those causes that is realistically relatively easy to get behind.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Dave, if you're still watching, you're about to get a view of
I'm sorry if I didn't do it justice.
the best painting of a drink hat you've ever seen. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. I think that is impressive. That is good.
That is very well done, Tate.
That is very good.
I don't think it's that good.
I think it's very good. Look at that.
I tried to do
that's spectacular.
So if you look at the black part here that holds the drink,
Yeah.
I tried to do that. I tried
that's
to do the
very good.
Very impressive,
The part I
Tasia.
found the hardest was the
actual hat.
cap, like to.
That's
I don't know.
very
Well, we
good.
tried.
You've done great. You've
There
done
you go. There's year
great.
12 visual arts for me.
Look at David Good in the chat. He's
David Good.
he
Are you happy?
good.
Did
That
I
is-
do it? Did I do well?
Yeah, that's
Dave, are
you've
you
done
happy?
You've done a great job.
There you go.
What did he say?
Well done.
Everyone's
Lots of
loving it.
love.
There's Davids everywhere in the chat. Davids everywhere. Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 10.
10, and you've got another 7 to do.
1,
2, 3,
the bike,
4,
yep.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What more do we need to do? I reckon. Well, we need to do the ping. We need to do the ping pongathon logo.
Could you? I've got it. It's the one that's on screen in the bottom left corner.
Yep.
But you could also do the like some of the partner logos if you really wanted as well.
But
they're a little trickier.
That's the problem. It can't be too technical. I'm looking at them. They're great logos.
I think the
But they're
paddle
gonna be
and
very-
the bowl is the stock standard.
Yeah, we can do a paddle and a ball.
Do.
All right, I'm gonna do it on this side because, let's do a ping pong ball. All right, so I'm thinking just it's just a circle, ladies and gentlemen, just a circle.
If you are,
what's the spray do?
It's water.
Oh.
Yeah.
if you are just tuning in and you're a little confused on what exactly Joe is doing, multiple people have put their names up to help us with some donation goals. You can see them on screen now. There's a couple there, but the one that Joe's currently doing is the every $500. We said face painting. Realistically, it's just a painting, body painting. He's got a US flag, an Australian flag, a footy, his hat, a jar of Vegemite, a bike,
a surf, with the sun.
I've got on my hand, it says, I pong more than my dad.
So there you go. So that's what he's currently doing. But you can see that we're up to 8,550. We're actually looking at that bottom part of the list now. And still my forfeit a little bit of the added milkshake ingredient. I haven't done the maths, actually. Let me figure out what we're up to. So lemon juice, anything before lemon juice, including it, is currently going in the...
I'm excited for us to reach to 9,000 for Mitch to eat a whole lemon.
Well, it could happen, and it may happen pretty soon.
At 10 grand is the world's hottest corn chip, and we have it here, and there's...
Check your message.
There's warnings on it. Did you just get a message from my sister?
So check your message.
Wow.
Shout out to Izzy Brooks for being the best.
Dad's saying you could do a QR code as a painting.
Actually, speaking of Izzy Brooks, how many
That'd be
cartwheels
unreal.
does she have to do?
Oh, so many cartwheels. Every $200 Izzy has to do a cartwheel. That's insane.
So how many cartwheels is
David
that?
Good, yes, that includes the skin of the lemon, the whole lemon.
Yes.
Yep, whole lemon.
We've got it right here. It's not a big one. I wish I found a bigger one in our backyard, but
Oh, is that the, lemon?
I think it'll still do the job.
it'll be.
I mean,
be
it's still a
nasty.
whole lemon.
The 20 grand one is probably the one that lots of people have got their eye on. And that is the fact
absolutely.
that Scotty Button himself is bleaching his hair at
His own Slim Shady
20,000.
moment.
Bless his soul. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
Stop mentioning the corn chip. He's scared. Well, Dad, you did sign up for it. It is potentially, based on what I can find online, 2 million on the Scoville scale, which that
2
sounds
million?
hot. 2 million on the Scoville scale. Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, okay, what's in comparison to like a normal, just generic chili that people would have? What's the scale for that?
I can find out for you, but I do know
Like,
that.
let's understand how to compare to like something so basic. Because I can't even have a normal chili. I hate chili. I hate spice.
Well, if it gives any context or context isn't the word I'm looking for, but comparison, 2 million on the Scoville ranking is equivalent to pepper spray. So if you were to get pepper sprayed, that is how hot this corn chip is. I can tell you that a ghost pepper is 855,000 Scoville. Your Tabasco is about 30,000 to 50,000.
And this is 2 million.
And this is 2 million that we're looking at
That's
here.
deadly. That's actually.
So kudos to him
and
when he does that.
jalapeno, which I feel like most people are
Yes.
familiar with, is 2,500 to 8,000.
Pepper spray is.
So it is the equivalent to pepper spray. So
That's risky.
That's scary.
it is. But of course, if you want to contribute, you are more than welcome to. You can see on screen. You should have.
I don't know.
But you can see on screen, there is the QR code to donate, or you can visit the website
You could
listed
get a
below.
buzz cut for 20 grand.
Ooh,
Oh, look, I'd cut my hair, but not buzz cut.
Why not? Just slaves.
Me
though.
going buzz cut. No.
the whole
I'm
lemon,
not-
Sarah, skin included.
My question is, does he actually like lemons? See, I wouldn't, because I don't like lemon.
Regardless, there is the QR code to donate. The website below. All donations over $2 are tax deductible in Australia and the US of A.
USA.
Well,
I'll be adding that.
Can you draw a table tennis bat on my arm here? I've got the ball. That's the ball, ladies and gentlemen. I'll put a little bit of like red on it.
Do you want to bring me the bat for some reference?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Can you do a?
Do you want a red one, or should we do a red one and a black one? Or red
I was gonna say let's do a green one because we haven't done any green anyway.
Okay, perfect.
yeah, do some green. I'm not sure what David's saying, wow, okay then, if that's in regards to the hottest corn chip or if that's something
reference to
else,
anything.
but... Izzy, have you calculated how many cartwheels you have to do at this time? 8,550 is the current total.
Oh, bro, I thought you were saying she has to do that many cards.
No. So $200 for each cartwheel. Could you imagine?
8,550.
That's a lot of cartwheels.
Have you refreshed the total, Tim?
I have indeed. 8,550 is the tally with 20 hours to go. And there is plenty of action happening behind us. Lots of ping pong being played, which is very encouraging. You can see Ben and Alana still playing their rally. Not too sure if they're playing an actual game or just going for longest rally. Looks like longest rally. But I might actually go have a wander and have a chat with some people. Do you want to try and follow me on camera 3, Joe?
Yeah, I'd love to.
There you go. I'll give you that one. Let's go have a bit of a wander from our studio set here at Hope Valley Church. I can see just over here Sarah. We'll see if Won't interrupt her rally too much yet. And give Joe a... There you go. Now I've got to try.
What?
Sarah, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but you went to go across to Chicago for the Global Leadership Summit. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
I did. I went and saw the GLS live for the first time. Hosted here for 7 years, but now have seen it live and it was amazing. Part of the team that brings it back to Australia this year.
That's super exciting. And Adelaide gets to host both GLS Next Gen and the GLS on the 31st of October and the 1st of November. It's 30th. Next Gen. There we go. So 30th of October is Next Gen. 31st is the GLS. Is there anything that you can tell us in regards to some of the content that you think is going to be super exciting for us?
Yeah, speaker announcement. 7 speakers coming to Australia for the 31st of October, or 15 sites across Australia. There's 7 dynamic speakers, really practical. Talk about self-talk, how to manage yourself, what gear you are. It's really insightful stuff. So really excited to launch the program next week. But there's 7 speakers. They're now up on the website, so you can check it out.
Where can we go check that out?
globalleadership.org.au.
Beautiful. Thanks for your time, Sarah. Enjoy your rally with Ben. We've got Michael and Mikey playing. Michael, you were telling me during the week that you played some B-grade table tennis. Is that correct?
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
Moment. And is it a season that you guys play, or?
Yes, yeah, we've got 2 more matches before the finals there.
Beautiful. You guys shaping up well for finals?
But, we're in it, yeah.
Beautiful. Well, destroy Mikey for me and have fun playing. It's already happening? Oh, well. We'll see how that goes. Ben and Alana, what's going for the longest rally, or?
No, we're just being part of the numbers. We've been at this for quite some time now. Or I would say an hour. It's going well. We're just doing our part.
Part of the crew that's hoping to do all 24 hours. How are you feeling? Have you had lunch yet?
No lunch. Quite a few croissants. They were great. Egg and bacon muffins sort of set up. 2 coffees down. So that's within, 4 hours. So there'll be a few more to come, I think. But yeah, we're looking all right. Yeah.
Good stuff. And Alana, you joined us, about an hour and a half ago? How are you feeling?
Yeah, good.
Enjoying the rally with Ben? Is he a decent competitor, or?
Yes, tough competitor, but...
Beautiful. We've also got a pickleball court set up over here if Joe follows me while he's getting his arm painted. But pickleball court that is waiting for action. Might have to see if Andrew wants a game, or Ruth, maybe you might want a game, but we'll see. Wait and see. It's a beautiful space that we have here. And pickleball, table tennis, even a pool table over there. But it is all happening. Appears Sarah and Ben are having some sort of sting pong game with some of these shots. Will anyone break the ping pongathon record for the longest rally? I think it sits around 22,000, if my memory serves me correctly. Nate got last year's with Dion for Hope Valley, which was 1,478, I think. Do you want a new one? Take that ball instead. We'll see if that goes better. How's your arm going, Joe?
The arm is going quite well. Tasia's doing a great job of drawing a table tennis bat and a table tennis ball. So now I've got my hat that I'm wearing, table tennis bat and ball. On my hands it says I Pong more than my dad. I've got a hot air balloon, a wave, a bike, a footy, a jar of Vegemite, and a US and an Australian flag. So I'm looking quite decorated.
I'm hearing shouts for a dolphin to be painted here, Joe. That could be a bit of a technical challenge.
That is cool, but I don't know how to draw a dolphin.
Not too sure.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a table tennis bat and ball.
Beautifully,
Very good.
Beautifully done.
I
Good
might
job.
take a break from sitting here because I feel like I haven't been playing enough table tennis, and I want to keep staying involved.
I want a game of pickleball personally. but,
I'll play you in a game of pickleball.
All right, we'll do that. In fact, we might even move a camera that direction.
Yeah, let's move a camera there. You guys get to watch.
But
that'd be great.
Izzy's calculated 42 3/4 cartwheels. I don't exactly know how you're going to do 3/4 of a cartwheel, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I wonder if that total has moved. Donations can keep rolling in via the Ping Pongathon website, the Hope Valley Ping Pongathon SA page. $8,550 is the current total. What will we get to today or tomorrow? Still 20 hours of action to come. We hope you are enjoying the broadcast, and we'll see you guys a little bit later as we continue to play here at Hope Valley Church.
I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, dance, dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna I've been trying to cope since you ran away. I've been feeling lost, I've been feeling pain. And no matter what I do, I just feel like I do what I do for you. I tried to call the doctor, it didn't help. Took a trip out to the sun to revive myself. But no matter what I do, I just feel like I do what I do for you. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, dance, dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance. I'm gonna dance. I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. 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 I'm gonna dance, 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 dance.
Well, we are 4.5 hours into the 2025 edition of the Hope Valley Pong, and we have 19.5 hours to go. Thank you everyone who is joining us on YouTube. Feel free to share this stream with friends and families. You can donate via the QR code
that appears on screen. And you can also be involved by getting down here and playing if you would like. The room is starting to fill up now, as you may have been able to see through the broadcast cameras. Starting to get more people in, and it's starting to become a little bit more busy here. I believe we've got one of our life groups that are also joining us as well. A lot's happened since we last spoke. Joe has done more of his face painting donation goal. The Snack Hub is officially open, and there is plenty still to come. Just want to touch on this because there's been a lot that's occurred, but there's a lot of these that haven't yet. And so, you know, the face painting's been going on. The milkshake, that is happening at the end of the 24 hours. The cartwheels may start whenever Izzy feels like it now that she's here. Jordan is going to eat his chili probably at youth. Karis has still got to do her ice bucket. That will probably happen tonight. The toast mashup by the Kids Ministry will be happening at Kids Club. And Benny P with his buzz cut still yet to come in this stream. Any donation goal that occurs in this stream, we're hoping to be able to broadcast, apart from maybe number 20, the $20,000 one, Scott Button, with bleached hair. And of course, if you would like to donate, the QR code is on screen. You can donate via the Ping Pongathon website. Hope Valley Ping Pongathon, and all donations over $2 are tax deductible in Australia and the US. Plenty of partners that are involved with the Pong. Beautiful list, including the Beginnings Foundation, Her Space, IJM, the Hard Places Community, Don't Nam, the Freedom Story, and Offspring. We've already touched on Hard Places Community and Offspring already earlier today. Sorry, not the Freedom Story, the Hard Places Community and Offspring, but the Freedom Story is another beautiful organisation who do incredible work throughout the world, and here's a little bit of a look at what they do.
ตั้งแต่จำความได้ค่ะพ่อทำร้ายร่างกายแม่มาตลอดค่ะพ่อนะคะดื่มเหล้ามากเกินไปค่ะพอกลับมาจากบ้านก็ชอบหาเรื่องทะเลาะวิวาทกับแม่ค่ะจึงทำให้หนูรู้สึกเป็นห่วงแม่เวลาพ่อกับแม่ทะเลาะกันนะคะหนูก็ได้เข้าไปห้ามค่ะไม่ให้พ่อกับแม่ทะเลาะกันค่ะ
เวลาป่อกับแม่ป่ออาละวาดมาก็หนีป้ากันหนีสุกกว่าจะได้รับก็ตีหนึ่งตีสองเนี่ยเอ็นดูลูกยังปุ้ยแทบบ่ได้กินหยังบ่ได้ไปไหนตื่นเจ้ามาให้แม่ทำงานจอยแม่ทำงานเลี้ยงน้อง
หนูมีพี่น้องทั้งหมด4คนนะคะเกิดที่ชลบุรีค่ะหนูเป็นคนที่2ค่ะตอนเกิดมานะคะหนูได้มีปัญหาเกี่ยวกับลำไส้อักเสบค่ะซึ่งทำให้แม่เป็นคนดูแลหนูมาตลอดค่ะและหลังจากนั้นแม่ก็อยากย้ายมาอยู่ที่เชียงรายนะคะค่ะเพราะหนูเป็นห่วงแม่กับน้องมากค่ะและรักแม่กับน้องมากนะคะจึงได้ย้ายมาอยู่ที่นี่ค่ะก็รู้สึกเสียใจนิดนึงนะคะเพราะว่าพ่อกับแม่ไม่ได้อยู่ด้วยกันแล้วก็มีความรู้สึกคิดถึงพ่อนิดหน่อยค่ะถ้าวันไหนแม่ไม่ได้ไปทำงานเนี่ยค่ะเวลาไปเรียนก็จะไม่มีเงินไปโรงเรียนค่ะและหลังจากนั้นนะคะน้าของหนูก็ได้ให้รู้จักกับมูลนิธิวัฒนเสรีนะคะว่าเป็นมูลนิธิที่ให้ความช่วยเหลือเกี่ยวกับด้านทุนหลังจากนั้นหนูก็ได้รับทุนแล้วก็รู้สึกดีใจมากเลยค่ะเพราะว่าจะได้ลดภาระครอบครัวค่ะดีใจมากเลยค่ะที่ได้มามอบโอกาสต่างๆให้กับหนูนะคะถ้าสมมุติหนูไม่ได้ทุนนะคะหนูก็อาจจะไม่ได้เรียนค่ะแล้วก็ออกมาทำงานช่วยแม่หาเงินส่งน้องเรียนค่ะ
ถ้าถามว่าเรารู้จักกับครอบครัวน้องและตัวน้องได้ยังไงเรามีภาคีเครือข่ายที่เข้าไปช่วยเหลือในเรื่องของที่อยู่อาศัยการใช้ชีวิตของตัวน้องและครอบครัวของน้องค่ะน้องมีความเสี่ยงในหลายๆด้านค่ะทั้งที่อยู่อาศัยหลุดจากการศึกษาแล้วก็สภาพแวดล้อมที่น้องอยู่ชุมชนที่น้องอยู่ค่ะ
พี่เลี้ยงค่ะก็ใจดีค่ะแล้วก็ให้ความช่วยเหลือเป็นอย่างดีเลยค่ะเวลาทางมูลนิธิมีกิจกรรมนะคะพี่เลี้ยงก็จะคอยมารับมาส่งค่ะไปทำกิจกรรมบ่อยๆค่ะหนูเป็นคนที่ไม่ชอบพูดไม่ชอบไปปรึกษาเกี่ยวอะไรกับคนอื่นเพราะว่า ชอบเก็บตัวอยู่เงียบๆค่ะหลังจากที่ได้เข้าร่วมกิจกรรมทางที่มูลนิธิจัดให้เช่นสื่อออนไลน์สิทธิเด็กหรือเข้าค่ายครอบครัวก็คือทำให้หนูกล้าพูดกล้าเปิดใจได้มากขึ้นค่ะอนาคตนะคะอยากเป็นแอร์โฮสเตสค่ะเพราะว่าจะได้สื่อสารกับชาวต่างชาติได้มากขึ้นแล้วก็รู้ภาษาเนี่ยค่ะมากขึ้นได้ไปที่อื่นเนี่ยค่ะอยากไปญี่ปุ่นเกาหลีค่ะอยากมีเงินให้แม่ค่ะอยากให้แม่กับน้องแบบมีชีวิตที่สบายกว่านี้ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะที่คุณเล่นปิงปองให้พวกหนูที่ทำให้พวกเรามีทุนการศึกษาในการเรียนการศึกษาต่อมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่ดีขึ้นมีคุณภาพชีวิตที่ดีขึ้นค่ะ
Well, the Hard Places community do incredible work, and it's beautiful. They were born out of a documentary film called The Sold Project initially, and when the producer, Rachel Sparks, learned about child sexual exploitation in Thailand, she decided to expose it through the power of film, something that I very much can relate to, being a filmmaker myself. And so, you know, beautiful what they say here. Let me read it to you. After interviewing dozens of sex workers, common themes became apparent. Poverty, a lack of education, and a lack of options. With human rights, education, scholarships, and resources in power at risk, that allows Thai students to stay in school, pursue their dreams, and break the cycle of poverty and exploitation. Beautiful work that they do. And you can find out more about the Freedom Story via the website, thefreedomstory.org, or scan the QR code that is on screen. And of course, you can donate as well. Well, Joe has gone to get hot chips thanks to our sponsor, Hope Valley Chicken and Seafood, just down the road here from Hope Valley Church. Thank you so much for partnering with us and joining in and providing some hot chips for our participants, our competitors, for the next 24 hours. Great stuff. And hello to you, Pam. Good to see that you're online. If you are online, chuck a message in the chat. We'd love to know where you're joining from. Feel free to raise any conversation topics that you want us to talk about. We're more than happy to talk about all kinds of things. So, yeah, ask away if you would like. Well, action has slowed down a little bit now. Lots of great conversations happening though, and that's what the Pong's about. Part of is that community aspect, and the fact that we've got so many people joining us is incredible. And so if you want to join, you're more than welcome to jump down to Hope Valley Church and participate as well. 303 of you who have streamed over the first 4.5 or nearly 5 hours now, and an incredible $8,550 raised. Thank you so much. We are very, very, very grateful for the way that you have chosen to partner with us in this cause. Well, we were talking a little bit earlier about the fact that we've done this once before. The 2024 edition of the Pong was a lot of fun, and let's have a look back now at some of the highlights of the 2024 edition.
It is 5 seconds away, so we better get hit the table.
Wow.
And let's
start that
get
24-hour
this one
timer.
underway. And
Let's do
time
it.
starts now. We're going to have all tables. Wow. That's the first time that has happened today. KB, you beat your son earlier today, now playing Alana. How's she shaping up?
Yeah, I mean, Josiah was a challenge, but you know, you knew that you're going to go over the top. Alana's quite a different story though. Very good, extremely fast, stamina, and so I'm a bit concerned that, you know, I think she could beat Josiah. I think I'm under threat here as well.
In the space of 18 hours, we were able to raise $4,000. Over the last 24 hours, we've had roughly 1,000 views.
Well, we are going to finish off strong, right? We're going to pong it out. We hope we can crack $7,000.
It means lives changed. It means, as David spoke so beautifully on, long-term positive impact on the lives of children, of adults who have been affected by trafficking, exploitation, and human slavery. Genuine FOMO from missing out this week. I was talking to someone, it's been one of those weeks in my personal life where it's felt really busy, and just the taste that I've gotten this morning, I'm like, yeah, sign me up, I'm ready. Bigger and better for next year.
We're at $7,000.
We're at $7,000. Amazing.
That is awesome.
7 Gs. Thank you so much, everyone who's donating. That's so exciting.
3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it. Here at Hope Valley Church.
Wow.
24 hours of ping pong. Karis, we've made it.
You've made it. Well done, lads. I'm so proud of you.
An awesome effort.
Well done.
The entire
Joe's
team.
feeling it. There's some emotions here.
Thank you everyone for your donations. We're going to sign it off here so we can reset for Sunday. And thank you so much for the company, and we will see you guys a little bit later.
Well, it was an incredible year. In 2024, the Ping Pong Thon raising $8,425, and already in 2025, we have surpassed that total. $8,550. Donation page is still open and will be open for the rest of the Pong and a little bit afterwards as well. So if you want to donate, feel free to, and we highly encourage you. All donations over $2 are tax deductible. And if you'd like to donate, there is a link in the description, as well as a link in the description to a couple of resources about the Pong and some other Australian resources. What we are tackling today and tomorrow is really heavy topics. And so we do disclaim that these are heavy topics, and so please don't be afraid to reach out if you need to talk. You can email us at hello@hopevalleychurch.com.au, but you can also reach out. You can call Lifeline on their number. I'll put a graphic on the screen now, actually. There is plenty of ways that you can get some support or chat about these kind of things, because we know that these, the videos that we watched today and this whole idea of tackling slavery, knowing that people are enslaved, we know it brings up raw emotions, and we know and understand that it can be quite confronting and quite upsetting. And so on the screen now, you'll see that we are discussing topics of human trafficking and sexual exploitation. That should say sexual once, but that's all right, which you may find distressing. Please take care of yourself while watching, and if you need support, please reach out to Beyond Blue or Lifeline. You can see the number on screen now. Well, 19 hours to go, and I don't know how the rest of the crew's feeling, but I'm feeling pretty tired. In all honesty, 19 hours in, or 19 hours to go. But hot chips are here, and there's plenty still to come. Helen, lovely to see your message. Great work, team. So blessed by the generosity of this community. See you later tonight. We will see you tonight. There will be plenty of people who roll through the door to play ping pong. There is still action happening behind me here. Quite a few people are taking a bit of a breather. It is warm in here, despite the fact we don't have the heaters on. But there it is. There you go. Joe appears to be drinking a hot chocolate or something similar. What are you drinking there? It is. No, it's not. You need to Now you're on. There you go.
I'm drinking a caramel milkshake.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
It's pretty good. Do you want one?
Might do, actually.
You want chips too?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
Do you want me to bring them in here, or
Might as well.
Need them?
Might as well. I'll have a chance to eat them as we broadcast, but yeah.
What have you been talking about?
Oh, talking about Ping Pongathon, last year's Ping Pongathon. Talked about the Freedom Story, great organisation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that was that non-for-profit was actually founded out of a film project?
I did not know that.
So
That's cool.
the Sold project, which was a documentary film, the producer Rachel saw what was happening while they were filming it and decided to start an organisation.
Wow, that is cool.
Yeah.
That is very cool. There you go.
It's more than just stories told in film. It's
Mm-hmm.
lives set free. It's awesome stuff. But also just been commenting on I'm a little tired, Joe. I can't lie.
You're a little tired?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Still got a long way to go.
Mm-hmm.
But
19 hours, in fact.
definitely looking at looking at a nap.
Hmm?
Definitely looking at potentially having a nap. But
Have you updated the thing?
I have a couple of times. Can update it again though. 8,600. There you go. $50. 8.6.
Keep scoring up, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Can we make it to 20 grand? Honestly, that's the question.
There's a chance we could. Yeah. I think the chance is low, but there's a chance.
There's definitely a chance.
Thank you to Hope Valley Chicken and Seafood, by the way, for providing hot chips. Very,
100%.
very grateful.
They're brilliant. I saw some people, I was out there eating.
Yep.
And with some people, and some guy puts it in his mouth and goes, whoa, these are good.
Mm.
And the gravy too.
They bought gravy?
They brought gravy
Come
too.
on. Definitely going to have some now.
Appreciate that, Hope Valley. Chicken and seafood.
Trying to find them on Instagram. I can't find them to tag them.
They're on Instagram.
Ah, they're not. There you go.
There they are. That's them right there.
Yeah.
Hope Valley, chicken and seafood. Is that a QR to their website?
I actually don't remember.
Oh.
I hope I changed that QR code because I don't know what it QRs to. Probably should have checked that, but that's all right. Well, is there anything we want to talk about, Joe, while we're here? We've got 19 hours of conversations to think of. What can we talk about?
We could talk about a lot of things, man.
What do you want to talk about?
To be honest, I kind of want to go eat more chips because those chips are good.
Should we take a break and come back in 7 minutes and chat from
Why
3?
7 minutes?
Because that'll be 3 o'clock.
Wait, what?
Well, in 7 minutes, well, 6 minutes and 55 seconds now, it'll be
3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
Let's go do that.
All right. We'll grab some food, then we'll come back.
Hey, enjoy the pong, guys. Enjoy watching some ping pong. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. 2 current viewers. That's good. All right. Let me just check this is still going smoothly. We just had hot chips from Hope Valley Chicken and Seafood and gravy and milkshakes. It's absolutely popping off here. Now, you can hear me. Yep, brilliant. All right, 4 viewers. Welcome, welcome. I think Tim's going to join me at some point. But, Paige, are these for anyone to eat? Are these for anyone to eat? Are these for anyone to eat? I'm gonna eat one for the viewers. Do you want one? No. I'm gonna be quite honest. I had it while you didn't like it, did you? I didn't like it. I liked it. Lana, do you want one? You want one? A caramel banana donut?
Because, I've had it up and I had it and the banana was really hot in it and then my friend had it and it was mushy.
That's what you want.
The mushy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a rock solid banana.
Oh, that's weird, actually. All right. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thanks, Dave. Dave said the audio is good. I appreciate that. Tim does all the audio, and sometimes when I jump on, I can't quite tell whether the audio is good or not. But I appreciate that, Dave. All right. Ben, you want a donut? Banana caramel donut? Are you having one too, or is that yours there? Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Paige Del Vescovo, or however you say her name, has brought us Donut of the Month. So, from Port Elliot Bakery.
Huge.
Dave, you're right, it's not an easy job. Tim is absolutely nuts with this stuff, and I am not. But that's okay. But we're gonna eat these together. I'm joined with Ben and Tim here on the couch. You can't see them. We might need to change the view, Timmy. We're going to change the view so everyone can see these donuts. Oh, snap. And
There
then
we are.
I'm going to get back into some more painting because
Yes.
I'm still very behind.
How are you going with that, by the way?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 paintings. I need a lot. I need 1. I need 2. I need 17. Whoa. So we're just going to eat the donut of the month. I could throw up because we've eaten a lot. Hope Valley Chicken and Seafood blessed us up with some glorious hot chips.
I think that is what's helping me survive right now, is the chips. They've been great. Really, really good. So thank you so much to those guys. And
Thank you, Hope Valley Chicken and Seafood.
oh, you're getting a mic stand as well.
Hopefully it just doesn't sound like ASMR for you guys watching the stream, because that's going to be quite
I'm about to
miserable.
listen in.
So I can eat this donut without hands full of a mic, so I'm going to smash this.
I didn't even think of that.
Smash
That's
this
a good idea. That's a really good idea, actually.
Guys, I'm really full. I'm debating whether to wait.
Oh, boy.
But it's so good that I don't think I can wait. I don't think I can wait because it's just that good. 9 viewers. You know what's crazy? Is for whatever reason, the viewers are down when we're not playing, but then when we're not on the couch. But as soon as we get on the couch, it's not like they get a notification that we're on the couch. The viewers just go up. Is that because people are constantly checking it?
Yeah,
or
I
people-
would say people constantly check. I remember last year I had to go work, but I would just listen in every now and then, check in, see if people were chatting.
Yeah. Well, I've never been on the receiving end of the stream, but I bet it's good fun.
It's like you just don't know what's going to happen.
Nah, of course you don't.
Like, no,
it's all life.
No one would have predicted smacking down donuts.
Not donut of the month.
Yeah.
Never would have predicted donut of the month.
Considering Port Elliot Bakery is like an hour away.
Hour and a half away.
You kind of got your banana.
Yep. This is banana caramel.
It's got banana in it.
Oh, are we counting it really?
Oh, it's heavy.
Oh,
You feel how heavy it is?
It's dense. It's so dense. Well, I love how they call them donuts, but they're not. There's no nut. Like there's no hole. It's full.
Initial thoughts, Ben?
Wow. It's going to sound so disgusting on the stream. Just smacking down donuts.
Yeah, I like it. It's very good.
Yeah, wow. It's got banana and caramel in it.
There's a little bit of ASMR happening. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
Toby, do you want to join us? Do you want to join us? Hey? You good? Okay. Yeah, donuts.
Is that like banana?
It's banana caramel.
Chunks in it, in that sense?
Mm-hmm. And there's a massive dollop. Oh, look at my lips. There's a massive dollop of caramel in the middle. How do they do it? How do they make these every month? And oh, Ben, you got some on your nose, bro.
It's pretty good though.
You managed to get some on your nose.
Yeah. That's all right. We'll take care of that one after.
He's just saving it for later.
I feel like it's one of those things you just gotta, like, eat as fast as you can. Because, like, if you savor this, like, you'll just get full. So I can just smack it down and...
I can never stop once I've started.
Yeah.
You know?
There is still ping pong. You good?
Some... What even is that? Like custard? Some custard fell off.
I'm so full, man. Oh.
Yeah, I think I might wait a little bit. Kind of got his custard full in it.
Got
He's
his
happy.
bill in her.
He's very happy. Look at him.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
If we haven't already, yeah. Shout out to Paige.
Oh.
Went and got us Port Elliot Bakery. And my gosh, it's a good. But
And that, my friends, is a finished donut.
very well done. Minimal mess too.
I'm kind of, this is minimal mess. Yeah, for me, I suppose. Probably the white top wasn't a great idea. That's all
Yeah,
right.
could have been worse. Hello, Tasia. Would you like a donut? That's for you.
Sorry. Careful.
There you go. That's for you. Oh, and Kylan's here too. Goodness. We're going to have... everyone's joining us.
Full couch.
Biggest shout out ever to Paige. That's naughty. That is really naughty.
What have we got? Flake on top as well. That's quite the combo. I might save mine. I don't know where he went. Probably to wipe his face or something.
Yeah, look, I got to give the shout out
Yeah, you're on.
to Paige as well.
Yeah.
That was a massive come through what she did. Absolutely. To bring this back from the state's best bakery. You did the donut of the month, a couple of donuts a month, and no kidding, the custard Berliner from the Port Elliot Bakery is the best.
It is good.
It is unbelievable. So
That is my go-to dessert.
Oh,
I'm so
and I tell you, I was just walking through the church then, and my wife could smell it. She just starts following me, and I'm thinking, this is really
kind of stretching what I do.
Well, as your vow, you've vowed to share everything in life, haven't you?
Sorry?
As your vow in marriage, haven't you vowed to share everything in life with Rachel?
I didn't use the traditional vows.
Oops.
That's our pastor, everyone.
I said I'd love her and cherish her, honour and stand by her, as long as we both shall live.
That is heavy.
There was no point in there did I say that I'd be sharing a custard Berliner. However, I will give her a couple of bites.
Yo, look at that.
I know.
There you go. Well done.
Look at that. I mean, that is...
It's heavy. It's so heavy.
It's got a great cross section.
My gut is falling.
And hot chips and gravy. So what is the donut of the month this?
Banana caramel.
Yeah.
What's the caramel? Is the banana caramel part good?
Yes. Very good.
See if I can get this other camera.
Rach, if you're watching the live stream, you can come and have a bite.
It's about 4 kilos, I reckon. It's so heavy.
Oh, that's
It was so good.
That is so gnarly.
Has anyone seen my bowl with my paintbrushes on it?
Yeah, it's up. It's up down there.
Oh.
Sorry, It was like
you tip it
literally.
over?
No.
It was about to fall off?
Yeah, I'm like that's gonna go, and I don't really want paint on everything. So
Tim, would you be able to pass me that or bring that back for me? Don't.
Ooh, what
don't
are we painting?
Is there water in it?
no, sorry,
Oh, you
I
took the water
I
out?
took
No,
it
that's
out. Sorry.
I'm gonna do the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Oh, I like that.
What's this for, Timmy?
That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
Is that yours?
Has double meaning.
double meanings. Tim, can I borrow your water there, mate?
Sorry, Tasia. Yeah, there's that. Sorry. My apologies. Just trying to get a camera situated.
Helen says, watching you guys smacking down donuts is funnier than processing work that I'm doing at the moment. Knocking off soon to help you guys burn those calories off. Helen, I appreciate that.
There you go. Here's
There
a
you
bite
go.
for you, Helen.
We just smack down something.
Same, Anastasia. How do they do it? I mean...
Carefully.
Oh,
Do you reckon there's like...
We stayed down at Boomer Beach after Easter camp, and it was just riding distance down to the bakery. It was...
Do you reckon there's like one donut chef that he's like the guy that comes up with, or the guy or girl that comes up
Or
with?
do you reckon they have board meetings?
Yeah, like what do you reckon? How does that work?
Do you reckon they would have I reckon they would have planned out the whole year.
A yearly calendar.
You must.
That
You-
would
you
make
can't
sense.
Just like you guys plan what your every year.
Yeah, maybe
your
the
things are going to look like.
we have a preaching plan. Maybe they've got a donut of the month plan.
I think the dough that they use in a donut is very similar to their like finger bun dough and everything.
Yeah,
It's just
okay.
cooked differently.
Yeah.
And then, but I mean, look how much custard they've put in this, and then that's the thing. They just load it up.
Could be a little tricky.
Okay, well, Joe, you could do the background
And then, just
and
paint
then
over
wait
it.
for it to dry. Then
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to attempt to do the Sydney Harbour Bridge on my arm somewhere. Or maybe I could do it on my leg here. It's a big canvas.
Yeah, I like that.
Big canvas. Sydney Harbour Bridge.
But you do it upside down so it doesn't look upside down. Draw it upside down
Yeah,
so when you
that's gonna
stand
be-
up, it looks right up.
Okay. Yeah.
That's tough.
Nah.
I reckon you'd be able to do that.
Yeah, that's
I
what I'm
believe
saying.
in you.
Now,
Thanks.
I just hit the middle of my donut, and it's got
Are you
the
going to do
banana
the
part.
colours first and then the bridge?
Ball in there.
It's I think that's
Is that
the banana.
banana
I'm gonna go and
caramel sort of part?
Unreal.
Take some of this to Rach.
Yeah.
It's the kind of guy I
I
am.
think you
That is
have to.
loving.
Well, she's just
Can I-
walked
Oh,
in. You could
And
just,
she said
Oh,
in the
come on,
chat,
Rach.
I'm listening.
Oh, look. Rach is going.
Look at that. Why can't we, can we see that in any way?
Yeah.
Guys, she's
I
got
was
an
gonna
egg
share that
grabber.
with you.
She's trying to grab the donut.
Go again, Rach.
Go on,
again,
Rach.
Go again. Grab.
There it is. There.
Oh, she's trying to grab the donut. Oh, she's got the donut.
Rach, come on up.
Wow.
Come on. Rach, come on up and have a bite.
That's phenomenal.
That's the best.
Come on.
That's great.
Content right here.
Never a dull moment.
Making the highlights package, that one. Oh,
Can I
dear.
just have just taste a little bit of that top of that caramel cream part?
You have whatever you like, kind of.
I just want to just try that flavour.
Oh, that is good.
Yeah. Wonder what your custard bologna would have tasted like with that, like as the filling instead of the custard.
It's good. I mean, it's a variation that they could go. I mean, the Port Elliot Bakery, though, they haven't franchised themselves out or anything, located themselves there.
That's that we know of, though. They could own others, but just not be called.
I guess they could supply different places because they've got a fairly big space out the back where they do all their cooking.
It's not like a Villies, though, where you can just go into the supermarket and grab one, like, just freshly wrapped and, like...
It's the only place I know that where people are there lining up and they're going, yeah, we're in the line up for the Port Elliot Bakery. Like, no one's getting angry about it. It's like, look how long the line is. We're going to get in on that.
The one that goes around the block.
Yeah, that's
down
right.
to the beach.
Yeah. It's a part of being down on the south coast, lining up.
Yeah.
The
Such a
longer the
beautiful
line, the
spot.
more summer it feels.
Put that, like, there's a lookout that we go to that looks down at, must be Port Elliot Beach. And you can just, like, a grassed area just around the corner from Port Elliot.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Such
you
a
watch-
beautiful spot.
Yeah.
Like, every single time we go to Port Elliot Bakery, we'll pull up there, sit on the old ruins, and just, just enjoy.
Oh, yeah, and there's steps up there.
Yeah.
I know, yeah.
Yeah. It's a very beautiful spot to just look out. It's picturesque.
Beautiful.
Very green.
Fantastic coastline.
Oh.
All the granite headlands, the waves, the ocean there. It's the old buildings. But yeah, we would surf and then you go to the Port Elliot Bakery and then you head back at nights and watch the guys catching the A-frame waves and it's good living.
Looking forward to being down there in January again. It's going to be good fun.
Yeah, it's always a good time when our church family gets down there together. I thought Rachel was giving it back, but she's just gone for another bite.
Gone.
Rachel, just finish it off.
How easy. Yeah, that week in January, we're all down there enjoying the summer.
Can't wait.
It's good. about 130 of us.
Bye.
Where are you going? Back to Port Elliot?
Round 2?
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, no, but hey, we want to say thank you again to Paige for
Yes, thank you.
bringing that back for
Appreciate
us.
you.
That
Real
is
treat.
next
We love you,
level.
Paige.
Brilliant. Thanks, Paige. See ya.
Bye. What a champion. That is
I mean,
the
look at
act
that,
of
how it even
service.
just holds out like that.
Oh, it's still going on about how good it is.
We'll be talking in 18 hours' time, and he'll still be talking about how good that donut was that he had it.
No, it'll be 5 months' time. We'll be like, guys,
Tim, I don't think
remember
you can hang into me about going on about the same thing.
Ooh.
Shots have been fired.
It's very fair.
I'm just going to sit here and paint and not get involved.
Fair enough.
It's quite therapeutic painting, I'm not going to lie.
Should start getting into it.
Hey, Johnny says, hello, Dad.
Hey, g'day, Johnny. Hey, bud.
He literally finished school 3 minutes ago.
He's on.
Whoa,
He's on.
stream?
He's on it.
Straight in.
That's unreal.
Johnny loves donuts from the Port Elliot Bakery, but he's going to be too late.
He's coming.
Well, I still have half a donut, so.
If he comes into this room sweating and panting, I'm going to laugh so.
He's coming for it.
He's coming running
So
up
if you're
the
getting
hill.
out of school and you want to come over and have a bit of a hit,
100%.
now's the time to do it.
Doors are open.
Yep.
Join us.
The more the merrier.
Tell all your friends, mate. Tell the whole school.
18
Youth
and a
is
half
on here
hours to
tonight?
go.
It is, yep. 7 p.m. We got kids club before that at 5. It's
Fantastic.
Yeah.
going to be great.
How much money
Very
do you hope to get
excited.
out of the youth group?
More than the young adults.
What?
How much money are you expecting to get out of the youth?
Or the youth parents, really.
Yeah.
Well, I've got faith in them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, they've already set up their. They've already got their own in their life groups. They're doing doing it as life groups together. It's a good way to pitch in as a life group.
Yeah, I was going to check how that was going, actually.
That's good.
Well, if we move it, then it does that. We'll have a look. Let's see.
Actual?
So, Tim and Josiah, there'll be about 5 hours where your dads won't be here. I'll come to about midnight tonight, and then your dad's rocking up at 5 a.m., Tim.
Yep.
How good's that?
Yeah.
You guys will be all right in
Pretty good.
between?
Oh, I think so. As long as the alarm doesn't go off again.
We know how to.
Ben
Alright,
Anastasia,
guys.
you're doing the 24 hours?
Trying.
Yeah.
Try.
Ben, we are. We are.
No, we'll do it. Yeah. No,
Do you mean 24 hours on site? If you have a nap over there in the bean bags, does that...
I don't know if that counts. I think.
Wait, what are the rules around being here for 24 hours?
I feel like you want to be awake for 24 hours.
So that's what qualifies you doing the 24 hours?
I would say so.
If you fall asleep, that's taking off minutes off that.
I would say so.
I'm
I
aware
reckon.
there were
Even if you're on
sleepers
site.
last year.
Sorry?
There were some sleepers last year.
There were.
So
You get a
how do
nap?
we
No.
do we disqualify the minute you sleep? Like
You
what's-
had a nap.
I don't know if disqualify is the right word.
Did you have a nap last year?
No, Tim didn't know. We're not going to name and
No, we
shame,
lived.
are we?
Crashed on the couch during the AFL Grand Final, but no, stayed awake
No,
here.
I
Yeah.
I'm glad we don't have the AFL Grand Final tomorrow. So good work on the date. It works really well.
Yep. Instead, we're heading into the final round of the AFL season before finals.
We are.
Yep.
But that's all right. At least we don't have the AFL Grand. The AFL. If you live in in Australia, AFL Grand Final Day is one of those days where no matter what team's in, you just watch it.
It's like the Boxing Day test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just watch it just because it's just good. It's good viewing. So
instead, we've got Chelsea versus West Ham at 4:30 tomorrow morning.
Wow, amazing!
Live
I
stream
am a
that.
Hammers supporter.
You are?
I am a West Ham
Oh,
supporter.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
My granddad was a West Ham supporter, so
Oh, shout out to Granddad.
inherited that. Go the Hammers.
Can't say I watched too much
absolutely nothing about them, but that's all right.
Hopefully, get
Hey,
up against Chelsea
coffee
tomorrow.
donators are here.
Sorry.
People
Yes.
have donated.
Miller Coffee Co.
Miller
They're
Coffee
amazing.
Co.
Lawrence here.
Should we get Lauren? Should I get Lauren?
Yeah, if you want to. Well,
I actually took one of their cards because I'm interested.
yeah, they're good.
Good beans.
Good beans.
I reckon we'll invest in those beans. I reckon.
Well, while Kynan's grabbing Lauren, we'll just let you know that the Year 10 girls currently lead out of the life
Well
groups,
done.
the youth life groups for donations. $165.
Wow.
So if you are donating, feel free to pick a life group and just donate to them. You're more than welcome to do that. But
Yeah.
yeah. David Good can confirm you need to be awake for all hours to officially be
I
a
agree.
24-hour participant.
I agree.
Well,
I appreciate that,
Yeah.
Dave. Thank you very
But
much.
thank you for that clarification.
does
that
it
is-
count if we've been here since 8 or not?
Yeah, does it count if we... Because
Or does it need to be
No,
from...
you need
It needs to be within
from the
designated-
10 a.m.
Yeah,
point
yeah,
onwards,
yeah.
like... Yeah,
Well, we're looking at more than 24 hours.
we are.
Okay.
It's going to be tough.
No, I'm literally, like I said earlier, I think this is literally the tiniest suffering that we can experience compared to what
That
we're
is
raising
true.
money for. So if it means like being a little delirious, then that's what
How you
needs to
doing?
happen.
Here we go, yeah.
Should
Squeeze
we
up.
wait?
Hey
do you
team,
have-
Do you want
this
a
is
mic?
Hyman?
Okay. Yeah.
this is. Move a little bit more.
I've
there,
got some
Finn.
gaffer tape somewhere.
So,
it's down there.
Tim,
Hello.
we have here Finn,
Hey, Finn. How you doing?
and Finn's family are the ones who've donated the coffee beans for us over the ping pong event.
Oh.
And
he's actually snapped it.
Oh no!
Oh, dear.
broken.
David, if you're watching, we may have accidentally snapped our...
No, we haven't. Not yet.
Nothing a bit of super glue won't be able to
man.
fix.
It's broken, isn't it, Finn?
No,
You have a
it's
good
not.
day.
That's the 2023 paddle. Sorry, Finn. Apologies.
That's okay. Yeah. Anyway, so Finn's family have donated the coffee beans which we're using throughout the Pong event.
They are great.
But not only this, the blend
Yep.
of coffee that we're using is named after Finn. It's the
It
Finn
is.
blend.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Actual.
That's special.
I did know that. Yeah, Lauren and I were messaging on Sunday last week. And yeah, Finn blend. There you go.
Finn-
How does it feel to have a coffee bean roast named after you, mate?
Good.
It was good.
Yeah.
Do you drink coffee?
No.
Do you think you will?
Probably.
And just tell us a little bit yourself. Finn, how old are you? What school do you go to?
I'm 11 and I go to Good Shepherd Lutheran.
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
What do you play sport?
Yeah, I play basketball and tennis.
Nice. What's your favourite thing to do other than play sport and go to school, of course?
Gaming.
Gaming. What do you game? What do you play?
Fortnite and Roblox.
Oh, sweet.
See yourself up there?
Yeah.
Got this mic stand in the way a little bit, so I get that below your face. It's better. And so, the coffee that you guys produce, is that roasted at your place?
Yeah, it's roasted at our house.
So, what does your house smell like then?
Burnt coffee.
Yeah, that's good. You been watching the live stream at all?
I didn't know it was on, so when I get home, I will.
You gonna be,
It's
have you had
entertaining. It gets more entertaining the longer we go.
and have you had a bit of a hit
Of tennis?
of table tennis?
No.
Ping pong?
No. I will, though. Hopefully.
About to have a bit of a shot?
Maybe.
How come your mum didn't want to come up here and have a chat?
I don't know. She's shy.
That would explain it.
Well, we want to say thanks again to Mila for donating the coffee.
Beautiful job, and you can check more out about them on their website, Miller Coffee Co. Thank you so much for supporting the Pong. It's been great stuff. Thanks to
And-
Finn for providing the blend.
You're welcome.
You want to stay here for a little bit or you want to go and play some ping pong? Alrighty. Thanks again, Finn.
See you, mate.
Good stuff. How's your painting coming along, Joe? That's pretty
Honestly,
good.
Very good.
That's
Honestly,
very good.
Very good.
That actually is. All right, we've done some makeshift to make it to fix
It's
it.
fixed. Nothing to see here. I'm actually so sorry about that. That was just my fault.
It's all good. Happens.
I met the highlights through.
Sorry, David.
Bit of super glue will fix that though.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It's at least a clean break. Like, it hasn't broken into
Yeah.
4 segments. So
It's just my clumsiness. I'm sorry about that.
happens to the best of us.
We got some.
23.
We got some school kids starting to rock up. They're filing in from from here and there and everywhere, which is good. We may get close to filling all tables soon.
Which is about the same time that we did last year.
Yeah.
So
I was. Sorry, guys. I'm just so in the zone right now.
No, it's
you're
good,
doing
man.
an
It's
excellent
good.
job.
Go for it. You're all
Don't
good.
stress about it, man.
8,625, the current total.
That's crazy, isn't it? That's just like generosity of people, but generosity that the Lord's planting in people's hearts is for a good cause that we need to continue to fight for.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Good.
It is good.
How are we feeling, Timmy?
Tired. I'm starting to feel my energy drop. And we're
boy.
Nah.
That's not good.
No, not at all. But
You got to power through.
That's a red flag.
it is a red flag.
It's all right.
We've got 18 hours left
Yes.
and 25 minutes. I can't believe it's already 3:30.
I have a question for like Timmy and Joe. Do you reckon this year for you guys is going to be easier or harder?
I personally think it'll be easier, and I've thought that from the get-go.
Yeah,
now that
okay.
I've done it, mentally I know
You
I
know
can
you
do
can
it.
do it.
Physically, I know I can do it. I know that, like, I was telling Dad the other night, I'm like, you get to midnight and it's like, wow, it's getting late. Then you get to like 2 a.m. and it's like, wow, it's really late. Then you kind of get to like 3 a.m. and you're like, wow, this is crazy. We're like in the middle of the
Yeah,
night. You get to
okay,
4
yeah.
a.m. and you're like, we're almost done. You know?
You just power on, really.
Yeah, you just keep going through these little milestones.
Yeah, okay.
Man is here, Johnny. He's brought some friends too. In answer to your question, Ben, I think now I'm thinking last year was easier. But
Yeah.
I think heading into this one, I thought it was going to be easier from the perspective, don't have the T-shirt.
Yeah,
donation
yeah.
goal. So I'm pretty light, like not feeling as heavy. But yeah, like Joe said, the fact that we've done it before, I feel like my preparation hasn't been as good this year.
Yeah,
So,
okay, yeah. Yeah,
Your
fair enough.
preparation to last for 24 hours?
Yeah. Like,
Fair.
yeah. Had a gym session on Wednesday, got home after 9:30. Like, I was in bed by 8:30 heading into ping pongathon last year. I think
Yeah.
the earliest I got to bed or got to sleep this time was 11:30.
Yeah,
So-
right. Yeah, I didn't sleep very well either, but maybe it's just nerves. Nerves for the big day.
Yeah, I didn't feel nervous until I was driving in this morning.
Well, it's a big responsibility for you. Like, you know, you're in charge of all of this tech and you want it to run smoothly. You want this tech to go well and not be a hassle. So it's that extra level of stress for you, Timmy. But you're doing a great
But also
job.
the effort you put in as well. You're like, I've put in literally weeks,
Yeah.
months probably of preparation. So, you know.
Lots of frustration with some bits and pieces as well.
Absolutely.
Like,
But it genuinely, like, it looks incredible. Like, the way you figured everything out, I'm seriously impressed. So, hats off to you 100 times over.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Even
Well,
the setup, everything.
We've had a lot of people flood in and it seems quiet.
Playing
There we
still.
go. Yep.
There are still people playing.
There are. We're good.
We haven't stopped yet.
but they're in the ceiling. We have to get
Still going.
We have
They're
not
still
stopped
playing.
yet.
No one has stopped.
Joel's also just reminded me that we need to retrieve some pickleballs at some point.
Yeah, we've knocked all 5 of them, I think. Up on the
Oh, no.
up on the roof. That
Yeah.
happens.
Not good.
I'll go get a ladder and I'll come get him down.
It wasn't plan A.
No, but it's like we've seen. It can happen. It's not like obviously they're all accidents getting up on the roof, but
Look,
it can happen.
It's the way you hit it. It's
Yeah.
with so much like passion and
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I've witnessed some go up. It's easy. It's an honest mistake. It really is.
Oh
yeah.
But we're lucky that it's like a space where it's not really it's not so hard to get.
Let's get the
But
ladder
it
up
doesn't
there.
help that there are spaces in the ceiling.
Well,
So
they're specifically designed so we have a high ceiling and then they just hide the lights. But
And for sound.
and for sound too, yes. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've finished my Sydney
we
Harbour
go.
Bridge.
Go on.
Wow.
Show us.
You guys ready for the reveal?
Take a stand. Take a
Oh,
stand.
that looks good.
Wow.
Well
That
done.
is
Oh my
very good.
goodness, Joe.
That is brilliant. Very well done to you, sir.
Well done.
That is unreal.
Where's your photo gone? Just like I feel like we
Joey,
need to do a bit of a.
Are we going to add art to the list of things
That's-
Joe's really good at?
Wow. That is very impressive, mate.
Oh,
You've
unreal.
nailed that.
Oh, that's so funny.
That is so
That's awesome.
All right, it's been good being with you guys. I'm going to come back and do some more painting later, but I just got to go get some pickleballs out the ceiling.
You got the ladder out, are you? All right. Stay safe.
You'll see him in the background.
Yep.
Wow.
I think we kind of expected the ladder to come out at some point. But
It almost needs to be just on standby,
yeah.
especially later on.
I'm yawning now.
Don't yawn.
Oh, I'm yawning
No.
now. That's bad.
No, Ben.
Oh,
come
dear.
on. Babe, it's not even, we're not even
be
like
right.
halfway.
We'll be right.
We're not even, we're not even halfway.
No, you're nowhere near halfway.
No.
You're 6 hours off halfway. You're a quarter of the way almost.
We are. You've got this. I believe in you.
10 viewers currently. 11.
Yes. And
pretty
remember,
crazy.
it doesn't count if we sleep.
Where's everyone viewing from? Where
Yes,
do we
please
comment in the chat?
Yeah.
give us things to talk
Is everyone
about.
at work? Finish working?
You are allowed to
Picking
interact with
kids
us.
up?
Yep.
We encourage interaction with us.
We've got Theology and Tea coming up pretty
We do.
soon, don't we?
Yes, that's
I'm so excited.
Zoe Karras.
yeah.
It'll be great.
Hopefully in 35 minutes.
35.
Yes.
So stick around for that. It's a bit of theology
I have
and tea.
attended everyone that I physically can. I was unable to attend the one before because I was in Geelong. So we didn't quite make it home in time. But the ones that I've been to, it's literally been so incredible just to see the way young women have come together to learn more about God, and just in a way that is so open and wholesome, and like such a big community that we've just developed. And even last week we had our theology and tea, and we all went out. There was 10 of us that went out to dinner beforehand as a community before we went to theology and tea. So it was like extra time in community and fellowship, and it was just incredible to see. And on top of the 10 that went to dinner, when we went to theology tea, there was literally like, Karis might help. I swear there was like 30 of us. It was so many. I did not expect, but it was just, yeah. It's just so, it gets me so excited. I just love being with women in community, talking about God. So that is like a, beautiful space. So I'm so excited that that's a thing. I think men, are they coming up with one?
Potentially.
Maybe.
It's
What are
in
some
the works.
names?
It's in the works. We got the drum kits going. They're going off.
It's Remy again.
Yeah.
Remy!
Future drummer at the church would be unreal.
What a legend.
So,
What could be some names?
what's been the short list, Ben, that we've been...
It's got to do something with
Burgers and Bibles, I think, was one of them.
burgers and Bibles.
Men and... not men. Meat and ministry.
Meat and ministry.
Yeah. That could be one of them. But there's nothing better than getting into scripture.
Yeah.
Especially with like young at old age, a lot of wrestling with topics, thoughts. So to have like-minded people do that together, unpack stuff together, it's pretty good. So they're scheduled on for what, 4 o'clock? Karis and Zoe, 4 o'clock, I think?
4:15.
4:15. So if you're viewing now, you want to stick around for that?
Yes, that will be
That'd be awesome.
words of wisdom from some powerhouses of Hope Valley.
What would be their tea of choice, you reckon? I went through like a phase of like about a week of drinking tea.
Oh, you literally mean
About a
tea.
week, I reckon. Actually, Karis was one of those that sort of helped me along the way work out what
you liked, what you disliked.
what tea I liked and what I didn't. There was a whole variety. There was this Melbourne one, I think, from T2.
Yeah, okay.
It's called Melbourne or something like that. That was pretty good.
Just
That was pretty good.
I've got a message from one of my best friends who now lives in Perth. I miss her very much, so I'm going to give her a shout out to Amy. I love you with all my heart, and here's a shout out because she said to.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, speaking of interactions with us... No, you're fine.
All the way from Perth. She's coming tonight.
We got a
actually.
viewer from Perth.
Yeah,
Yep.
she's about to catch the plane to come back to Adelaide.
That's basically... Nah, I shouldn't say that. Oh, it's very far away, so it's like... It's not international, but it's quite far away, so...
Perth is far.
It is.
Do we have
long
any
way.
international?
Not yet. I haven't seen any yet.
Where's Josefa? Surely she can...
Surely she's watching. Let's hope.
Oh, and Sydney. Sydney at some point. That's
Yeah, no,
international.
Sydney's already watched.
Oh, well, there
been
you go.
watching,
We've
so we
had
have it as international. Apologies. We
I
have.
was like, surely we have.
Dave's saying English breakfast from T2. Deb's got Scott's breakfast from T2.
Scott's.
That's her fave. But we've got
A lot of
couple
T2.
Yes.
I think, are they the front runners really in the tea market, are they?
Oh,
Apparently.
I reckon
front
Australian
runners.
was yes. But I can't
It's a whole sort of like setup, isn't it? Like we've seen Karis's setup, and there's a whole trolley full, and then they've got what are those things? It's like not a tea bag, but it's like the
leaves.
yeah, the diffuse. What is it? Yeah.
the tea
People in the
leaves that
comments would know what it was. You dip into obviously the mug and put the tea in there. The diffuser
Right.
thing.
Yeah, okay,
Got
I
that
think
set up.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, yeah, the loose. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is terrible chat because we know absolutely nothing about it.
I
Where's Karis?
actually dislike tea.
Do you?
Yeah, to me, and I'm gonna get a lot of hate probably. It's just flavored water, but hot flavored water.
So is this.
But that's
it's
what
not
some
hot.
people want, right?
I know.
Some
I
people
don't
want
like
that.
hot water. I like ice cold water. So to me, it's like hot flavored water. If you just have straight tea without milk. But I also dislike coffee. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, question in the chat. for us.
Okay.
What do you folks do when you're not at Hope Valley?
I play a lot of golf.
Yep.
A lot of golf. Do love my golf, which is great. Football. Play footy. It's first Saturday off.
Yes.
Our team didn't make finals. That's all right.
Yeah.
Can't win them all. But footy, golf, hang out with my wife, obviously.
Obviously.
What brings you most joy?
Or hanging out with my wife.
Yeah, good answer.
Playing golf with my wife.
Golf.
Playing golf with my wife.
Have you two been playing golf together?
We have a few times.
Well,
times.
our biggest day yet.
Sounded
Anyway, our biggest day yet was we went when we were on our holiday. We did the Great Ocean Road and we stopped in Port
Fairy.
and
Fairy
we
golf
did
course.
18 holes.
Yep, correct.
Thank God we had a golf cart because you best believe I'm not walking that far. That
It's
was
only 8K, isn't it?
no. This I feel like this was more because this was huge.
Oh, it's a pretty standard sized golf course.
Is it? It
It's
felt
a good
huge.
golf. Like it's rated something like the 40th best course in Australia.
Yeah, right.
Just because of it's a link style course, so it's by the beach.
Oh, the most beautiful views ever.
Great conditions. And for the middle of July, when most courses at the moment are not great in July, obviously. It's getting a bit better now that the weather's getting a bit sunnier. Courses are drying up. But it was phenomenal.
Yeah, and
So
then
that's
on
what I
top
do.
of that, we then played again. We played at Apollo Bay's golf
did.
course as well. So that was a
We did.
whole day of literal golf. So that was
Yeah.
that was fun. I felt like my proudest moment was when I hit the golf ball with the driver,
Yep.
and this old guy was like, "Whoa, that's a good shot!" And I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I've made it." I was so proud of myself
Should go pro.
because Ben
Golf's one of those sports where it's like
oh, it's hit
it's
and miss.
impossible to perfect, right? It's impossible to perfect.
It's hard.
No one's ever perfected golf. Not even the best golfers ever. Jack Nicklaus, Tiger, like never.
Yeah.
Haven't perfected it. No one's ever gotten 18 hole-in-ones in a row. That's the beauty of the sport. And it's that one shot. Sorry, I'm just going to get on an absolute tangent about golf right now. But it's that one shot, in a round that keeps you coming back. It's that one shot. Keeps you coming back.
Yep.
And you can hit shots. This is the thing. Is that if you're a 100-meter sprinter, you're not sprinting as fast as Usain Bolt. Golf, you can hit shots like the pros do. You can. Within a round, you can physically hit a shot like a pro does. But you barely do that. So that's the beauty in the game.
Hot tip, if anyone wants Ben talking, that's
Golf.
Golf. Everyone that thinks Ben doesn't talk, golf.
Golf.
Literally, like,
Golf.
that is, Ben, one of my joys is witnessing how joyful he is when he talks about it. You can see his whole face light up.
It's a great sport.
But yes.
Anyway, what do you guys do in your spare time?
My very recent thing, and it's controversial because people then don't classify it as proper reading, but I love audiobooks.
Audiobooks.
I've probably listened to in the last 2 months about 30-ish, maybe 20-ish audiobooks in probably 3 months. I can do like one every 1 and 2 days.
What's been your favourite?
Okay, I have two that have been my absolute favorite. Oh, my very first one was called 20 Years Later. It's based around, it stems from the genre is thriller, murder mystery, like that's kind of like what I like. It's based around 9/11, and there was this trial of this woman who, how much detail can I go into? What's off limits?
I'll cut you off.
I'm like, maybe I shouldn't. Anyway, based around 9/11, and then it's from the viewpoint of 20 years later. They're looking at the case again. It was a case.
That's fine.
It's just
We can talk about it.
Yeah, I won't go into gruesome details, but It's just, yeah. There's a murder case, and 20 years later, the lady that was in the trial was found dead in the 9/11. She was in the 9/11.
Yep.
And obviously not a true story. This is just,
Yeah.
they based it.
Yeah.
20 years later, they found her DNA in the building because they obviously had, for 20 years, been trying to identify as many people.
Yep.
Found her thing. This news reporter was like, I want to report on it. She didn't know that she was attached to a cold case. She just realised, she just thought, oh, they found someone's, they just, DNA. They want to look at her life and report on it, blah, blah, blah. And then it became this whole thing. I don't know. I literally loved it. It was my favourite thing.
Fascinating.
It was good. I'll tell you more details later.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask. David's loving the golf chat. How passionate
David a
it is.
golfer?
I don't know. He's
Maybe.
just said, wow, this is a passionate talk.
Yeah, it's just
So
golf fan.
reading.
What
about you, Timmy?
I do a few things. Film student at Uni SA, so that's been fun. And then basketball ref. Other than that, not so much. Oh, I'm part of Team Uni SA for
Pedal pre? Yeah, you love your pedal pre?
Yeah, it's been a good season for us. Leading the under-20 championship, heading into the final round of the season.
Where's the final round?
Murray Bridge, 24
Nice.
hour.
24 hour.
Yeah.
So you're accustomed to this stuff, mate.
I
aren't
should
ya?
be. This was the thing, though.
Yeah, you've got the stamina.
Before we moved Ping Pongathon,
yeah,
it was 24-hour race,
Yeah.
Ping Pongathon, back-to-back weekends.
So that would
we
have
moved
been tough.
Yeah.
That's not good for the body.
And I'm part of the media team for Team Uni SA, which has been good fun this year, making Evo Access. So shout out to the crew that helped with that, and yeah, it's been a great year.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, we can see Joe in the back.
Yep, he's
to
up a ladder.
some pickleballs.
I can assure you that there are 2 people holding the ladder. So
Full safety. Full safety.
Yeah.
And,
retrieving some pickleballs. Well, hopefully they might have to go up and.
We've got another question.
Where's that what?
What's our question?
What's your best talent?
I don't know. Do you know
talent? Oh, Ben's clearly singing.
Hey Rachel, if you're watching or listening, the egg grabbers that you had before, is there any chance we can have them in the auditorium? That'd be great.
I swear. Oh, I don't know.
She was somewhere. Anyway, sorry.
We've got a question. What's your best talent?
Is yours golf, Ben, or?
No,
no
Ben's
way.
is worship leading. Singing.
Yeah, I'll give him that.
What's my best talent? I wouldn't know. See, I don't feel like I have any talents.
You got some talents. Some are more secret.
Secret. What do you think? What do you
Well,
think?
I'm sure you've got some talents. I might not know what they are.
Oh, you implied that you knew my secret. Like you think I have secret talents. I don't know.
You're a fantastic teacher. That's your talent. I don't know.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You can. You're double jointed, aren't you? You can do your.
I can do the splits.
You can do like those things, like
I can do the splits.
where you bend your fingers back and all that. Is that just like bending your thumb though?
Yeah, that's. I'm not going to try that.
Is that a secret talent? I don't know.
No, it's not.
It's not a talent?
That is not normal. I can't. Yeah, no, that's. That one. This one here. Yeah, that's. I'll give you that.
Wow.
You've got like a 45-degree angle.
I wouldn't call that a talent though. Talent. I've always struggled with that concept. Like, what do people define as a talent? And then you look at Australia's Got Talent or America's Got Talent, and they go on with the randomest things. I'm like, that's not. Some of the things I'm like, that's not a talent. How's that a talent?
Can character traits be a talent? I don't know. I don't
feel
know.
like a
I don't
talent
know.
is something you've learned.
Yeah, I feel. Yeah, I don't know. It's
'Cause
like a blurred
naturally-
line.
I mean, what is the general? I'm gonna look up what the actual definition of a talent is.
All right. Well, whilst we do that, trying to see what games are going on. Ryan's here playing Jed. Other than that, it's a little bit quiet. There's Karis.
She's ready.
Hello. She's got her tea. She's got her Bible. Ready to rock and roll. Can we... Yeah, go for it. Is there any teasers that you can give us on what you're talking about? Or... God.
Come on.
The Bible. That...
Theology.
Wow.
Tea.
Wow. Come on. So good. Dumb question, isn't it, really? Anyway.
One thing we like to do here at Hope Valley is be so straightforward with the naming of things that it just makes sense what it is.
North of 60?
North of 60.
New people team. Literally,
Coffee and chat. New people team.
Theology and
Sundays
team.
at 6 when it was a thing. Socials at 7.
Worship in the Valley.
Hope Valley Youth. Worship in the Valley. It just makes sense what it is. No confusion about what you're rocking up to or what you're getting.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good.
Oh, dear. $8,775
That's
is ridiculous.
Wow. What's that? That's nearly a lemon being eaten. Is that right? Am I
It's
correct?
almost a lemon.
That is a lemon.
That's
9,000
almost
is
the
a lemon.
lemon.
Mitch?
Yeah.
Hope you're
We
watching.
should play. Oh, we should play. Life gave me some lemons, but my Jesus, he be making lemonade while he's eating it.
What, Lemonade by Forrest Frank?
Yeah.
Yeah,
While
we'll do
he's
that.
eating it. I love that. Do you know what? I like Forrest Frank. It's great.
Who is your favourite?
Oh, here we go.
Worship.
Worship/Christian artist right now?
Right now.
Right now.
Oh, right now. Right now.
It should be.
Because there's more than Forrest Frank.
Yeah, and it's... Yeah. Are we talking like single artists?
I think we can include collectives.
Or collectives?
Like if you're... I don't know what scene to set here, but you're driving home, you know you got to put on one artist/group.
Yeah, okay.
Who
One.
Are you, one. Who are you picking?
Let's have a look. Let's look at Spotify.
I think mine is still actually Elevation Worship.
Yeah.
Yep. I've been listening to Forrest Frank.
Forrest Frank?
Yeah, I love a lot of his songs.
I'm liking a lot of Gateway at the moment.
Gateway Worship, yeah.
They're doing some good stuff.
Who else is a great song?
I really like this song actually playing right now. It's called Worship by Taya.
Yep.
It's a
Not
great
the one
song.
that is playing in our ears.
Yeah,
but
literally. Well, not it, on the
in the auditorium.
In the
it is.
auditorium. It's called Worship.
Yep.
Bit of bridge worship as well.
Yeah.
Bit of bridge worship. So,
I feel
probably
if Son of Sundays had more songs, they'd probably be up there for me.
Yeah, some of the elevation stuff's really good. Corporate church worship, which is good.
You had a bit of a hot take on the new song.
Here we go.
So good. Do we want to talk about
No
this?
hot
Or are we just
takes
gonna
on
move
that.
on?
It's a great song.
I want to hear. What's
No.
How does it go?
No,
it's all right.
We don't need to go into that.
Oh, I'll be grilling you later.
No. It's all. Man, writing. Like, can you imagine? Like, the pressure that is on Christian songwriters is actually a lot because they're writing songs that the global church sings. So there's a lot of responsibility and power in that to write songs that are from the Lord. And people do a great job in that. So it's a lot of pressure, but there's some amazing songwriters out there.
We've got in the chat John Mark McMillan. Don't know if I've heard of.
Had a John Mark Homer.
Yeah, not Mark McMillan.
What others?
Planet Shakers / Planet Boom.
Yep.
From JJ. And Dad's also saying Elevation for him at the minute.
Yep.
Yeah, I do like Elevation Worship. I think they've like that album that they brought out.
Which one?
When Wind
Most
Meets
recent
Fire
one?
or whatever.
Yeah,
is
when
that...
Wind Meets Fire.
Yeah, When
that
Wind Meets
was
Fire.
unbelievable.
The last 2 albums, maybe 3 albums from Elevation have been really good.
They've been good.
So
Who else?
They
you know
are
what?
just
Elevation Worship. I think I like songs and I don't really recognize or acknowledge where the song is written, who it's written by or who it's from.
Well, the thing that is really
But
good
most of
now
them are
that
from
a lot
Elevation
of
Worship.
most of the big guys that write songs, they're all collabing now. So it's all sort of a team effort, which is cool.
Yeah, it's probably like almost a top 10 in a way that are doing like a bulk of the songwriting. Like,
Yeah.
you know, Phil Wickham, Brandon Lake, Chris Brown, even Brooke, Lightwood.
Liggett
How do you pronounce it?
Liggett Wood, I think.
I thought it was
Liggett
Lidget
Wood?
Wood.
Yeah.
Liggett Wood. Liggett. Same thing.
But yeah, and then you have like the artists who are kind of standing in the gap, so to speak, of, like a Forrest Frank.
Yeah.
Even Connor Price has started
Yeah.
to come into that space. Yeah. But yeah.
But it's good that like there is like I heard Forrest Frank in a Big W the other day. In a Big W, in a secular place. I'm like, that's pretty cool. That songs are now starting to sort of hit, you know, the mainstream in that sense, and people are listening to it, which is cool.
I feel like his style, though, is quite relatable to the young generation. I think I was watching something that said our younger generation now is more leaning towards Christianity, I think, as a whole compared to the older generation. I could be wrong. But that's what I heard. And then, you know, artists like Forrest Frank come out and make those really relatable and really musically, like, it's easy to listen to. And if you don't really listen to the lyrics all the time, you just think it's like a typical kind of song. But even like I'm about to have a good day or whatever the song was called.
Yep.
When I first listened to that, I didn't even realize it was like a Christian song. So I think that's what was the first one that he kind of what was one of the first ones he brought out? And I remember seeing clips of it everywhere, and I didn't realize it was a Christian song. But yeah, I think he's done. Yeah, God's used, and even the like his whole back injury, that was like incredible.
Yeah, that's been an incredible
That is
story.
a huge testament to God and a miracle in itself.
Yeah.
To break your back in how many different places, and then 2 weeks later have a full recovery, full miracle, and scans that show there's nothing wrong anymore. So
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
that speaks to God.
Does.
I just think the creatives are being more creative. Like, creatives are being more creative. Our God's a creative God, and He has designed us to be creative, and people are continuing to, branch out and be more creative with their music and styles, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, Theology and Tea is happening soon.
Woo!
It's happening
Stick
in 10
around.
minutes.
Love it.
Going to be great. Zoe and Karis are going to be bringing that. Tate, are you going to stay up with them, do you reckon? Or
If they would love to have me, I'm more than happy to stay up, but I will not intrude.
we'll see.
That'd be
See
awesome.
how we go.
Yes. No, I'm so excited.
We're under the 18 hours now. 17:55.
And
Done
wondering-
5K,
You've walked 5K.
apparently.
That's amazing.
I've done 8,000 steps. $8,985. Wow.
Almost 9.
I almost
That lemon.
I almost want to donate just another 15. I'm going to donate just
do it.
15.
Let's-
Just
let's
15
go.
just to make it.
Let's get up to 9. Let's do it.
Mitch is going to have that lemon. It's going to happen. That is massive.
This is just phenomenal, isn't it?
All right, here we go. $15. Let's go. Donate.
This is amazing.
Oh, hey, Finn. There you are.
Hopefully everyone in the chat's really getting excited for Theology and Tea. One of the big segments that we've
Finn's
got.
gone from on the couch to into the YouTube chat.
Amazing.
He's the Fortnite, or Pro Fortnite kid.
Ah.
That's Finn. There you go.
Fortnite, we love
Great.
bit of Fortnite.
Love Epic Games.
Yeah.
A lot of what we're building at uni at the minute is using their game builder. Unreal
Yeah,
Engine.
okay.
It's come a long way.
That's interesting,
But,
yeah. There you go.
All right,
Maybe
guys.
one day I'll recreate the auditorium in Unreal Engine.
All right, it's been donated. Let's.
Wow.
I don't know how long you have to wait to refresh.
Hopefully not long. It's probably already there.
Here we go.
Oh, no, got to wait a little bit longer. But still, that is an insane amount.
Well done to everyone who's donated. That is those that have come along, those that are planning on
it might do
coming,
it now. I just got a receipt.
those that are watching the stream. Huge effort, great community fighting for a cause.
Well, you have time to get the kettle on if you want to join Theology
Yep.
and Tea, so to speak. Feel free to get a cup of tea.
Sure, they'd want to know what everyone else is drinking.
Looks like Deb's going to grab one.
What tea are you grabbing, Deb? What flavour?
Tea flavor.
Is it a blackberry? Is that black tea? Is it a peppermint tea?
English breakfast.
Sorry, can't English.
Is this the mouse?
That is the mouse, yep.
Let me see. Should have refresh, guys. We should
Here
have
we go.
9,000.
Wow.
Woo!
$9,000.
That lemon will be making lemonade in Mitch's mouth. The juices. That's unreal. Yay.
That is just phenomenal.
So excited.
Deb
What was
saying
that?
New York breakfast.
New York breakfast.
Really?
So what would be the difference between a New York breakfast and an English breakfast? Is that
I think
what
there's
would be the
actually
difference there?
I think there's Australian breakfast too.
Wow.
I know that.
So
I
would
think
every
that's Aylen's
country
favourite.
have their own, every city or country, would they have sort of
Australian
different
afternoon.
teas? I don't know.
Afternoon. There's another flavour.
Australian Arvo, brekkie.
I'm a good friend, I swear.
That's just amazing. So the
Nine.
New York.
Wow.
New York. I've nearly put the iPad in Joe's water for his face painting. $9,000 is unbelievable. Wow. That's his
And
neck.
we've still got 17 hours to go. We're not even halfway and we're at 9.
Look at the
Wow.
chat. Dad's nervous. This chip
What
is going to get
what
eaten.
is? Oh, Dave, start getting your belly ready.
That chip is...
That's happening. It's happening.
Well, before we go to Theology and Tea, which is happening in just over 6 minutes, let's have a look at this again, because this is what we're talking about for those who are maybe tuning in for the first time. The donation goals, and we're already at $9,000.
We are on the. We
Well
need
done.
to add some more. I feel like I need to do something. I feel like I need to add
There
a
could,
forfeit.
I don't know, there could
There
be a
needs to
few
be
other
more.
people that could, like, I don't think Dave's going to eat the whole chip, right? Could be a few people that join in with him. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's an
no.
option.
I mean, I'm nervous for my milkshake now, because that $9,000
Yeah,
now
what
means
does that
the
mean?
apple cider vinegar is
Okay.
added.
That's added in. Brussels.
Actually, apple cider
this
vinegar is
is-
actually pretty good for you.
For you, this is where it starts getting a bit gross.
Oh, yeah.
You've had a boost juice to start off with.
Yes.
You know, you've had,
All
things
your
that
nice flavours.
somewhat would go well together. But now this is the danger zone for you, Tim.
It's
This
very
is-
dangerous, because you go
This
from...
is where
Brussels
the
sprouts next.
Brussels
Yeah.
sprouts.
Ooh, pickle juice. Ooh.
Pickle juice is going to add. You're not going to be cramping though. That's good. That's good.
Anchovy
You're not going to be
paste
cramping.
is that makes me nervous.
So that's good.
Anchovy paste is where it's getting a little yucky.
Yeah, that's
That's just
hitting hitting some other stuff. And sardines to finish off. That's going to be something.
What if we surpass and you have to have more? What if we? What else are we adding to the list?
I think we capped
I
it at
This
20.
is the thing.
I reckon we add chili. That's like the ultimate. If we reach past 20,000 and it gets to 20,
So what, the milkshake?
yeah,
Read the ingredients.
is chili in there?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so
Chili in
sorry.
there.
Oh, I meant like your dad's like chili.
Oh,
Like
the corn
that.
chip.
Could we see a world where the 20 grand does get raised?
Honestly,
Could we see a world where Scott with a bleached head exists in the same
Could
timeline?
we see that? Because you do these things, you go 20 grand, okay, like that's a lot of money, and bleaching hair is a big deal as well. So, you do those things because it may not happen. But we could, if we believe in faith, we could get to the 20. We're not even halfway.
No,
And
we're
we
not.
are a generous church.
Scott could be down to get his bleach hair. So for those
Oh, I can't wait for that.
that tune in,
When's that happening? How?
I think we have to get it done properly.
yeah,
So
you'd have to
we
get
probably
it done
won't
properly.
do it here.
Nah.
Oh, but that has to be like recorded or something.
We'd film it.
We'd film it.
We'd do a bit of a thing for
Projected
it.
Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So
Put it on YouTube.
Oh,
let's believe in faith. We'll get to that
come
20.
on.
20 grand would be insane, but 9 grand is currently the total. 4 minutes away from theology and tea.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now
That
we
is
got 18 viewers, so they're all getting ready.
412
They're getting ready
across.
for theology and tea.
I'm
I
excited.
think they've heard enough from us, probably.
Enough about golf.
Enough about golf. Let's get into some theology.
Let's get some.
9 grand.
We're at 9 grand.
Woo!
Huge.
I'm excited.
Just then.
Do you know what? I think that's enough to keep me going. Like that's all the excitement I need to keep going.
Yeah.
Well, it will start to slow down at some point.
Nah.
Oh, it's
We're
got
gonna
to.
keep going. I've got half a donut left. I've got some carrots, hummus,
Yep.
some jats.
I ended up.
Popcorn,
I
lots of
bought those hundreds and thousands bickies. You know those bickies? I bought them from Foodland.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yep,
the hundreds and thousand biscuits. They're unbelievable.
The little-
so they're
the
going to keep me
squares?
going. Yeah, the little
You
squares.
got Oreos too.
Few Oreos.
Wow.
Snack Hub's open.
The
is.
fridge
Snack Hub's
is
open.
stocked.
That coffee machine staying on all
I
night?
think so.
I think it's gonna have to
That'd
for
be
you
good.
guys. Maybe I can have some hot chocolate.
Shout out to our sponsors, the coffee sponsors.
Miller Coffee Co.
Miller Coffee Co.
Yeah.
Miller Coffee Co.
Miller Coffee
In
Co.
Windsor Gardens, I believe.
Yes, sounds about right.
Yep. So get around them. Big shout out to them.
Mm.
I've already had a few coffees from them.
How
from
is
the
the
brew.
Fin blend?
Great, amazing, real smooth, nice blend. Yeah, it's awesome. So shout out to them. We'll I love my coffee, so we'll be I actually never heard of the beans before, so we'll be getting onto them now. So awesome, they do a great job. Nothing better than local produce. Local produce is the way to go. There's something about getting getting stuff from your local place. So it's awesome.
Local community.
2 minutes, theology and tea. Well, we might sign off, Timmy. Eh?
We will indeed. I'm just trying to move a camera around so we can sign
We've
off.
got 20 viewers from now. So
20
that's
viewers.
awesome.
Well, we're going to disappear for a little bit. Theology and tea is coming up next. Karis and Zoe will take the mics over, and that'll take you through to about 5 o'clock.
Yep.
So it'll be great.
Amazing.
Well,
see you later.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Back in the day.
Well, hello, Hope Valley Church and our community watching online for the Ping Pongathon live stream.
Whoop, whoop.
It's Karis and Zoe here. We're very excited.
Yes, so
because
keen.
It's time.
This is great.
For
this
theology
is good.
and tea.
Yes.
We just really have created a space to do something that we love to do anyway, Zoe.
Yeah, all the time.
Which is what? Tell us. What is theology and tea even
We
about?
just love to chat about God, because that's what theology is, hey? It's what we learn to know about God. It's learning about who he is, kind of what he does. And we just do that all the time, don't we?
We do. We are the worst for passing each other in the corridor.
Yeah,
and
all
being
the
like,
time.
really quick, I was listening to this podcast and this amazing thing was said and it just really impacted
Yeah.
me. And like, we're always sending each other podcasts.
We are.
Lifelong learners.
Yes.
So we're always investigating something, wanting to get deeper. And you try and have the corridor chats and they end up taking like half an hour because you're so excited.
Yeah, you just want to catch someone for 5 minutes, but it opens a can of worms.
It does.
And I think the can of worms took us to this.
Yeah.
What in you kind of struck up the desire to bring theology and tea to the front?
Well, I think that we'll talk a little bit. We'll give a working definition for what theology is. I think that I realized so many Christians can hear the word theology and think that's just something that academics think about or learn about. That's just something that people who want to be pastors or kind of professional Christians have to consider. But when you actually look at what theology is about, it's about looking at the nature of God. And it matters what we think about God because that will then impact how we live our life as Christians. And so I wanted to have a space where we could ask real questions about who God is and the real questions about what difference that should actually make for us today in the 21st century. And I just think it's really important that we know what we believe, but we also know why we believe it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good.
Right, well, let's get into it. Our first Theology and Tea session on the live stream. So I'd love for you to start us off with sharing a little bit from Matthew 22 and some of the thoughts that you had when you were reading that passage as a real encouragement for, again, why every Christian should be having some of these conversations. Not every Christian has to go to university and study theology, but certain things we want to be able to strengthen our understanding of.
Yeah, that's good. So, this story comes from, as Kara said, Matthew 22. And someone comes up to Jesus, an expert in the law, so someone who obviously knew things. He comes up to Jesus and he asks this question in verse 36, "Teacher, what is the greatest commandment in the law?" Jesus replies, verse 37, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like it. Love the neighbor as yourself." And as we were getting ready for this theology and tea space, we kind of were looking at this passage. And we thought, okay, well, what is that?
Past things.
I don't know what this is, but
What are we doing?
Twist and Popper.
What's happening?
Oh,
we're up to $10,000.
Wrong
Which way
way.
did you turn it?
I did it the wrong way. Woo!
Guys!
Yes.
We're pausing, very importantly, to acknowledge $10,000. We've cracked it.
Come on, let's go.
What does 10,000 mean again?
That's our goal.
Something's happening.
Something's happening.
Wow.
Yeah.
David George is getting to eat a spicy chip.
Yes.
Friends, that was our goal, but that doesn't mean we stop because we've got another 16 and a half hours to go, which means there is a lot more time for us to be generous, for us to give to this incredible cause. But we want to honor and acknowledge everyone who has given so far.
Yes.
$10,000 is an insane amount. And we know that that is all going directly to the multiple partners with Ping Pongathon who are going to be involved in prevention and education, in rescue and recovery, and systematic and legal change.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to live in a world where people continue to be trafficked. That is actually so against the God that we know and love.
Yeah.
And so that's a part of why we want to talk more about who God is.
Exactly.
Wow, $10,000. Incredible.
This is incredible. And the fact, as you
Confetti.
said, we still have so much more time. So
who knows?
This is good. I mean,
Come
we're
on.
going to keep going the full 24 hours, but this is a cause that never stops.
Yeah, that's
Because if this is always going to be an issue in our world, there's always going to be people that need to fight against it, and so we are so honoured to spend these few hours that we have fighting
Absolutely.
against this terrible,
Amen to
terrible,
that.
terrible thing.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
All right, we'll circle us back a little bit because
Yeah.
we're looking at someone grappling with what does it mean to love God.
Yeah.
And so take us back to what Jesus' answer was
Yeah,
there.
perfect. So he says this: love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And so when we look at this, Jesus kind of splits what it means to love God with everything that you have into your heart and into your soul and into your mind. And so one sense that we kind of felt with theology and T, and a lot of what theology is, it's a lot of discussing and thinking and grappling with who is God. And we can often love God with our heart and our soul in terms of, you know, what we think to be true and what we like know in our soul and what we know in our heart.
Yeah.
And that can really impact our actions, but so also do things that we know in our mind. And so we thought, well, how good would it be if we could love God with our mind, and it would be a space where, you know, young and old women, and ultimately anyone gets to do this, can come together and have conversations where we spend time reflecting and thinking through different passages, through different resources, through our experience, and coming to a greater conclusion of who God is. And I think when we come to a greater conclusion of who God is, it actually grows our love for him.
Yeah, amen.
Yeah. And I think another great thing about this is that we're allowed to have curiosity. And I was actually in one of my lectures yesterday.
Yeah, cool.
And our lecturer was saying, in the past, it was maybe a bit odd for you to have faith and doubt together. Like those two didn't make sense. But now in our day and age, we're allowed to have faith and we're allowed to have doubt. And this is where a lot of the conversation comes in. Because a lot of the time, we're either coming with, wow, this is amazing. How do we think about this? Or we're coming with, this doesn't make sense. I'm maybe doubting this. And we're allowed to have the two together when we talk about who God is and our understanding of him.
That's a great word, Zoe. Yeah, and I just really want to encourage anyone who might be watching right now, and you could be a Christian, you could be someone who has decided to follow Jesus, and yet you actually wrestle with doubt. You actually come up across things in scripture or even just in Christian practice that challenges you, and you have maybe felt in the past like that means you're not really a Christian or you're a bad Christian, and we just want to come and completely assure you that that actually means there's a level of maturity to wrestle with things, right? And it means that you're on a journey of getting closer to God, and that's not an easy journey, but it is a worthwhile one. And so I just want to shout out to you if you've ever felt that, if you're going through that right now. We see you. It's valid. It's okay. And God's big enough for the questions.
Yeah.
And this is why we just want to start creating more spaces where it feels okay to ask the questions.
Yes.
But something we've talked about with Theology and Tea is we can have our questions, but we want to always be assured of the firm foundation that we can return to every time, that doesn't change, that isn't really up for question. And a lot of that really is what we would call our like tier one, level one doctrine about who God is and the good news of the gospel about the fact that Jesus, the Son of God, God himself incarnate, big word there. That means God himself in flesh, in human form, has come to earth so that we can be restored to relationship with him. Like that's fundamental.
Yeah.
We don't want to mess with that firm foundation, but there's a lot of questions we can ask on top of that. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, should we get into a bit of a chat now that we know what it means to love God? And that includes our mind.
Yeah.
Includes us using our intelligence.
Yes.
We love it.
Yes.
So Zoe, something that is helpful to think about when it comes to defining that like firm foundation that we as Christians can live from today is to look back at the early church. This is a bit of a historical question, and I'm going to just throw you on the spot here. But what does that really mean? The early church. How would you describe that?
Yeah.
Define
So we have this understanding of the church is the gathered people of those who, you know, follow Jesus and belong to him. The church is our family. The church is something that we come to on a Sunday morning. The church is something that me and Karis get to have because it's two of us. The the church is something that we get to carry everywhere we go. So when we say the early church, we're talking about the first followers of Jesus.
Great.
After the point that he left earth and went to heaven, he said, peace out. He said, go
He
and
ascended,
and do what you need to do. And so from that, the church has emerged. And so when we talk about early church, we're talking about the first, I want to say 400 years following Jesus going back up into heaven, which probably takes you to about 400 AD and earlier.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I would call the early church.
Yeah, awesome. So we're actually talking about real people who were following Jesus, but they're super close historically to the actual person of Jesus walking around, teaching his 12 disciples, and then that getting passed on.
Yeah, I think something that we've maybe lost in like Western culture is this element of storytelling and this element of like what your grandparents learnt, they learnt from their parents, who learnt from their parents. And so we have this understanding of if we're going off this tradition of storytelling, they're so close to the person of Jesus because everything's been passed down, and they could probably by word of mouth tell you how far away they were from Jesus, who their teacher was, who their teacher's teachers was. And so this was really legitimate when we talk about they were so close to Jesus. They were so close to his direct teachings.
And were had direct links, like you said, to the eyewitnesses of the events that we read about in the Gospels. Do you know what? It's funny. You just talking about kind of generations and the act of passing things on reminds me that I have a couple of very cute nieces who are watching the live stream at home, and it has been requested that I shout them out.
Yes.
So, Sophie, if you're watching, Auntie Karis loves you. Evelyn, I see you. Abigail, Catherine, Isabel, Blake, Iris, all of the nieces and nephews, shout out to you. Love you lots.
Oh, isn't that special?
It's cute. It's cute. We love family here. All right. So early church. We're going to talk a little bit about what it meant for the early church to wrestle with theological questions. But let's actually take one step back and let's just work with a definition for the theology. Do you want to share a little bit about what you kind of think? Okay. And then we'll also offer a definition from Felicia Masonheimer, who's written a little bit on this subject.
Yeah, okay. If I was to break it down, theology we know as the study of things, and the theo part that we get, correct me if I'm wrong, is theos, and that's talking about God. So it's literally just the study of God, just like we have, biology, the study of all living things. Theology, that's the study of God. And to quote from good old Masonheimer, that's the quote that we have is the study of the nature of God and his truth.
Yeah. And so I think when you use that definition of theology, you recognize, that is relevant to all Christians.
Yeah.
This isn't just a university level professional Christian thing.
Yeah.
Like to know who God is, to know what's true about him, that's something every Christian needs to go on a journey of. And for sure, there's different depths of the pool, if you like, that people can enter into. And God's so good. He'll meet you in the shallow end and he'll be amazing there. But if you want to go deeper and deeper, he's infinite. You can always swim a little further and discover more about who he is and his truth.
Yeah, that's
I love it. All right, so that's our definition. I'm going to pull my laptop up here so that we can have a look at some things together. We want to remember when we're talking theology that there's kind of a spectrum of questions that can get raised.
Yes.
And a helpful framework that we've looked at, Zoe, is like almost a theological triage. When you're trying to work out how big of a question is this and how much should I really grapple with it? We talk about triage in the same way when you go to an emergency department and nurses or other medical staff make a quick assessment on the severity of the case as to how quickly something needs to be addressed. We can kind of use the same thing in theology. Certain questions, again, about really who God is, who Jesus is, they're tier one. We want to have a pretty firm understanding of that for all Christians. Then there are other concepts. Should I just go there? Should I just name a few?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to get a really clear understanding, because I'm sure either a lot of people have come from places where you've thought about these things and maybe you've had a bit of a wrestle of how much should I act upon
Yes.
the situation that's at hand.
Yeah, okay, great. So I think if you think about theological triage, you might want to think about it as a triangle, right?
Mhm.
And so tier 1, super important primary issues at the top, going to then tier 2, secondary issues, tier 3, tertiary is another word.
Yeah.
So that tier 1 is really stuff concerning like the gospel,
Yeah.
really stuff about who God is, who Jesus is, the fact that he's fully human and fully God.
Yeah.
The authority of Scripture, the way that we value the Bible as our text. And then things around what it means to be saved by faith.
Yes.
Those are like core doctrines, okay? That's a big word for beliefs, really. Core tenets that we hold to as Christians that we want to get firmed up on in our individual walk with Jesus. But then there are other things that are important, but are at a secondary, a tier 2 level. And they might be conversations around how we worship God.
Yeah.
So we know who God is, and that stays tier 1. But for example, how and when one gets baptized when they choose to follow Jesus. That's important, but it's tier 2. Or how and when we commemorate and remember Jesus through the act of communion.
Yeah.
Another question that we want to think about, and certainly different churches have different views on, but actually we can be in the same space as other people who think differently on those things,
Yeah.
and we can love them.
Yeah.
Well, actually, our argument will be we can love everyone.
Yes, we can love all people.
That is the command.
And I think, like, if we were sitting next to each other in church and I knew that maybe there were some things you didn't agree with and there were some things that I didn't agree with, it's okay for that to be the case because that doesn't impact upon your core things. Oh, who was that?
That was a young person who shall go unnamed.
That
for the
felt
sake of the live
that
stream.
felt like a small
visitation
person.
from the Holy Spirit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like those things would be, you'd certainly find it hard to sit with in your, and this is not denying that you'd find things difficult. Yeah. For example, like if we had different beliefs on baptism,
Sure.
let's say that my whole family decided, everyone has to get baptized at birth. And then again when they're older, and your family was none of them are getting baptized as kids, we could still be in the same church service and witness baptisms happening, and both recognize that baptism is a good thing, and both recognize that baptism is something that we should all do as believers, as that extra step of like showing God's grace in our life. So we can have different understandings, but the same core
That's so
core
good.
beliefs.
Zoe. I think that's a really helpful example for people. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and then tier 3 would be other issues that are even less critical to our understanding of the gospel. And again, this is not saying they're not important, but it's a triage system, right? So anyone who goes to the emergency department, we recognize needs to be seen, needs to be addressed, but there's like an order.
Yeah, that's helpful.
So tier 3 will be more personal feelings around, what can I say? For example, Christians and alcohol, okay? That could be a whole issue that actually does spark some contention.
Yeah.
But it's an area that, again, throughout church history, Christians have, God-fearing, biblically based Christians have held different opinions on. Or something might be like the end times. We're not going to talk about that today.
That would hurt my brain. I remember doing that in Bible college. And we had all the like diagrams and all the posters and everything going on. And that was honestly the first time I'd ever had it genuinely in-depth explained. Because for me, at my age, as you know, when I was 19 studying, like, it was okay for me to not know those things.
Yes, absolutely. And again, I think that's a great segue to come back to why I think a triage can be helpful to think about. It's because, again, you might be watching the live stream as a Christian and going, goodness, some of those
like, what are they
things,
talking about?
That sounds really scary. That sounds really intense. And remember, those are tier 3. You don't have to spend your next 2 years of your life.
Yeah, you don't need to spend every
deep.
devotional.
No. But where you should be is coming to Jesus daily and asking him to reveal himself through his word and trusting in his character. Like, that's the foundation we always build on.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. Trusting in his character.
Yes.
Because it's how God's revealing himself in actually who he is.
Yeah.
And a lot of these lower tiers, it's who he is and how that affects your own life.
Right.
But a lot of it is that word like conviction. It's based on how you understand and interpret things. And like the lower you are, the more space there is for you to disagree with the person next to you. But the higher you go, the less room there is for you to disagree.
Yeah, great. So I hope it's helpful to think through. I mean, it was a brief introduction there, but this idea that in theology we can ask ourselves questions about the questions we're asking. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So anytime a thought comes into your mind, even a doubt or a challenge, give yourself permission to just scale it a little bit and go, is this a question that really is looking at who God is? If so, like I want to give that some time.
Yeah.
I want to get some wise counsel from leaders,
Yeah.
from other believers or confidants that I trust. I want to really look at scripture. I want to use some resources, whether that's Bible commentaries or some scholarly articles to strengthen my understanding here. Versus if it's tier 3, you might pray about that. You might casually bring it up in conversation with a friend, but you don't need it to really take over your life to the point where it actually becomes burdensome.
Yes, that's a good word.
Yeah.
Are there any resources that you would recommend for the tier 1s?
Oh, yeah.
And then going into 2 and then into 3?
Great question. And I'm laughing already because I feel like if you've spoken to me for longer than 10 minutes, you've probably heard me talking about some of these resources.
Yes.
Zoe could undoubtedly guess the first one that will come out of my mouth. We could say it together. Or she's like, she's
I'm
panicking.
really
She's
nervous.
like, maybe not. No, it's okay.
Let me lock in.
Okay, it's
Let
a
me
fun
lock
game.
in.
We'll
All right,
see.
here we go. All right.
You got it? All right, we'll say it on 3.
I'm thinking of the broader one. Ready?
Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Bible Project.
Yes. We're in
Yeah,
sync. I can
that's
feel my
good.
head bounce up enough. Yeah, so the Bible Project are an incredible not-for-profit organization that creates free resources in a variety of formats and mediums.
Yes.
So depending on how you like to learn, depending on your lifestyle, I can guarantee there'll be something you can access. So they have an incredible YouTube channel full of videos that range from really short, a few minutes, kind of pithy, but engaging through storytelling, through animation to help you understand key themes in the Bible. Key topics. They have book summaries for every book in the Bible. They have longer form series that might dive into specific terms and words that are used in scripture.
Yep.
They also have podcasts if you want to go a little bit deeper, great for a walk or your kind of commute to work.
Yes.
Where they go even deeper into some of the theology that supports the videos. But I want to say, like, in a really accessible conversational
100%.
way.
Yeah.
They also have articles on their website. They even have university level classes that you can take for free that are self-paced and online. So the Bible Project is a great place to start.
Yeah.
They really were one of the first. Yeah, I would give them a lot of credit for my own personal journey and really falling in love with theology.
Yeah.
Have you used the Bible Project
Yes,
at all?
I've used it a lot. I remember in school, that was where it was first introduced in some of our like religion studies.
Yeah.
And it talked strongly on like what are the patterns that we see in the Bible.
Yeah.
And so I was introduced to the Bible Project by looking at really strong like biblical patterns. And then I didn't look at it too much in high school, and then I left school and I started using a lot of the resources for our Sunday youth program.
Yeah, great.
Because they just put it in such a way that's, as you said, really easy to digest. And so we've used a lot of the resources in Sunday Youth, like playing a nice 2-minute video to set the scene on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're doing a whole Sermon on the Mount series, and a lot of that resources has been provided by Bible Project.
Amazing.
And so I listened to their nice 45-minute podcast, which is great because I often have to travel really far for work.
Right.
And so I have the choice, what I want to listen to in the morning. And it's so good because it's not a difficult, like, let's say I have to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
It's not oh my gosh, these intellects are
It's so
hurting my
hard to,
ears, and so you can put it on at any time. And I've used a lot of it, their commentaries as well,
so
which has
good.
been wonderful using the Bible Project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love their work because they are really passionate about communicating that the Bible is one unified story that leads to Jesus.
Yeah.
But let's be real, if you've spent a bit of time in the Bible, you can open up portions and feel like that doesn't ring true.
Yeah.
You can be like, is it one unified story? Like,
Yeah.
there's some things going on in the Old Testament I don't really get. Normally that's how it goes
Yeah,
down. Hey, normally
yeah.
people are like,
Yeah,
New
you open up
Testament?
to the Kings and you start reading about how many wives this person had.
Right.
And you're like, what? Where's Jesus in
God,
this?
Yeah, on board for that. Or, Leviticus, which is actually a beautiful book, but it's kind of my go-to for saying, there's some tricky things in the Bible that as a 21st century Christian,
Yes.
we do have to do a bit of work to mind the gap, cultural gap, time gap.
Yes.
And the Bible Project does a great job.
Definitely, because a lot of what they do, especially Tim Mackey, we love Tim Mackey, he often gives you, like, not that it's not a modern translation, but he'll say, if you don't really understand this term or word, put this one in there instead.
Yes.
And so I remember them talking about a passage where it talks about like moths and vermin in Sermon on the Mount, and they were like, just gave really practical modern day examples, because how we understand and store our clothing today is so different to how people in
The ancient Near East.
the ancient Near East, because I was just thinking about it the other day, like my jumper, it was falling apart and I've had it for like 1 to 2 years. That would never be the case in the ancient Near East, because their clothes would last forever because they were designed to last.
Wow.
And so that was just one simple thing that made me realize, this is how I understand this passage in my modern day context. We have a different understanding of clothes. I wouldn't have known that if I just picked up the Bible and just read it as it is, which is a wonderful thing to do.
Yes.
But a lot of this conversation is like, we want to draw from other places. So we recommend Bible Project for that.
That's good. Any other resources that you know and love?
Ooh.
Because another part of the issue is that there's actually so much out there that it can be quite overwhelming to know where to start.
Yeah, I think it depends what you're looking for. Like, Bible Project's very good if you want to understand the Bible better. And then you've got people who are really good at doing like cultural commentaries.
Yes.
And so I love Mark Sayers and I love his podcast with Rebuilders.
Yes.
Because it talks about, this is literally modern day current events. Like it talks about the tariffs that are happening around the world. How does that impact us, and how does the church respond to that in a way that actually brings the kingdom of God on earth? And so that has been really helpful, looking at a lot of like, where's our culture at? And he's Australian, which I really appreciate having Australian understandings, because even though Bible Project is great, it's American and they're coming from their context. Love it when you find an Australian one.
He pastors a church in Melbourne?
Yeah, in Melbourne, Red Church. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. We do love a good podcast.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to talk about the Million Stranger podcast?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so it's funny when you feel like you have an action over one resource, and then you introduce each other to another, and then suddenly you like the same sweet resource. Yeah, we constantly listen to the same But we also try and stretch ourselves and listen to different contexts, different backgrounds. I think that's really healthy to avoid what is a human tendency of bias and getting it in the bubble. But yeah, so there's a pastor from Brown Church, and he's written a book recently called The Familiar Stranger, and it's tackling a big topic theologically, which is the Holy Spirit. So the person is the Trinity. And I can't remember Ben, so forgive me, who I remember I quoted it in a sermon, and I remember who said it, so it's not my quote, but it was reflecting on the fact that so often as Christians, we're very familiar. What's that time? Maybe? I don't know. We're really familiar with 2 out of 3 persons in the Trinity. Because Jesus is probably the most successful for us, because he's human. And we can kind of understand that. It's like, well, he was also God, that's a bit tricky. Like, Jesus was human, we can read the accounts and the Gospels of his life, and we can recognize very human elements. God, we're able to understand at a big macro level as this concept of powerful, creative being. You know, there's a lot of language in scripture, a lot of father language.
Yeah.
And of course, depending on your personal experience of an earthly father, that could be later for you. But we're still able to ground it conceptually. But the Holy Spirit can be the person Trinity. We feel actually the least confident talking about. And even maybe a bit, not like, we're not familiar, we're actually a bit scared.
Yeah.
So tell us you just covered.
I loved it because I realized how diverse it was and different elements that you can bring home college during. I'll look it up. I'll tell you some of the titles for it. I really appreciated is that he had like guest speakers from churches across America, across the UK, and Mark Sayers from Rebuilders. Which I understand it's a very when understanding, but I think for us that's very helpful for how we understand the story in our culture. I think it's to go into boundaries of your understanding. It's really good. You can have people from your cultural understanding and talking about things that you've most likely really understand. So actually, the first episode was the Holy Spirit in head and heart with Tim Abbey, which is really the whole episode was just him talking about he intellect, so he's been able to love with God in his brain, which is just in
Primarily through scripture, a lot of written word, I felt like that really spoke to him. And then, you know,
I just love it so much. And then it looks also on discernment is the second episode and how you can bring discernment into your everyday life. I think it's a really interesting one because I've definitely heard that language around you've got to be big decision making. You should learn that. Oh, you got to think about what are you going to study at uni? Oh, you should learn that. And a lot of language, how do you use them in really big life circumstances? But the way that they describe certain myths was, how can I ask God what I should do when I'm not sitting in the bus? How should I? And one of the examples I think was, if I was, I can't really remember, but it's around the understanding of, what it looks like bring God into every single day's life. And if I was actually listening to the Holy Spirit, like, what do you want me to go to talk to that person over there? And would God have a word for me to give to them? Which I think that's an amazing about the Holy Spirit. Is that it's literally what connects all of us together. And so he can use this like not just really, not probably like a way, but like dropping in words to me to you. Maybe it's something that you want to talk about and you've never told anyone. Like God could give me something that tells us how much God is talking to you. Anyway, so that's what they do about that sermon, and I love that so much.
It's all about a whole lifestyle question. And we know who God is, and we know that the Holy Spirit is the third valid person of the Trinity. And so he has the same enduring character of a God who is loving, who is compassionate, who is gracious, who is faithful, who is proactively moving towards all of his people, all of his children. And when we hear his voice, when we hear his prompting, his nudging, because we know his character, because we've got right theology about who he is, then we are able to start and be obedient, because we trust the message giving us trust because we know the message.
Yeah.
Or when it comes to the gifts of the Spirit, like we can feel confident to step out in the gifts of the Spirit because we know the gift giver. And so it's our theology matters. So, I gave you a little pause there to digest that as we're having a look at some tech things. Let's land the plane a little bit with how we started the conversation around the early church and the way that we today are connected in this long line of history in this long line of ancient practice being passed down from generation to generation, which gives us, again, a lot of confidence that the scripture that we read today is the same scripture that was being used by those first disciples.
Yeah.
A really key question that came up quite early in the early church was, what are we going to decide is our like tier 1 doctrine? What are some of the key beliefs that we deem set us apart as Christians?
Yeah.
Like, because it's a big and beautiful book, scripture, and to really distill this to what is its primary message about who God is, and what does it really at the end of the day mean if you say I'm a Christian, I'm a follower of Jesus? Like, that's a hard thing to summarize this. But they gave it a solid effort, didn't they, Zoe?
They gave it a good crack.
Yeah.
For good reasons.
And it was important because they knew they had to be so clear and so unified about what their core tier 1 beliefs were.
Yeah.
And so that's how we have what are called the creeds.
Yes. And I love it so much. And I think, what you're saying, the language is so specific. And one thing that I've been learning so much since working with like students and young people is the need to explain things so clearly and not leave anything to be assumed.
Yes.
Because if I tell someone to set up some cones in a straight line, if they don't know the direction of the cones, they're not going to set them up the way I wanted it. If I try to tell them, make a table that's got enough space for you to write something in, I don't know how big you're going to make that table. Like, there's something that I'm learning so much. You have to be so specific and so clear with what you're communicating. And the early church understood that because this wasn't just going to be spread from word of mouth anymore.
Yes.
This is stuff that they were like, no, this is going to be written down in the history books.
Yes.
This is going to take us forward all the way throughout all of our future. And this is something we have to communicate clearly for people to understand what does it mean to be a Christian.
Yeah, so good. So one of the major creeds is called the Apostles' Creed. And the name of that is because we were trying to distill, after Jesus ascends, like we talked about a bit earlier, you've then got 12 disciples. It is 12. Judas is now no longer one of the 12. If you check out your Bible, it's Matthias. But we've got 12 disciples who have been with Jesus for at least 3 years, actively witnessing his ministry, hearing all of his teaching. There was such strong oral history tradition in their culture that they were able to memorize his teaching and then pass that on, keep it alive.
Yeah.
And so the Apostles' Creed is then really taken as that kind of distillment of what the apostles were then teaching in their first church plants and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to read it to us?
Sure.
Beautiful.
Sure thing. All right.
Love it. So this is like tier 1 theology. This is like our encapsulation of what it means to follow God, be a Christian.
And I think if you are a Christian and you've been in church, I would love for you to think, what of this, like, where is this familiar?
Yeah, it's good.
And if you have never been into a church before, I would love for you to think, how much of this have you just heard from like living life? Because some of it might be really familiar and some of it might not be.
Yeah.
But I think it's really interesting to come in with, like, what might you already know about this? Because we're calling it theology, which can appear like a big scary thing, but this is just stuff that a lot of people pick up along the way and are unaware of how much they've picked up.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
I challenge you, how much of this have you heard? If it's not a lot, that's so fine. Here we go. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth. I believe in Jesus Christ, God's only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended to the dead. On the third day he rose again. He ascended into heaven. He is seated at the right hand of the Father, and he will come to judge the living and the dead. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Christian Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. Amen.
Amen to that. Wow. So there's a lot in there. There's a lot
so
that's
much
being covered.
Yeah.
But if we were to just give a little bit of commentary before we wrap up our segment together, I noticed straight away as you're reading it, and I can see it in front of me. I encourage you, if you're at home, you can just Google really quickly the Apostles' Creed, and seeing it in front of you might be helpful too. It's really affirming our triune God. So the fact that there is a God who's a loving Father.
Yes.
That there is Jesus Christ, who is God's Son, but he's also our Lord. And then the Holy Spirit, the third person of the Trinity, who is uniquely involved in bringing Jesus to be in human form.
Yeah.
And they're summarizing the key parts of Jesus' life here.
Yeah.
Right? His conception, his birth, his death, his crucifixion.
Yeah.
The fact that he was actually buried, he was fully dead, but then that he rose again.
Yes.
Without that truth, what are we doing? Like, if Jesus didn't die, we've got problems theologically
Yeah.
as humans who were broken and out of connection with God.
Yeah.
But if he didn't rise, we're in even bigger trouble.
Yes.
And so that is a very clear summary of the way that, no, Jesus actually was God.
Yeah.
And the fact that God of the universe came to earth to restore relationship with us is the good news that makes it a joy to say, I follow God, I follow Jesus.
Yeah.
And the fact that through the Holy Spirit, we are now a part of that unfolding mission as his church.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I love it. We get to participate in this good news.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, it is wonderful.
Amen to that.
Amen. What else to say?
Oh, well, friends, we've had a lovely time opening up this conversation of what it means as a Christian to grapple with some theological questions, remembering that you are allowed to ask questions about your questions.
Yes.
So you're allowed to think about that theological triage. Is this a tier 1 primary issue about who God is, about his nature, about his very essence? If so, give yourself time, give yourself grace to process that, to study that in his word, to seek wise counsel. If you have questions that are maybe more in the tier 3 category, you don't need to dismiss them, but you don't need to be up at the middle of the night, like worrying about that, struggling to reconcile that.
Yeah.
That's something that God's grace can meet you at your at with.
Yeah.
Meet you where you're at.
Where you're at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are words.
That's good.
Maybe it's time for another cup of tea.
Yeah. Come on.
Beautiful. Well, why don't we pray to end this segment? And then we're going to hand over to the ping pong team.
Brilliant. All right, I'll open and then you can close.
Love it. Let's do it.
All right. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the joy that it is to participate in your life in the kingdom, Lord. We just pray that through this time where we get to play ping pong, Lord, that we would be able to bring freedom, Lord.
Yes.
We know that you bring a ministry of freedom, and so we ask that we would be able to participate in that, Lord. Through money that we raise, Lord, a really practical way, but also through awareness. Because you are a God who believes that every person matters and that every person deserves to be free from anything that holds them, whether that be physical and things like slavery, or whether that is things that are suffering and oppression and hurt in our lives. You seek to free us from that. And so, we just thank you that you're a God who brings freedom. And so we just pray for anyone watching this live stream that they would come to a greater understanding of that freedom, Lord, and that comes through questioning, and that comes through all of our experiences in life. Help us to know who you are better, Lord.
Yes, God, that really is our prayer. And so I just, in particular, lift up anyone who might be listening or watching right now who's got questions about who God is. And I just pray, Holy Spirit, that you would be with them right now, that your presence would be made known to them, that they would feel your love, that they would be encouraged, that they are able to seek you. And your word says when people seek you, they will find you. And what they will find is a good, loving, just and trustworthy God. But this is why having these conversations of theology is important, God, because we want to know who you really are. And so help us to grow in our understanding of who you are, but also help us to grow to be more like you, to be more loving, grace-filled, faithful, all of the good, beautiful things. So we pray this in your name, Jesus. Amen.
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 Woo.
Amazing. Well, thanks for joining us for this Theology and Tea segment. How fun.
So fun.
I love it.
If you ever want to join us, hey, if you're a young adult woman, I don't know what the age boundary is on that.
It's loose.
It's loose. Expand it. Come on. If you want to talk about theology and more about God, you can join us on the third Sunday of the
every
month.
Yeah.
Every single month.
Sunday night, 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Details are on hopevalley.ya Instagram.
Yeah.
So good. All right.
Come on.
Love you all.
Okay, great. Well, see you guys.
Beautiful.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't really get an end time, so I was just there when do we stop talking?
Is there any kind of plan for?
Kids don't have like records on, and so they're gonna like we do something.
Okay. Is this yours or mine?
That one's yours.
Okay, great.
I'm zooming with Matt.
Sick. God bless. Sorry, Matt.
Hi, Matt. I don't know if you can hear us, but hi.
I just muted you guys, so I actually don't think.
Oh, okay.
All right, bye, friends.
All right. Matt, can you hear me? Did you unmute that, Benny? Matt, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. All right. If you speak, can I hear you? No, I can't hear that. Hold on, Matt. We've never done this before. So we're going to do some experimentation. For those on the stream, we're trying to get... Oh, here we go. What if you talk now, Matt?
I'll try talking now.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. We can hear you loud and clear. I'm just going to turn you off. I've got a little earpiece here, Matt. This is some fancy stuff. I'm going to turn you off in my ear so I can hear you.
I'm pretty impressed with my cap today, but that's not.
Your cap looks good.
Thank you, mate. And whatever it is that you're wearing, somewhere between a builder's helmet and something out of a Simpsons episode, that is very impressive, mate. Can you explain it?
Well, last year I got very dehydrated throughout the course of the Pong. So this year I thought I'm not letting that happen again. So this is my hydration hat. It may during the night turn into a soft drink hat, but I'm refraining from that for as long as I can.
Are you a coffee drinker? Because at 7 a.m. it could turn into a coffee hat as well.
I don't drink coffee, so the plan is to not have coffee. I want to do this whole thing uncaffeinated, the full 24 hours uncaffeinated.
I certainly see a marketing opportunity for the Pong here, mate, with other 24-hour Pong venues.
Yeah, thank you.
As we sell versions of Joe's hat.
That's right. So, Matt, if this is weird for you, it's because I'm looking at you here, but the camera's over there.
Oh, so when you do that, you're looking straight at me, mate.
Yeah, when I do this, I'm looking straight at you. Also,
no, when you do the one to the side, you're looking straight at me.
That's right. So I'm looking straight at you now.
That's intimidating now.
But now I've got no idea what's going on because I can't see you. Anyways, what I was also going to say is there's a delay between me hearing my voice but not hearing your voice. But that's just the way it's going to be. So if I ever repeat or stumble, that's why. But we're good. Matt, welcome to the couch. Welcome to joining us. Just tell us who you are, what you do, and even where you are, because you are not in South Australia.
I'm not in South Australia, so my name is Matt. I'm the Chief Relationship Officer of the Pong. There are two of us who are employed by the Pong. David, who you heard talk last year, is in the normal world, David would be our Chief Executive Officer, but in the rather quirky world of the Pong, he's our CPO, which is our Chief Pong Officer.
Love it.
As per usual, we just have a whole heap of fun with what we're doing. So I'm the Chief Relationship Officer. I live in the Yarra Valley in Victoria. It was my great pleasure to be with you guys last Sunday.
Yeah.
And what I really do is I talk to communities who are ponging or who want to pong around the country, and we talk about how they can get a great Pong event up and running and talk about what the Pong does and who we support and why we do what we do. That's it in a nutshell.
Brilliant. So, for those who might be listening, who maybe have never been to a Pong event, just give us like literally 5 points of what a Pong event is and why we do it.
Yeah. Why we do it first. We choose to fight the injustice of slavery through playing and hosting community-based table tennis events, often like your event for up to 24 hours. We seek peer-to-peer fundraising, and that is how we raise our funds. And by doing that, we'll raise somewhere around $500,000 this year.
That's brilliant.
We then send those raised funds to our 7 charity partners who are working on the ground in Thailand, India, Cambodia, Philippines, and here in Australia. And it's these organisations that are doing the work. So your ponging efforts are equipping the work in anti-trafficking and anti-slavery, which is a fabulous thing, that there's this direct correlation between the slightly quirky thing that you guys are doing as a community across this 24 hours. Direct correlation between that and lives being changed forever because of what you're doing. And that's just a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And you may be wondering, people might be looking around, there's all this confetti around. You can barely see it. And that's because we reached our original goal a little bit ago, but we're going to continue raising money. We've upped the goal a little bit by $2,500, and we're going to keep going. Matt, how many Pongs have you competed in or participated in?
Yeah, or being present at, maybe more to the point.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, mate. 100? I don't know.
Really?
I guess I've been working with the Pong. This is my 8th or 9th Pong campaign, and I guess I normally get around to 7 or 8, I think, different Pong events as they're happening. So like
it's very impressive.
Last Friday night, we were at Golden Grove Lutheran, down the road from you, or a little bit down the road from you. And we were at their Pong event, and it's always a joy to be at the event itself. And we were lucky enough to be at your event last year, which was it was awesome, wasn't it?
It was
Joe,
awesome.
It was. Can I ask you a question just about your fundraising goal?
Yeah.
You've said that you've gone through your goal of $10,000, but that wasn't your initial goal, was it? Your initial goal was 8,500.
Yeah.
8,500 to go past last year's 8,450. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. So last year we had 8,450. Then we wanted to at least match that, so we set 8,500, and we were flying this week, and so we thought, no, let's go to 10. And we originally thought 10 when we were planning the Pong, but we thought, no, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, which was bad. We shouldn't have done that, because God's got big plans and we're faithful and we know what He's going to do for us. And so we thought, we'll bump it up to 10, and then so we surpassed 10 now, and then we want to keep going. And we believe that God's got more for us, and our people are generous, and so we can just keep going because it's a great cause and we love it. And we haven't even got to the bulk of people playing yet. We've got kids club and youth coming in very soon, and that's going to be bedlam. You can see that we've blacked it all out. We were able to see the whole the Pong behind us, but we blacked it out because some people obviously don't being on camera, so we blacked out the studio.
I've been following intermittently throughout the day, Joe, so I've been able to see it all going on. I had a question for you. You've got a pickleball table or court happening. How's that going?
The pickleball is going very well. It's going so well that we've had to retrieve the pickleballs that have gone and got stuck in the ceiling. We've got these trusses in the ceiling. So we've gone up the ladder a few times and retrieved them. But it's good. We've also got a pool table. And I know it's not table tennis, but it makes a ping pong sound, so we can go with that. But it's just good. Adds a bit of variety, allows people to run around, but we've seen some good variety in what people are doing all around. So it's really good. It's inclusive. People are enjoying it, and it's good variety. Good variety.
Yeah. So has that been one of the highlights for you this year to see just how inclusive a Pong event is? I mean, I'm sure you experienced that last year too.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to keep taking this out when I talk, because when I talk, I hear my voice back and it's distracting me. But yeah, it's been unreal. We've seen We've seen young adults come through. We've seen a bunch of seniors. We call them the North of 60s group. But we've had a bunch of them come through. We had some actually like people who play competitively, and they just dueled each other for like an hour. It was insane. But we've had all sorts of people coming through, and that's been one of my highlights is seeing some people that may have struggled to connect just in the community and within the church a bit. And they've just been around like all day, and they want to come back later on. And it's great. It's really inclusive, and it really just invites people in. They feel so a part of things. And it's so simple and so easy. Even if they're not playing table tennis, them just being here and sitting around, we've got like a little couch area and beanbags. And so for them just to be here it's just really good for them. And we're seeing some great fruit from that in terms of relationship building.
That's unbelievable, mate. It's not unbelievable. It's absolutely believable, but it's unbelievably good. Because David and I hear this every year from Pong events. A Pong event brings people together. And we always joke about, if you and I go and play squash, Joe, we're not going to chat. We're not going to be in community together because we're too busy keeping ourselves alive, because squash is such a brutal. And if we go and play tennis together, we're standing on different sides of the court 8 miles away from one another, and we can't really have a conversation. But when we play table tennis, ping pong, and we just hit the ball back and forwards to each other, and it's rhythmic, and it's apart from the insanely competitive players, it's gentle. Talk, and isn't that a wonderful thing? So we didn't invent that, but it's a lovely byproduct, we always think, and especially in churches where there's a huge range of age groups, and those age groups can come together across a table whilst doing something really significant.
Exactly. And I think the Pong can seem really aimed at like youth or young adults. And sure, we'll have youth that will carry it late to the night and then young adults through the night. But when you and Dave came to us with the idea of, let's go full 24 hours, we were like, yeah, let's do that. And so we're like, let's get the whole church involved, the whole community. We actually got sponsors kind of on board this year, just some local community like shops. And so we got like the chicken and chip shop down the road, Hope Valley Chicken and Seafood, and they've sponsored us. They're bringing us some hot chips throughout the night. And a family at our church run a coffee business, Mila Coffee, and they've supplied coffee for the whole 24 hours. So it's great. It's just allowing a great community vibe. And through all that, we're raising money for your amazing partner organizations. I would love to hear, Matt, we know that you've been overseas and you've seen these projects firsthand and you have witnessed the work that Ping Pongathon is actually doing. Can you just tell whoever's listening maybe 1 or 2 stories or what's your favorite thing about seeing it, or what's some like really crazy things that you've seen over there where it's just been totally eye-opening and you've really seen the impact of the Pong?
Okay. I might need to think a little bit on 1 or 2 of those things.
No, that's all right.
But to say that, we have seen crazy things. We've seen crazy good things with the impact of the dollars that have been raised. And then we've seen some things that are just that I won't go into detail of, that are so heartbreaking and so troubling. And so how on earth can this happen? Can this exist? And once or twice we've found ourselves in places that have been where we felt a little less than comfortable. I think, Joe, the story that if I've got 2 or 3 minutes, if that's okay, to tell a story.
Yeah, totally fine.
We always talk about the number 50 million just being so vast, so unimaginable. That's the number of people, upwards of 50 million, in conditions of slavery today. And it's difficult to get our heads around that number when it's roughly twice the population of Australia. And so the only way that we've really learned how to understand that number is to synthesize the number all the way down to 1. So to take the 50 million and bring it down to 1 individual story. Because if we believe, as we do, that everybody is wonderfully made in the image of God, that everybody is significant, important, and should be able to live a life of freedom, not being exploited by anybody else, then 1 becomes super important. And look into the Gospels, and Jesus tells several stories about the 1 who was lost and then saved. So we understand that 1 is significant. And I think for me, a few years ago, David and I were with one of our partners, the Freedom Story in the north of Thailand, and we've been there a couple of days. And on the last afternoon, a young lady who was supported by the Pong by Pong dollars to stay in school, which is a really big deal up there. She comes up to me. She's probably 12 or 13 years old, and she comes up to me with a translator, and via the translator asks whether we can chat. Like, yeah. And we'll call her Annie for the sake of the story. And she says, Matt, just want to say thank you to you. And I'm like, of course, Annie, you're welcome. And she was quite agitated, and she said, no, you don't understand. I've been educated here at the Freedom Story, and I know, as the eldest girl in my family, of a very poor family that are kind of subsistence farmers, that I was at the greatest risk of being trafficked in slavery. And she said, but because of the work of the Freedom Story that is supported by Pong dollars, which is your dollars, Joe, that you and your Hope Valley community. So
that's crazy.
Really,
that's awesome that you hear that.
Yeah. She said, I now know that I'm going to be able to get through primary school, high school, go into tertiary education and do the things that I want to do in life. And she said, when you go back to Australia, will you thank people for me? And I said, Annie, everywhere I go, I tell that story. And, 3 years on, I'm still telling that story right here and now, Joe. But that, for me, was how 50 million people became one. Because I don't want to think what would have happened to Annie but for the Pong dollars going up to the Freedom Story. So her success is the Freedom Story success, is the Pong success, is your success, my friend. This is what you're doing. There will be another Annie, as it were, who in the coming months, because of what you guys are doing, knows safety and security and freedom. Prevention.
Yeah,
Amazing.
that's awesome. Would you just be able to explain for us, the people that are listening, myself, what's the process? How do you find the projects that you support? How do you choose those projects? What do you look for? Then how does that money go from us? Because people are coming in the door, they're like, hey, we're giving you money. Like, where's it going? Yeah. What's it doing? Yeah, how does it go from us through to you guys, then through to your partners?
Yeah. It was a few questions there to answer, so I think I'll try and answer it in reverse order. First of all, somebody comes into your Pong event now, and they might be encouraged to make a donation. They give you $5, $10, $50, whatever it is. And we don't want people thinking, yeah, well, I hope this Pong thing's okay. I'm not really sure where it's going. No, we know where the money's going. So we have these 7 charity partners around the Southeast Asia region, who are very carefully chosen, some of whom have been with us for a very long time. And each of these partners is working in one of 3 key areas. One, it's working in education and prevention. So when I talked about the story of Annie just now, that's education and prevention. Let's stop people being trafficked in the first place. Secondly, we work with organisations who are doing rescue and aftercare, literally bringing people out of dark places and starting to rehabilitate them, care for them, find them vocational training to move on with the rest of their lives. And thirdly, if you can see my fingers, we work with organisations who are looking to bring systemic, meaningful legal change to some parts of the world that need that change being made in. When all the Pong dollars from our campaign have been raised, which will be about the middle of December, we then distribute those funds to our partners.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that. That's great for...
You go.
Say that again.
Was there another part of that question that I've missed somewhere, or have I...
No, I didn't think so. That was brilliant.
Okay.
This might be an unanswerable question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you even looked at this. What's your vision... What's your vision for the Pong over the next 5-10 years? Do you have goals? Do you have ambitions? Do you have anything like that?
Yeah, it's a really good
question. It could be
question.
secret stuff too, so you don't have to say us.
I can honestly say that there is a little bit of very, very exciting, but at this stage, very secretive stuff. So I'll just dangle the carrot. But I think when we yeah, when we start to talk more broadly about it, you'll listen to what we're saying and think, yeah, of course. Can you hear my dogs barking?
Yeah, but it's fine.
But aside from the one or two exciting new plans that we have, I think it's to continue the journey of encouraging communities like you guys, and churches and schools and businesses and individuals all around Australia, to become more aware of this blight, in our world, and to choose through this ridiculously quirky thing called Pong to do something about it. So we want to do more. We want to reach more. Hearts and minds is what we want to reach, Joe, because when we reach hearts and minds, then so many of the problems don't exist.
Awesome.
Yeah.
As the relationships officer, your job is to, well, obviously build relationships. Is it to increase the amount of Pongs? If someone's out there listening, what is it that they can do if they want to do their own Pong? Like, explain to us just the process of doing a Pong.
Call me. Get on the phone. Call Matt.
Call Matt, everybody. Call him.
I will help you. I will do everything I can within my power to help you understand how to run a Pong event. And yeah, it's as simple as that, Joe. If somebody's listening and they think, I'd like to do this in my church, in my school, in my business, how do I do it? Get on the Pong website, find Matt. And if you want to put my number up, you're very welcome to do that, Joe. But you know what, mate? Perhaps I can throw the question back to you in a way, because this is the 4th year that Hope Valley's been ponging. And talk me through your journey, because you didn't just start in year 1 with a bang and $10,000, did you? It's been a progression.
Yeah, so to be perfectly honest, I wasn't even here the first 2 Pongs. I can't remember what happened the first one, and I was overseas for the second one. But I was just obviously a member of the youth ministry here, and our old youth director and one of the youth leaders at the time started with this thing called the Ping Pongathon. And so we just started off as a youth group. We'd do 2 hours on a Friday night, and it was great, and we would raise money. And then we may have done 3 years like that. I can't quite remember. And then we've obviously built relationships with James, who's the South Australian rep for Ping Pongathon. And he was like, mate, this is when I took over the youth ministry. He's like, mate, Dave and Matt, they're coming in from Melbourne. They want to catch up. I was intimidated. I'm not going to lie. I was like,
why?
Nothing against you. You guys are great. But I'd never met you before. And he was talking like you guys were like extreme CEOs of a big like corporate organization. And he was like, yeah, let's catch up. And I'm like, okay, like where? And he said, where? And I'm like, well, do you want like near us in the northeast or what? And he said, anything you want. You just suggest it. And I said, randomly, there's a really good charcoal kebab house. And he was like, boom, done, let's go there. And it's a bit of like everyone loves it around here. But anyway, so we went there, and you guys were brilliant. And we just started chatting, and you were like, we suggest doing it 24 hours. Why not? Like, just get the whole community involved. Go bigger than what you know. Just be ambitious and trust the Lord and all his plans and what he can do with this. And then so I was like, okay, well, that sounds pretty good. And so I took that back from that meeting back to the team. And I was like, guys, I think we're going to do Ping Pongathon for 24 hours. And I got a lot of blank stares, actually. They were like, what do you mean? And then my running mate, Tim, he was just like, Joe, let's do that. And so we did, and so we just built it from there. And I think the best thing we did was get like the whole church involved and run it through events that already existed. Like we already had Kids Club exist, we already had youth existing, we already had coffee and chat existing, we already had like men's breakfast existing. So why not incorporate them with the Pong? So it's not like this whole new thing. It's just like, yeah, there's some lunatics who are going 24 hours playing table tennis, but then everyone else can get involved. Well, not that we're lunatics, but everyone else can get involved in the smaller times. And so we just started like that. And I think last year was definitely a trial run because we'd never done it before. And people didn't really know what we meant when we said we're going to do 24 hours, we're going to raise a whole bunch of money, we're going to live stream it, and it's going to be like wicked. And we're going to have all these like weird goals. Like my like at people. The goals this year for me is every $500 something gets painted on me. So I've got flags and hot air balloons and like waves and bikes and all sorts. I'm actually running behind. I got to keep doing them. I've got. Can you see this? This is
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'll stand up for you,
I
mate.
can't
This
see the
one's
leg
good.
one.
It's the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Oh, of course
Anyways,
it is.
so yeah, we just set up all these goals and it gets super random and super funky. But last year we did it as a trial run, and everyone just kind of saw it and got really involved. And then this year it's going to keep getting bigger, hopefully. And so yeah, we love that, and the
was my
community's
next
starting to get
question.
around it. Say that again.
You just asked me what my kind of plans, hopes, dreams are for Pong moving forward as an organisation. Where do you see Hope Valley Pong going in 2026, 2027 and beyond? Is it something that you think it's here to stay? It's part of the DNA of who Hope Valley now is.
I personally really do think so. I think I would love to get it more community based. I think this year we are seeing that a bit more. Like we've got some local sponsors who are getting involved. But I think the bigger we build this, we want it to be more than just a church event, more than just a Christian fundraiser. And we want to share that community feeling and that feeling that we're like living for more than something than just ourselves. And there's people that are suffering way more than us. So I think the goal would be to continue to build it into the community and really make it a community event that's for more than just Hope Valley Church.
Yeah, and what an easy way it is to invite your non-church friends to step inside your church building
100%.
and just have a bit of fun together as the broader community. It's a wonderful thing.
All right, Matt, I got a question.
Yeah.
Do you have a top 3 Pong highlights of all time? You can think about this. That's a tough question. I pulled that out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Now, I need some definition around that question, though, Joe. Do you mean at a Pong event?
I'm happy for it to be either at a Pong event or seeing anything Pong related, whether it's stories that you hear from the Pong happening, whether it's seeing partners, organisation stories from that. I'm happy for it to be pretty broad.
3 things. Okay. I joined Pong in about April or May 2017, and that year in October or November, I had my first exposure trip with Pong into Southeast Asia to Thailand and Cambodia. And I come from England, as my accent probably betrays.
Yeah.
And I've spent plenty of time in Southeast Asian airports waiting for connecting flights to London, but I've never really set foot in a Southeast Asian country up till 2017. That first exposure trip of whatever it was, 12 or 13 days, meeting a lot of the partners that we support for the first time. That was unbelievable, mate. One of my friends said that I came back different from that trip, and I think that's true. As I started to see the power of this wild thing called Pong and the goodness that can come from it. Do you know something that comes immediately to mind, Joe, was I'm not sure whether you know the gentleman, Craig Schultz, I think is his name, from Adelaide West Uniting Church.
I actually do think I've met him. I think I've met him. Yeah.
So last year, Adelaide West United, I think I'm right in saying they ponged for the first time. I think that's right. And he had a challenge, like once they hit a certain number of dollars, that he was going to eat a tin of cold spaghetti out of his thong.
Out of his thong?
Yeah. If you want to shut down the live stream now, I understand, mate, because it's a disturbing image.
That is disgusting, actually.
And Joe, it was disgusting and memorable, and I had to applaud the effort that he had thought of, just about the worst thing that he could do, and he did it.
What, he ate it like a spoon? Like used the thong as a spoon?
Yeah, exactly that. So there's the thong. He poured the cold spaghetti on it, and then
that's unreal. I don't know how he thought of that, honestly.
And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for anybody watching this live stream, I'm sure Joe or somebody on the leadership will be up for such a similar challenge tonight if the dollars were right.
We got some people bleaching hairs, eating lemon, eating. Tim, there's actually a really gross smoothie getting drunk by someone, but
is that you?
It's not me.
Okay, and then Joe, the third story that comes to mind is something that we've touched on already. Rowville Baptist Church is in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne, and Rowville have been ponging for 7 or 8 years now. And their first Pong event, they decided to do 24 hours. Big effort. And like you, they do an all-of-church event, and they incorporate all the existing things within their church community, all the existing groups. And they finished their Pong event on a Saturday morning with an all-of-church breakfast. And I sat next to a lady at that breakfast who, a little bit older than me, a little bit overweight, I think that's fair to say. And she was sweating a lot. And she said, "Matt, I've been ponging since midnight." And I thought, yep, I can believe that. And then she said the most wonderful thing that stayed with me, Joe. She said, "I've learned more about the young people of our church overnight than I've ever previously known in all the years that I've been coming here." And I thought, isn't that fantastic? It was a real penny drop moment for me, where I realised that thing we talked about earlier, Joe, that just the simple act of hitting a table tennis ball brings people together, creates community. And I said to her, you know what? I bet the young people of your church community have learned more about the lives of people your age here in the church than they've ever known before. And she said, yeah, that's probably true. And for me, that was the first time that I'd seen that, because I was in my early days of being with Pong. And I wondered whether that was just going to be a once-off story, but it's not. I hear that story in one way, shape or form, year after year after year. And I love hearing it, mate, because I just believe that as God's people, when we come together to be a community, good things happen.
Brilliant.
I
love that.
That'll be my
thank you.
Story.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing.
I've got a question for you, Joe.
You got a question for me?
Yeah. On Sunday, Tim showed me the list of the challenges or the things that would happen at each $1,000 level of fundraising that has occurred. And that list only went up to $10,000. And now you're over $10,000. What does that mean?
There's actually more. Let me grab my phone because I need to see it. There's more. There's over $10,000 ones. All right, here we go. We got it here. All right. So at 12,500, my dad, who's the pastor here at Hope Valley, he has to wear a port guernsey and scarf during ping pong-a-thon, or maybe for an extended period of time, which is rough considering we are big Crows people. And I don't know if you know, but Port v Crows in Adelaide is an enormous rivalry. Yep. Then at 15 grand, a guy named Zoe, who's just on theology and tea, we've got a whole tub of green body paint, and she'll be turning into the Grinch. And at 20 grand, our executive pastor, Scott Button, will be bleaching his hair, that would be insane. So we do have some more goals, yeah.
Okay, now I don't know Scott, so does Scott have hair?
He does.
Yeah, and what kind of age is Scott? Is he a younger man or an older man?
No, Scott would be, how old is Scott? Benny, like 60? 60, and he's got a band of hair. The bleach would be incredible. Yeah, it'd be crazy.
So is he hoping you make 20?
Is he hoping? No. Is his wife hoping? Definitely not. She came in just before, and I heard her saying that she had no idea he had accepted that as a goal until after it had been all finalized and sent out on social media. So I'm not really sure if she's happy about it, but it's happening if we hit 20 grand. So that'll be great.
I think we should move on.
She might come and like strangle me or somewhere.
So tell me, in terms of numbers, how many young people have you got coming through tonight? And then how many people have you got going through the night?
Yeah, so we've got Kids Club on at the moment. I'm not sure Kids Club numbers. I don't run Kids Club. There could be like 50 kids here. Youth, we'd expect 60, maybe 70 youth, plus 25 or so leaders. So between those two events, you're looking at like close to 150 leaders and kids combined. Then I reckon we've had throughout the day maybe another 50 come through already. We've had 540 views on our live stream, which is brilliant. And we expect over the whole time to maybe have close to 300 come through over the full 24 hours. Because tomorrow morning we have our community breakfast, and that's a pretty big hit with the people in the community.
Right. It's wonderful. Perhaps this is a good moment to wrap things up. I can keep talking all night, mate, but...
yeah, well, it'd be great, but that's right. We've got to go back to it. We got Kids Club here. We'll go get involved, play some table tennis. But it's been great talking to you, Matt. Thank you very much for joining us. And
you and your community are doing a truly life-changing thing. So thank you. Bless you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the work you do in the Pong as well. And it's been great chatting to you. And we look forward to Ponging next year and seeing you maybe come down to Adelaide next year as well.
We'll be there.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
See ya. Bye. Ooh. Am I still live, Benny? You want to jump on? All right. That was a lovely chat with Matt. Those of you who are on the live stream, welcome Ben back.
Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, no worries.
That was a great chat.
It was a great chat. You know, honestly, what threw me was this delay, man. That was, oh wow.
Was there a delay?
It was not with Matt, just with myself.
You wouldn't know.
It sounded fluent?
Yeah, sounded fine.
I was trying. But no, that was a great conversation.
That was awesome. Great to hear like how things sort of started in that sense.
Yeah.
And how God in all of his amazing ways brings something so simple like hitting a table tennis
for sure
ball
into
something that is truly life-giving and amazing for everyone. So it's awesome.
It was brilliant. I'm just checking the live stream.
I think we're good. For those viewing, we got to change over at 6 o'clock. So we'll be changing over the stream.
Because there's a limited amount of time we can stream
to the next one. So stick around.
Oh, yeah. No, the stream is great.
Looks awesome.
Jaden says, Ben, he says, hey. Hey, Jaden.
Hey.
Jaden, we got a challenge for you, mate. If you're live and commenting, I need to paint something else on my body.
We got something else going.
Wow, I have that helmet, like, it's giving me death.
How heavy is it?
It's pretty heavy. I mean, it's got like almost a litre of water on there, so that's a kilo.
Yeah, that's...
it's not often that you wear a hat that's a kilo.
Good sort of neck training.
It is.
Posture.
I know, I'm going to be so strong, man. But Jaden, is there anything that you would like me to paint on myself? We got some time right now, so I need to keep cracking on this.
How many are you up to now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did I count this one?
I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm up to 12.
And what do you need to be at?
I need 20.
Wow. Okay, so you got 8 more.
Yeah.
And there's going to be more coming in, so let's get a suggestion from...
I don't know.
What have we got?
I want to do a dinosaur.
Yeah, I like dinosaur.
Green T-Rex.
Green T-Rex?
Yeah. Let's get that up, eh?
What was your favourite dinosaur as a kid?
Me?
Yeah.
T-Rex. Like, I was into dinosaurs. I wasn't, like, obsessed with them.
Yeah, neither. Yeah. I was more of a, what do they call it, like the Triceratops?
You like the Triceratops?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was about the Triceratops that
I'm probably not even saying that right, but there's something that just really struck a chord with me.
That's fair enough.
What do you reckon, Rex from Toy Story?
Rex from Toy Story
Rex from
drawing.
Is it Rex? I'm sure it's Rex.
I think it
from
is.
Toy Story.
Oh, I could do that.
Yeah.
I think I can
That'd
do that.
be great, I reckon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Rex from Toy Story going up. Jaden's saying, let me think. We're up to 14 viewers. Massive.
It's all happening here.
It's loud in the auditorium.
It is very loud. So you've got one drawing that you can do. What else are we going for?
I don't know.
You could draw one of those, paint one of those.
A lifesaver sherbet.
What are they? They're called lifesavers. Okay.
A lifesaver.
Now, I love them. Have never known what they're called. But now I know what they're called, lifesavers.
These lolly ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're sticks, man.
How good are they?
Oh, they're unreal.
So, 16 hours and 11 minutes to go. We've been here since the start. Man, look at this.
Yeah, it's it's been a
We've been
long
here
time.
since the start.
It
It's,
definitely feels like we've been here for a while.
It does, I got to 1, and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna make this, but I don't know. I think I've hit a second wind.
Oh wait, what time did you say you got to today?
About 1 o'clock.
Oh, and you were.
And I was yawning.
Juggling at 1.
I know.
Not at
I think
1.
it was sort of like the Arvo Blues.
Well, I know what you mean.
But now I think.
Oh, Helen with a donut. Helen, I love that idea. A donut. That's top tier. A dinosaur and a donut.
And you know what I love? All of these things sort of have a connection with you or something that's sort of happened throughout the day.
Yep.
So I reckon a
agree with
donut.
you. Well, that's what she says. Draw a big donut like the one you smashed earlier.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's a great call.
We did. We had some donuts. They were from Elliot Bakery, believe it or not.
Your dad was going off about it. He loved that Berliner.
Yep. Wow.
That was unreal.
This is a challenging drawing. I'm not kidding you.
Dinosaur's probably the hardest one you've got. To get all the different sort of contours and all that, that makes no sense, but...
No, I know what you're saying, though.
You know what I mean? It's a sort of a 3D sort of look.
Yeah, man, this is tough.
If anyone can do it, it's you.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that.
For those that aren't aware, Joe's got a drawing of a picture of a dinosaur that he's trying to copy.
So I had to go down. We got confetti in our paint here. I had to go down to the... Oh, Jaden says the Mona Lisa. Jaden, I can't draw the Mona Lisa, man.
Have you ever seen the Mona Lisa?
In real life?
Yeah.
Nah.
Neither. It's on the list too. It's in Paris, isn't it? I think so.
It's in where?
Paris, I think.
Let's go with that. I actually don't know where it is.
That would make sense.
It would. It seems like something that'd be in
I've
Paris.
heard it's a lot smaller in real life than you actually think.
Doesn't surprise me.
You see drawings of it, you see pictures of it.
Yeah.
And it looks sort of normal size, but apparently when you go there, it's a lot smaller than you think.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. What's the coolest landmark you think you've seen? Or coolest tourist attraction?
See, I've never been overseas, so that sort of removes a lot of things. But done a lot of travel in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Like, there's some really cool spots along the Great Ocean Road.
Yeah.
Where
You just did that recently?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
It was good?
Amazing. Like, you see, like, the land formation there. There's one, I think, called the Grotto.
Yeah, I've been to the Grotto.
That was really cool. And there was a moment where, like, a massive, like, it wasn't great weather, so the waves were quite up. Very windy. And there was a moment where this massive wave came in, and then all this water sort of came into this little basin area.
That's pretty
That
sweet.
was cool.
I've been there, never seen it like that though.
Yeah, okay.
That's cool. We've been to Sydney.
Yeah?
We've been to Sydney. Ben and I went to Sydney together.
Yeah, we did.
We
had ice cream over the harbour bridge.
We did. It was really romantic of us, actually.
Caught the ferry over to Luna Park. Luna Park was empty.
It was closed, yeah.
Got ice cream, and then we walked across.
That was nice. That was fun.
That was a moment. And we remember we had to, bolt it to the ferry. No, we had to bolt it to the Opera House in, 5 minutes from Circular Quay before the ferry left, because it was the last ferry.
And it was funny.
We were going for it.
Ben and I were at a conference in Sydney, and so we decided that amongst the conference stuff, we were going to do the most sightseeing that was probably physically possible. We even went to Bondi Beach.
Bondi, yeah.
All we had was, barely anything. And we went there. We didn't even have towers, I don't think.
Nah.
And we just, drip-dried on our way back.
Jumped on the bus.
On the bus back to the CBD before we went to the airport. Did we even shower before getting on the plane?
Nah.
Wow. It was a good trip, though.
That's one of the things that I have a fascination about things that, you know about in that sense. Like, going to Bondi Beach, I'm like, this is an iconic beach. And obviously the show Bondi Rescue, things like that I get really interested in.
Yeah.
Like, we went to Bells Beach.
That's cool.
That's a cool beach because it's a big surf tournament there.
Yep.
So I like seeing that stuff.
Yep. Very valid.
But there's some really cool places like Sunshine Coast. Like, Noosa's really cool.
That's nice. Sunshine Coast is nice.
You like Noosa, don't you?
Yeah, I like Noosa. I got some friends up on the Sunshine Coast. If anyone's watching from the sunny coast, welcome. I kind of doubt it, but welcome.
Yeah.
Anyways. Maybe, yeah, you never know.
For those watching the stream, where's the coolest place you've been? That'd be interesting to hear.
That's a great question.
I'm sure there's been a lot of people that have gone overseas, so I haven't been. Planning to.
Yeah.
Sweet. Next year.
Sweet.
Be great. What about you? You've been overseas quite a bit.
I have been overseas.
You've been to a lot of places.
It's getting up there.
Yeah.
I've been to India and Thailand and Bali and the USA. Coming up to be my 5th time going to the US.
Yeah.
For good reason. But in saying all that, what I was thinking when I was talking to Matt just before is, I feel like one of the reasons I'm so passionate about this as a ping pongathon is because I've seen firsthand some of the situations people are living in, especially in India and Thailand. And I've seen I know what these projects that they're supporting, what they're going to. So it's really hard for me to answer what my favorite place is. I do love America for many reasons. And I've seen there's some awesome stuff there. Like, in terms of tourism, America is pretty insane. I went to Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
That was incredible. New York's just unreal. You can spend so much time in New York. But in terms of the trips, Thailand, that was epic when I went to Thailand.
And you've been on some sort of different trips as well. You've gone on a few mission trips.
Yep.
As well.
And
you went there quite young as well.
To India, I was 12 when I went to India.
So that must have been
a cool experience, firsthand as a young person.
Yep, it was, to be honest, it at first, I got insane culture shock and I didn't want to go back. But, I've matured now, I'm a bit older, and I would go back any single day of the week. Now that I understand the culture and the people and who they are and what they're like, it just, you see it in such a different light.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if I can say a favorite. It's tough because everywhere I've gone, it's been great for different reasons.
Yeah. And you've been to lots of different places that have different cultures.
Yeah, exactly. Like India is very different to the US, and the US is very different to Bali, for example.
But that's cool to do that.
It is cool, and it's a great experience. If you're thinking about going overseas, I would recommend it. Wow. Also, it's very hard to concentrate on talking whilst painting. I'm not a painter, and I'm so locked in on this because I don't want to be walking around with a terrible painting of a green dinosaur on my leg because it might look like a booger or something.
What's some of the comments where people have said?
Okay, there's lots of comments. Jaden said, I should paint the Mona Lisa, and then he said a slice of pizza is fine. I like that.
Yeah.
Jaden's favourite place he's been to is Manila.
Wow.
That's unreal. And Helen's is the Italian and French Riviera.
Wow.
That's incredible. Tim's was Melbourne for the F1. Come on.
Well, that's cool. See, I like doing that as well, like sort of experiences as well.
Yeah.
Experiences are cool. And so, like, when, you go to events in that sense. Where's the one place that you haven't been that you want to go?
I really do want to go to New Zealand.
Yeah.
I really do want to go to New Zealand. Iceland is up there.
Yeah, okay.
New Zealand, Iceland. I don't know if I've got much else that tops the bucket list ahead of those two.
Yeah.
I want to go back to India. I do want to go back to India and experience it now with like more of a mature mind and for what it is. I think that would be great.
Yeah.
Where's somewhere you've always wanted to go?
I've always wanted to go to England.
Yeah.
Got family in England.
Oh, sweet. You ever met them?
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to play at a few golf courses in England.
Yeah.
Which would be cool. But I'd also love to go to Ireland.
Ireland?
Yeah.
For any particular reason?
I just think I don't know. There's always been something that's drawn me. I think the culture would be really cool.
Yeah?
But also, I love the music. I love Irish music.
The Irish music?
I love Irish music. I don't know what about it. It's something weird.
What?
Like when they have a fiddler.
Yeah, what's that?
Then,
That's
like
called
the
something.
tin whistle.
What's that called? It's called
like Celtic music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, my grandparents go to the Celtic Festival every single year. Yeah, every single year they go to the
That's
Celtic
sick.
Festival in Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to transfer over. It's 6 o'clock. So we're gonna do the transfer over.
So for those watching the live stream,
it's gonna automatically
be
transfer.
a new one. Oh, awesome.
All right, so we're gonna transfer over, and we'll be back with you very soon.
Amazing.
And it's gonna take a minute, apparently.